They hit the bank with a tank? That's a new wrinkle. Salieri. Haven't heard that name in years. Lost heaven back in the 30s. Place was crawling with wise guys. Ennio Salieri. Could this be his play? But who? Most of his boys are either 6 feet under or doing time upstate. Soda crates, taxi lamp? How do they connect? They connect through one man. Tommy Angelo. The cabbie who became a soldier. Un Predatore.
Welcome to the family.
They went to war with Morello. Damn near burned Lost Heaven to the ground. Race car parts. So, Mystery Man's some kind of racing fan? Christ, kid. Don't you read the papers? Tommy Angelo's big win at the Grand Prix? That's front page news. That race was hell. Damn near impossible. What kind of tank are we looking at here? Italian medium. Fires off 4 shots back to back. Packs a serious punch. We track down this beast, we crack the case. Predatore. Tank theft. Bank job in the middle of the day. This isn't some 2-bit crook. This has Angelo's fingerprints all over it. But Angelo's gone. Just like the rest of Salieri's family. So, who's got the Predatore? Whoever's bold enough to go for it. Once you're in for life. Welcome to the family.
Greetings, tankers. I'm your instructor, and this is Season 2 of Tank Coach. Here, you will learn all about vehicle types and their roles. Today, we'll talk about the most versatile warriors in the game. This episode is about medium tanks. They are typically vehicles with a reasonable balance of maneuverability, firepower, and protection. They're a good choice for a player who has already learned the heavy tank gameplay and now wants something more dynamic. All tanks are different, and all of them starting from Tier 6 have roles. Medium tanks are no exception. The versatile medium tank is the most common role. These can do a bit of everything, but it doesn't mean they're mediocre. They can snipe and go on assault when required, so they act according to the situation. Assault medium tanks share some traits with heavy tanks. They excel at close range, while their armor gives some room for error and allows for more aggressive play. This is the best choice for new players and fans of using armor at the front line. Sniper medium tanks have higher firepower and often good maneuverability, but they pay for it with lower survivability. They're usually played at mid and long range. In the hands of a skilled player, they can be successful at close range. Support medium tanks are often equipped with an autoloader or auto-reloader. This kind of vehicle dishes out a lot of damage in a short time. At the start of battle, a support tank is best to stay behind sturdier allies and then look for opportunities to strike when there is more space to maneuver on the map. Let's say you've chosen the vehicle role. It's time to equip your tank for battle. Besides the classic Brothers in Arms and repair perks, take a look at Smooth Ride and Snapshot for more accurate fire. Concealment and Firefighting for increased survivability. Recon and Situational Awareness for better view range. There are many other useful perks that will help you become more effective. Train them and experiment. A turbocharger will make you faster. Put it into a special mobility slot. If you can use a gun rammer, just do it. A vertical stabilizer is desirable for most medium tanks. It's not fitted for low-tier machines, but the following two pieces of equipment can be used. Coated optics will boost your view range. They're useful to have in the second set of equipment that you can unlock with field modification. Improved ventilation is a timeless classic. It improves a bit of everything. It's preferable to use its bounty or improved version. Improved hardening will suit many assault medium tanks. So, you've equipped your tank and entered a battle. In a sniper medium tank, look for a position with bushes and lines of fire to the enemy. In a versatile medium, find suitable terrain for a hull-down position. In an assault medium tank, use a position for damage blocking on the front line. In a support medium, keep behind your allies and act according to the situation. But this applies to any role. If your team is left without light tanks, a medium tank can sometimes also play the role of a scout. But be careful. Tank safe positions, although not far from the front line. Use bushes, fell trees, and hide your hull using terrain and cover. Survive at the start of the battle to have space for maneuver close to the end. Try to attack reloading enemies and break their tracks by shooting their wheels. Remember that medium tanks often have a better rate of fire than heavy tanks and tank destroyers, so you can trade one enemy shot for two of your own. Be nimble and flexible. Be aware of your surroundings and the mini-map to keep control of the situation. Keep close to your allies and see you on the battlefield.
Most advanced processors. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. helps change the course of climate change, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello gamers and welcome to the AMD Clan Showdown Day 2, joined here today by Banter. How are we feeling today?
Yeah, feeling good. Some new games, fresh, ready to go.
Yeah, today up we're gonna start it off with Rix versus Invil as well. A big game in the upper bracket finals. But before that, of course, let's take a quick look at what's for grabs for you guys at home as well. Today is the mystery drop in which you can get one of those rewards if you happen to be lucky enough for that. I know Banter's a big T803 fan himself.
Yep, always playing that T803. What a tank. What a machine, what a beast.
Absolutely fantastic. Nonetheless, that's available after 4 hours of watch time. So plenty of stuff to get through there as well. What have we seen yesterday, however, is teams win, teams lose, some losing a little bit more decisive than others. And I would say the name of the game was 3XRW, the team which I think many of us had big hopes for, so far not really performing that well.
No, not really. I mean, it's not the W that we've seen of the past few seasons of well, not seasons, but the last few tournaments of Clan Showdown. But new FC, that means new styles of play, some new additions, and it doesn't seem to be working out that hard. But you can't blame them that much for losing to Invil.
No,
Aurora are no pushovers either.
but the Aurora match was a hit or a miss for 3XR there in that regard, but they did end up winning, which is the most important. And then in return, Rix pretty convincingly against Kylie as well, who then took down Ooh. However, the scoreline I think says not the right story for how that match went. I think Ooh had a lot of potential that they didn't capitalize on. So 3-0, maybe a bit harsh.
Yeah, I think a lot of it went down to just a little bit of player skill difference. I mean, it's not a nice thing to say at the end of the day, but I think Oof were tactically better than Kylie. They were tactically ahead, just some small player mistakes, some small in-game call mistakes that really cost them in this competition. So, yeah, 3-0 doesn't really tell the full story.
So we're going to start off today with Rix versus Invil. And then after that, we're going to go to 3XRW versus Kylie. And do keep in mind that that second match is the best of 5, so that's going to be over very quickly. And then we're going to go to the lower bracket finals in that one, which is going to be very interesting as well. And then, of course, the grand finals at the very end.
Yeah, should be definitely interesting. I think all of these teams that are remaining are pretty close. So I don't think there's any standouts. I think Invil are slightly weaker than they have been in the past. I feel Rix are also slightly weaker. I feel if you look at the Kylie lineup, a lot of those players played the full season of OLS, so I think they're closer than what we've seen before. And obviously the 3XR team, you know, a bit weaker in terms of players, but they have that fantastic leadership under Piotr, formerly of Invil. So I think it's going to be close. I can't see a guaranteed winner so far.
Yeah, Grand Finals is always an interesting kind of game, where Invil has a lot of experience, though, so if they were to win this match and put themselves in the Grand Finals, they would be in a scenario that they have been many times before, waiting to see who comes out of that lower bracket. The most important part is for whoever wins this not to fall asleep by the time that their match plays. It's a bit of a downtime, it's always playing on your awareness, but community predictions, 68% in favor of Invil. 32% for Rix in return, so I think that's fair based on the experience as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's fair. You know, you look at not only recent history but past history, Invil have been so dominant on the EU server, even as the CIS region teams have come. So I think it's definitely a fair margin, and as well, big Polish community in World of Tanks, so they're always going to be fan favorites.
Map pick and bans. Best of 7. Prokrovka being removed by Rix. Highway being removed by Invil. I think that's been like one of their permaban for however long. Gives us Fisherman's Bay as first one. We haven't seen it yet, so between these two is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, and as a plane goes in the background, yeah, Fisherman's being chosen by Rix. That's such an interesting choice. You know, the CIS teams, it always feels like they just pick, you know, the Cliff, Proco, Himmelsdorf standard, but Fishers is an interesting choice. Invil Den picking Himmels, fairly standard. Redshaw being banned. Murrah being banned. Cliff by Invil. Again, fan favorite for them, but I still think Cliff is a bit of a risky map for them. I feel like they want to go for those more guaranteed win maps where it's not just, you know, how many tanks up, how many tanks down. What's your opinion?
Well, I mean, they're pretty confident on it, so more confident than Live Oaks. Used to be the permaban for a long time for them, so they had the choice there, I guess, between Sun River, Live Oaks, and Cliff, and we know that Brix is pretty good on Sun River.
Yeah, they are good on those K-line pushes, so normally when you're on the eastern side of the map, the attacking side, you're favored because you get those superior K-line positions, but Ricks do know how to play an attacking side K-line brawl very, very well. So, and these CIS teams are known for their aggression, so I think Sand River, normally I'd favor the eastern team, but here I'd say it's more of a toss-up. It's a 50-50, I'd say.
However, Fisherman's Bay is a more interesting one. The meta is a bit different there because it's usually still decently 279's favorite just because of the angles that are to play. You can elevate yourself. It's pretty annoying. And it's one of the few maps where the defense, you know, is kind of forced to make a move in a lot of cases. Sitting back is pretty hard, especially against a team like Invil.
Yeah, it is. They've changed the middle over the past years, so there's some now buildings that are a bit more safe. But the defensive side, I wouldn't really say it's favored. It's very difficult. You're kind of almost forced to make a move. You're kind of forced to take an EBR to deny your enemy's EBR, and it's not great because you're kind of always waiting for the enemy, and being aggressive is not that easy from that side. So definite toss-up. I feel it's an interesting choice, though, Ricks, to take that map specifically. It definitely shows that they have something in mind that they want to show for us.
Yeah, they want to pick it first, so, you know, that is the way it is. 3 of us going for Invil, 1 going for Ricks.
Well, you know, I was so dominant yesterday, I decided to just gift you guys some points, you know.
Right.
But for those out there, I have 6 points. Daki and Ian have 4, and Keyhand, we don't even need to talk about Keyhand. He's somewhere in the negatives.
Keyhand predictions are, you know, you just go against whatever he's saying. So maybe I'm on the wrong side this time.
Yeah, and in the OLS, I thought, oh, it can't be that bad. Maybe it's just one time, and now it's
it was a whole season.
Scenario. Yeah, it's a whole season. Maybe you just had a bad season. You know, someone's got to be last. But then, yeah, here in the clan showdown as well, Keyhand is down there. So yeah, I'm going as far away from Keyhand's predictions that I can.
Keyhand's predictions in OLS are so bad that we didn't even feel like giving him the participation award because was it really participating?
It's just dragging the rest of us down.
It was bad.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel this Ricks team. I feel Invil are weaker without Piotr as a main FC. I think Piotr is a much more balanced FC than the Barbarian is. So I think in those kind of closer games, it can be a bit better. So, but again, I don't think it's enough to make a massive difference. I just went with Ricks for a gut feeling, and I thought, you know, bit of charity, give away some points, make it a bit closer. Because if I just run away with it, where's the fun?
I mean, it's possible that they end up winning this, but Invil's very good at these upper bracket finals as well. I'd say if somebody has an opportunity to take them down, it really is the grand finals. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I mean, how many times in memory, I don't remember that many times that Invil got knocked down to the lower bracket. It doesn't happen, probably against Motivacja in recent history. But yeah, it is hard to predict. I mean, my gut says Invil, but I just thought, I have a lot of points. I can gamble, make it a bit interesting, a talking point, try and go for Ricks. I went, my second prediction as well, I predicted Kylie to win as well, so I'm going full CIS today. Full Ukrainian.
Brave. Let's see if it plays out. Game number 1, Ricks, pretty standard for them. 4 279s, double D57. A CS, double I7, double 260, and drive is standard. I mean, they love playing without light.
Yeah, they do. They feel like they don't need it that much. Invil, Frugo, the man, the myth, the legend, BZ72-1. That's a bold one. 3 Dravix, 1 260, 4 279s, 3 E5s, VKK, CS, and a Hori. Also no EBR on their side. It's going to be interesting to see what both these teams do with their 260s, using these fast tanks to kind of gain some position. The BZ72-1 as well, with that booster, a bit faster than the BZ75, with a bit more accurate gun, but obviously less HP.
Imagine being one of the Invil reserves and you get benched for Frugo with 300 ping.
Imagine being benched for Frugo, let alone the 300 ping.
Oh. you know. In the meantime, Rick's pushing across the middle. Pretty normal to see this from a team. It's a very advanced position. Skopia takes a shot or two. Nico Heinz taking one as well. They do push Ketsai back. And in the meantime, Mindbreaker and Aka pushing across as well. The damage so far from Invil is pretty good, to be honest, on towards these tanks.
Yeah, that's that Hori hitting Kopiat. That high penetration AP goes right through that 279 frontal plate. Ketsai chose an interesting position. Might have had a spotting setup. I'm curious what he's playing with, but he's now just proxy spotting these two guys completely safe. But in the meantime, the city is being pushed by this force of tanks by Rix, and Invil are scrambling. They're rotating across the K line, but they're not in that much time. But the fire from the middle is serious. Ketsai does get eliminated, a little over peaks him and clips him out, but we'll need to see how much damage from the middle they can deal into this city.
Time they're kind of stopping this push. The DFL needs to be careful as well. Barbarian has a strong position on that corner where you can angle, make it really hard for them to pen him. DFL taking two more, Flash taking some as well, Flash taking a little bit more. That's his Dravitz is arriving on the K-line. Invil is down in HP, but they're doing a good number though. They have lost the middle of the map, and that's a bit of a downside because you do get those things stuck. And Frugu,
he boosted into the enemy and got shot a lot apparently. I don't feel, maybe he made an over peak on that ping. We'll need to see if next round, if he's actually in the lineup again, but yeah, Little getting some cross shots on. Bear in mind, yes, Rix have taken this middle, but that does open you up to some risk though. But no light on either side, meaning rotations cannot be spotted on this K-line. It looks like Invil want to make a K-line crossing and repush this city. Diavol doing a nice number 533 onto Barbarian. Barbarian needs to be really careful because he's the front spotting tank and he kind of needs to stay alive there.
Mindbreaker backing off as well. But yeah, good number from Diavol. Getting a lot of shots now, side into HE Barbarian, and you can see positive lingering behind in the T57. That's not just any heat, that is 340 millimeters of penetration on that one. So if Barbarian angles out badly, this is gonna hurt. And Diavol just chipping away with HE. If he could get another 100 HP off of Barbarian, and 62 definitely helps, we'll put him into the one-shot range.
Yeah, the T57s of Rix are super interesting. You know, we don't see them that often on this map, but they're making them work. They've got them in nice positions. Little in the middle on crossfire, positive, covering these Dravexes. The repush is coming, but it's spotted, and I'm not sure if Invil win this. I don't think they have the numbers, and they're not grouped up enough.
Barbarian in the meantime down towards the one-shot as well. Liberty wants to finish it, doesn't get it. Flash down towards the one-shot. In his I-7, Dalconic's getting over pushed immediately. He's dead in that 260. Reinforcements are coming, but they're a little bit far behind. Flash, I think, is going to be stuck on that position as well, so he'll be the next one for Invil to run over. But they still have a lot of tanks to push through in this city, and Rix is going to make it hard for them to make this happen. Can they actually do it? That's a good question.
Yeah, expected more damage from the middle on these repushing Invil tanks, but the damage just wasn't there. Now positive on reload. Rexar and Marcel are going to be pushing them, but there are reinforcements. Mindbreaker, Twilight, and Paradise are here. Invil are actually a bit outnumbered. The HP is probably pretty similar, but they can't really make these isolations. They're trying to focus out positive while he's on reload, but Liberty's doing a pretty good job shielding that one. And right now the cities are pretty 50-50. Rix still have that more HP, but more tanks from Invil are reinforcing. Franek on the left side of that church. They're trying to isolate Diavol. Liberty also getting isolated. That's that E5 DPM. Can just peek every few seconds, make that kill. Liberty goes down. Mindbreaker now in a good position to hold them back. Very difficult to pen. Diavol still alive in the city. Finally goes down.
HP trades have been pretty good though for Rix. It was 2,000, now it's up to 4,000, and look what's coming behind. It's little, and I think a full HP Dravid arriving as well, and another one getting pulled from the one line to secure the city as well. You could see that the long rotation across the B line coming out from Excellent. Squeezy's already there. Little is in position as well, and now Invil, well, they've done a good job clearing the front end of the city. To get through the back, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, the thing is as well, you need to bear in mind that Rix are 4k HP up, and a lot of that HP is on Kono on the other side of the map. Don't know why Kono is opting just to stay there with the whole re. I mean, there's no push coming in. Obviously, they can't know that because neither team have the EBR. Again, that interesting style of play. No EBR in either team, so it means that both of these teams are kind of blind. Looks like they do want to rotate Kono to the city, but he's spotted leaving, takes a shot. The Hori crosses as well. But the Hori is not really the tank you want in this city.
Well, it's going to be the tank that they have, though. The PK is rotating long way as well, which is Kono, but like middle's under control. The 279s there are from both teams basically non-factors. Even though Rix are in a better position, they could still drive towards the city if they want to, you know, it's an advantage. And it's time to start thinking about the fact that Rix is defending.
Yeah, that's the nice thing. Normally, you know, these Ukrainian teams, they tend to be very aggressive, and they have been in the beginning, but they know when to pull back and slow the game down. They can see that Invil are rotating this VKK, so they're just pulling back from the city and playing super passive. Excellence being rotated from that 1-2. They know that nothing's coming. Rufus tries to make some play in the middle, but his 279 opponents, they're above him. They have more HP. There's no real play, and the fact that Frugal lost all that HP is really coming back to bite Invil right now, because he's one of their fastest tanks, and there's nothing he can really do to get in this game, down to a one-shot.
You just hold the one line, and the trades have gotten even worse in the meantime, by the way. Just a bit more. It used to be 4k HP lead, now it's 5k HP lead. Excellence reinforcing the middle, even though I don't think that these three, even if they were to be joined by the VK, could win this. The VK is coming, nonetheless, but City is over for Invil. They will not be able to do much there anymore. They just don't have the HP, especially with Mindbreaker just being annoying. You know, sitting angled up. Kono will arrive, but you know, there's also still Beast. Full HP I7 just chilling on the 2-line. He could come in at any moment in time as well. And Kono's going to start the trade off by going for Kopiat, but sees the Dravets immediately, takes one from the I7 from the side. The 260 from the kill and will hit. Kono will over peak, but look at that VK just dropping his HP ever so quickly. Already taken a few shots. Excellence gives him one more, trading it out. Then a trade is okay at this point in time for Rix because they have ample HP to work with. And in the city, you can see Invil trying to scatter now, trying to make a move, but honestly, it's not working out that well. And Mindbreaker and Positive are actually going for Monster and Hori as well. You can see his HP drop, even though we don't see him anymore. He's down towards 26 HP, so the Hori that arrived towards the city is basically out as well. Orchek does find the kill on Kopiat, but with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left and a 6,000, almost 7,000 HP lead for Rix. Battle number 1 looks to be decisively going their way.
Yeah, this was pretty flawless by Rix, actually. I didn't like how, in the beginning, they went so aggressive in the city and got kind of shredded from the middle, but since then, they've really measured and calculated, and they use these T-57s perfectly, actually. We don't see T-57s very often on this map. We saw them yesterday. I believe it was on Himmelsdorf on one of the maps. So, but we don't see them that often. Yeah, but they've been really played really well here, using them as cover for the Dravets. So when you overpush these Dravets, you have the T-57s behind who can deal that DPM. Really, really nice by Rix. Actually, really a pretty flawless game played so far, actually.
And the good thing for them is that the defensive side is considered weaker by almost everybody, to be honest. Yeah. It's just kind of is the case. They now get to attack. And, you know, there's even like the discussion if you play ever a tiebreaker on Fisherman's Bay, do you play attack or do you play defense, you know? So they have a real advantage to starting this off 2-0, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. And I think some questions do need to be asked. Frugo, for example, going, like, you know, we saw him pushing the VKK towards the one line, and the next time we saw him, he was 300 HP. And we need to ask.
I think he overpeaked on G2 and got maybe owned by a 57 and the tanks from 1-2 line, and he got spotted.
And even then, you shouldn't take a full T57 clip. You shouldn't be down to 200.
No, I mean, like, let's say 1 or 2 57 shots, and there was 3 tanks behind, you know.
Yeah, but even then, I don't think it's so simple, because you know when you're sniping on that back line, I don't think it's just a player mistake. I think there's got to be some ping involved or something like that. Because if you're in a backline sniping position going down to 300 when the fight is everywhere else on the map except where you are, then there's a question that needs to be asked. Is it ping or is it a player mistake?
Well,
you know, it is Frugo.
Thing being is Rix pick up the first round, reminding it's best of 7, so for Invil, no problems just yet, but you know, they're not going to be too happy about that. Then again, also pointing out, this is Rix's pick. They really, really wanted to play this map, and they will set it off strong.
Yeah, it was a very well played game by Rix. They had a game plan, they executed it decently perfectly. I mean, they got some tanks caught in the city, which was probably their only mistake. They took a lot of damage from the middle, and then they pulled back, like losing a few tanks like Diavol and Flash. But apart from that, they settled the game super well. You know, the meta on Fisherman's, it used to be going aggressive from that northern side was a lot more favored when 279s were pre-nerf. But aggressive Clemens, you know, they're slower, they have less pen, but this was really nice controlled aggression by Rix and a deserved win.
So they transition to the attack now. What's the second map that comes after again? What was it?
Himmels and then Cliff.
Well, I mean, Invil's going to have to play a very good Himmels, to be honest.
Yeah.
What I did like yesterday was the MBTs actually from our or MBT. You know, that thing is actually not a bad Himmelstank.
No, it's not. I mean, what is it? 1 second interclip, you get 2 shots, you can do about 2,400 damage. I've never played the tank myself, because I was on my...
I think it's yeah, 3 times 2, no?
Yeah, 3 times 2, so 2,400. So, and but the thing is, obviously, the second shot is a lot less accurate, so it's kind of like a shotgun. You need to be quite close range. I've never played the tank. I was in China when it was introduced.
For the Himmels engagement, like on the hill or something, it's actually, you know.
Yeah, it's like 50B. You have a, you know, the armor's not great. You're a bit slower than a 50B, but obviously you get a bigger clip.
Yeah, unlike a 50B, you know, like if you do 1 clip and you actually hit your shots, you do more damage.
Yeah, exactly. But obviously, it's if you hit your shots, right? It's with MBT, you don't get the, you know, with the double shot, you don't get to aim the second one so accurately. So because it's only 1 second interclip, but still, like it's from what I've seen, you can use it as a 50B replacement. I mean, I think I have played it before,
basically,
like, in my teams, and it is quite a nice tank. So we'll need to see if we see them again. I think they've fallen a bit out of favor. They're a bit of a niche tank. You don't see them even today that often. So we'll need to see. I mean, now we need to focus back onto Fisherman's Bay and see if Invil can do something on this defense. But it is interesting, both of these teams having quite an interesting style of play. No lights on both of them. So it's interesting.
No, I mean both teams really like playing that way on Fisherman's Bay without lights. I think Invil was one of the first to do it as well, and Motivatia kind of did the same, or they roughly did it at the same time. I mean, I remember Barbarian being one of the first that plays Fisherman's Bay without any lights, and it is good, but sometimes it plays against you as well. Like in the certain games, the EBR is a real nuisance.
Yeah, sometimes bad timing can be bad. I feel like when you're on attack, you kind of need the EBR, but if you're on defense, you're only really taking an EBR to counter the enemy EBR. I don't think you actually need EBR on defense that much. But yeah, I mean, they played a nice aggressive game. They controlled the map on all the sides. You know, they had the IS-7 in the hold in the 1-2 line spotting position with the Dravex covering him. They were overly aggressive in the middle. What I really liked is how they used the T-57s. I mean, like I said, this tank is not often picked. It's quite interesting, you know, the fact that it's getting picked now. You know, they haven't changed it in donkey's years, and it's still getting picked right now. It shows really the longevity of these autoloaders. They're so strong in certain engagements.
Battle number 2. Rick's coming out double I7, triple 279, a VK, an STRV, another I7 to make that 3, and 7 Dravets.
Yeah, no light tank for Rix. On Invil's side, yet again, no light tank. 160 TP, 4 Dravetses, 1 IS-7, what's that, 6 279s, and double E4. Frugo not in the lineup anymore, so benched.
He came, he saw, and, you know, he had a Chucky.
He had a Chucky, he had a cameo. Yeah, I know what you mean. He had a Jakefa, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at that. Low noise on a 60 TP, by the way.
And the binos. Don't forget the bino.
That's the improved. What did Kian call that? Telescopic binoculars.
Yeah, something like that. The thing is, the low noise might just be enough to keep the 60p unspotted sitting in a bush, you know? Because it might be missing some of the base camo.
Still a wild equipment choice, but it doesn't seem to be relevant in this game because Ricks are going aggressive over the middle and they're going aggressive in the city, but they're beating most of that Invil team on the 1-2. Big damage on this crossing Mindbreaker, 1200 miners positive, not able to do anything as Orchis is in the crossfire, and Yuzik and Conrad have superior positions in city. They're not finding that much success either. They will find Tizek. It's a 1v1. We'll need to see who has the better reload between Tizek and Little, but in the meantime, these trades are not going in Ricks' favor. Minus 6k already.
And now they're getting repushed as well in the city, where Invil is now pushing the advantage. They have it, Barbarian needing the charge. Dravets of Little was the one that pushed in, and he's going to be the first one down as well. He gets picked up by Panzer Fury, and the middle of the map is now being crossfired as well from the angles. And the E4 is a good tank against the 279, and even the 60p, and the tanks from 1-2 coming in and giving some shots as well. You can see Positive now trying to back off. T-Sec does fall, but still, I think nonetheless, 6,000 HP. It was 6,000 HP. It will be the difference between the two. 3 tanks down for Rix. Invil pushing the city, pushing Squeezy, Twilight, and Liberty towards the outside of the map, and starting to pick up the middle as well, continuing to press the advantage they already have. Invil was very, very set up for this initial play. They still got to close it out well, but right now, with the numbers advantage they have and the opportunity to pick up these kills in the city, they're looking mighty fine to pick up the round number 2.
Yeah, as a great man once said, sometimes bad timing can be bad, and they made, you know, sometimes the tanks have kind of realized sometimes you just got to take risks, and Rix took this risk to push out the city and middle, and Invil were completely set up, you know, pushing into 2 E4s, let alone their entire team is a daunting task, and Invil not really needing to work for this second round, but
I wonder how much assist the 60p got with his binos, huh?
Minimal, I'm assuming. Let's see how much damage he gets on the one line, but I mean, look at it this way, they can now save it and use it next time, so...
I mean, he still should be able to hit the shot. I think, did he bounce?
Oh, that
No,
was
no,
Rex bounced. Yeah, he gets, he'll probably have 1 or 2 shots, but again, not a relevant thing. Still an interesting little niche, you know, low noise 60 TP with bond binos, still an interesting thing, but nothing decisive in this round.
I guess he's just spotting the tanks going down the one line and can sit there without being spotted, and that's about it, you know.
Like there are other tanks that can do that though. Still a very niche pick, but I mean, if they make it work, they make it work. Maybe it's just because, you know, he can sit there and blind shots won't penetrate him, you know. But
60p is very hard to blind.
yeah, because of it has angles, and you kind of need to aim for those weak spots, especially on that long range. But yeah, I mean, Invil not really being made to work for the second round. Just Rix, they took the risk, they pushed out the city, and I think on this map, when you're defending, you see the one line so early, but you don't see the city as early. So I think it's not a bad opening to stack city from the start. And Rix just didn't have the numbers to contest. And yeah, they went over the middle. And when they go over the middle, they're fighting Yuzek the Wall, who's there angled up in a 279. It's just not really playable. Yeah, it just collapsed.
And the city shots are just better, actually, from north. You know, when you're crossing over that middle, I feel like you just get more damage. They get stuck in worse positions as well. And nonetheless, where's my 60p?
Zero
not that bad.
Zero.
Not that,
Yeah,
but look at
this is all in the late game. It's like,
I mean, at least one or two had to be on the middle.
yeah, he would have done 1 in the mid, probably 2 on the Draviks who went close, and then 1 on the Draviks at the end. But it's like, it's not important, you know. It's just like a little bit of cheeky end game, 5-4-4. But I mean, at the end of the day, they didn't need to make it work, and unfortunately, we never got to see the low noise Bino 60 TP in action.
We did not. Maybe in the future, you know.
Maybe. Hey, you can see,
it's possible.
yeah, the D4s did decent. Obviously, Fisherman's not known for being such a E4 heavy map, but yeah, I mean, Invil didn't really need to work in this game. You know, they kind of just got, they kind of just had the enemy drive at them, and it ended up being a 14-1. So on Tempelsdorf should be a different type of contest.
It should be. And between these two, it should be a very interesting kind of Himmels as well. Neither team too afraid of going hyper aggressive against each other, so it could be an all-out warfare from the very, very start. The question is, how heavy will they play, though?
I mean, the meta has shifted. We saw yesterday some teams opting to go very heavy, some teams not. I mean, I did some trainings against Kylie before this, and they just played 350Bs and the rest Dravitses, so... And they also played this in qualification, so... Yeah, we can see the meta. That's the nice thing about Dravits compared to Chief, right? When it was just Chief and 279 dominating, but with Dravits you can play a lot of other tanks as well. The VKKs, E100s, even Type 5s sometimes. So yeah, I'm not really sure. I think if we're gonna see somebody play heavy, I feel like it's gonna be Invil. I don't feel that Rix tend to play that heavy. I think the Ukrainian teams tend to prefer a more fluid lineup that can do a lot of things. But we'll need to see. What's your prediction?
On this one, I feel like a 1-1 split, to be honest.
No, I'm agreeing.
I think Clifford is going to be the one where the difference gets made. I don't know.
Yeah. Do you think we'll see any low noise binos?
There was a Strata one day. Like, I'm not even joking. There, at one point, we did play with 279s with lower noise.
Where? On 1-2?
On 1-2, so they can cross the A-line and spot it.
If you go full red line, you should be able to do that anyway, but...
No, you get spotted on the red line without lower noise.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
Fair enough. Alright, but anyway, lineups. Rix seems I was right. Going for that more mobile lineup. Triple 50B, 6 Dravetses, 5 IS7s, and 1 Type 5 Heavy.
And we'll stick into the E5s. They're bringing 5 E5s, a few 279s, still with 2 VK, double Dravets, and triple BZ, and double 50B behind it.
Yeah, I do like that E5. I think everyone does. It's like a 60% tank, you know? It does 60% of everything very good. If they remove that cupola, you could definitely argue it would be OP, but openings, both teams playing heavy lower. Double tank by Rix going up this hill, though, so that's going to give them a bit of control. I7 on the 8 line's an interesting one. Spots out the VKK, and they're planning... They're doing a timing here in Vil. They want to go on this 8 line at the same time that they go 1-2. Proof was trying to screen for his team, but Twilight does get the information. We'll need to see if he runs on time or if he just opts to stay in the window. In the meantime, the push on that 1-2 line is spotted. Those 5s are lit. Rix leaving with 1 from the hill, but keeping 1 up there. We'll need to see what Invil want to make of this.
They're gonna spot these 50Bs on the crossing though. One of them, 2 of them getting some shots out. Barbarian is the one to take it. Barbarian is the one to take another Dravets on the hill. Now pushing down 1-2 line. There needs to be a reinforcement here from Rix. They might just tap and reinforce after on that 3-4 line. They have the back of the railway station as well. They were ready and waiting for this lingering in support is the IS-7s. Now Invil's forced to cross over to clear the back lines at A2. What does Rix do in return? They're going to press the repush potentially on the 2-line Kono. Orchek now coming in. These 50Bs from Rix are reloading and the Dravets on the hill just pumping in shot after shot after shot. The HP is horrendous for Invil. They're 9,000, 10,000 down at this point. The 50Bs will come back in a second as well. And the A2 position is firmly held by this triple tank. Rix stay true to themselves. They hold back. They wait for Invil to make the move, and when the move gets made, they're just chilling and waiting and drawing them into the crossfire. And the crossfire is something they cannot sustain.
Yeah, definitely. They didn't sustain it. I think this push was a little bit too slow. That's the issue with Invil taking these E5s down the K line. They're slower than the Dravets, so it takes them longer to get into position and longer to push, which means the 8 line push is delayed, which means that Rix have more time to establish positions and get that hill control. I think if they pushed down 1-2 with Dravets, this could have been a different game. But right now, it's only going one way, and that is Rix nicely set up for it. They used those 50Bs effectively, and Invil really couldn't do anything on this 8 line. Maybe they'll win this 1-2, but at the end of the day, they're not going to win this game.
No, they will not win the game off of it. The 50Bs getting some cheeky shots through the windows on the 7 line as well, on that gap. And you know, for Rix, it's just a hard counter, right? Like it's a
yeah,
I
think if they straight push 8 line though and go right into the 50Bs in the IS-7, it would be better than what they did.
If they push past, yeah, but they wanted to combine on 1-2, you know, at some point.
No, I'm saying it would have been better than what they did. I'm not saying it would have worked.
No, I mean they would kill the 50Bs on the 8 line, I guess, but it would still, they would have to continue then later on the A line as well.
And there's the Dravets on B8, who's also coming down from the hill. They have the IS-7, the 50Bs on 8 line would need to waste a lot of shots into him, and still pushing into 350Bs, right? The 50Bs do their clip while the IS-7s are dying, and then they run in different directions, which means they maybe you catch one 50B, but the other 2 are going to get their reloads off. So, yeah, Rix well set up. I mean, HP's a little bit close in the end, considering it was 4K difference, but I think it's just, you know, mop up HP, you know, the game is won, just go in.
If you get pushed by a whole team, you know, the game always tends to be somewhat close, I guess. It's hard to kill them all super effectively. No, but it was a great game for Rix. A super hard counter in this regard. They make it work. They're holding. They're not getting spotted until the last moment, and then it's like Invil, well, you know, they probably realized once they start crossing, it's like, well, the whole team's here.
Yep, whoopsie daisy. But, yeah, I feel like E5s I like in the defensive nature. I think E5s are really nice for holding a position. They're kind of like E100, you know, you can just set it somewhere and it will hold with HP and DPM. With E5, it's just a lot of DPM and a bit of awkward armor angles. You know, E5, that lower blade can be a little bit tricky sometimes based on angles. But pushing with E5s, I just don't think they're as fast as Dravets. And World of Tanks, it's a game of movement. It's a game of speed. That's why you take those 50Bs, because they're so much faster than a T57. That's why you take Dravets and IS-7, because they're quick. And E5, it's just not quick enough to keep up with those. So I think Invil, if they made this push with Dravets, they would have been in positions maybe 10 seconds earlier, and it would have negated the hill advantage a little bit. Could have been a closer game, but Yeah, looking at the scores, the 50Bs of Ricks, they did really nice. None of them under 3k. Pen rate's pretty good, but what else do you say, really?
I mean, it was just a good game. I don't like the BZs for pushing lower though. Kind of an annoying thing to play, but outside of that, it's not the reason they lost, of course. It was a really good round from Ricks, you know. And so far, we've gotten blowout rounds throughout this match. This was a hard counter.
Yeah,
The question is, like, what happens if they, you know, miss their timing? Like, what if Invil's not pushing lower?
Yeah, the thing about Invil's strat, right? The BZs, you know, because obviously in Onslaught you can't see the enemy lineup, but in Clan Showdown you can. So Invil taking these BZs and E5s, it can indicate they're going to play full hill. So I don't hate it in that regard because it's a bait. But obviously they ran into Rix's entire team, so it's not the best there. I mean, the E5s got out good damage, but obviously they survived until the end game, and E5s really should be pumping out damage with the amount of DPM they have. But yeah, I feel Invil need to pump the brakes a little bit now. I think they need to play a little bit slower, a little bit more on control, and that's the thing when you replace your FC, you know, you replace Piotr, who tends to be a bit more controlled, for Barbarian, who tends to be more aggressive. I think there can be some holdovers from that. I'm not a fan of this hyper-aggressive CIS region style play where it's mostly player skill and quick reactions rather than a slow, methodical, thought-out game plan.
Well, 2-1 for Rix. I said Himmels is a 1-man, so you know, to keep track on that, Invil needs to win this.
Yeah, for my prediction to be right, I also need to win it as well, so...
31 scoreline for Rix going into Cliff would not be... I mean, tiebreaker is still possible, but realistic?
No, but I think choosing Cliff as a map pick, you know, Cliff is a very simple map, right? There are two ways into middle. It's like you either go up or down. There's no real special, unique plan you can make, right? It's about fast reactions, but... Anyway, Himmelsdorf, Invil, double BZ, 1 drive, it's 4 E100s. That's a lot of meat. 1 IS7, double 279, 1 E5, and 3 TVD7s with an E4 in backup. A lot of American might.
Brick's a bit simpler. It seems to be 5 BZs, a CS, an E4, double IS7, triple Dravets or quad Dravets, and then that's it, no? And double 50B.
Yeah, and a CS. I don't know if you mentioned that. There's a lot of, that's the problem, right? When it was Chiefs and 279s, it was nice and easy, but now we have the Noah's Ark of tanks. So many, but it's a lot of E100s. It's a really interesting lineup by Invil. 3 TFD7s with 4 E100s. Let's see what they want to do with that.
Double E100s going towards the hill, though.
Fire extinguisher on the 50B. No medkit. Bold choice. But yeah, 2 100s going on the hill. I like this by Invil. Like I said, I want to see a more methodical game where they play a lot slower, and that's what they're doing. You know, they're taking my energy, but W100 pressuring the middle, that's nice. It'll take them a long time to die if Rix do decide to push this 8 line off of an aggressive Invil hill play. But looks like some information has been gained by Liberty on the hill. He's taken a hit and spotted one of the BZs in return, but Rix still don't have the information on how many tanks Invil has, and if Invil can establish dominant hill control, Rix will take a lot of damage pushing this 1-2 to retake map control.
And Rix is still holding in the meantime. I mean, they're kind of... Yeah, Invil's gambling on Rix pushing the hill, and Rix is gambling on Invil pushing the lower side.
Yeah, and the thing is the moment that Rix find out Invil is on the hill in force, obviously they're gonna want to re-push 1-2 because you can't stay on lower side without hill control. So... But when they push this 1-2, they're going to be spotted by those 279s, and they're going to take a lot of damage. That's 3 T57s on that hill. T57s are not that accurate on long range, but you have 4 shots out in 8 seconds. You will hit minimum 2 of those.
Music is going to start probing around the hill, and because of that, the BZs are now pushing down the 2 line. How many shots did they take on this crossing? How much damage so far? Not the highest amount. Kopiat is the one worse for wear. Needs to repair the Damarak, of course. There's a secondary crossing, however, which is the one that they're reaching right now, and the damage is honestly lackluster on this crossing.
Yeah, completely. The TVT7s, they weren't in position, and they opted to retreat from the hill instead of actually just punishing lower. Paradise takes a lot from the TV7 the 8 line, the W100s, but the 50Bs are now clipping. Well, you see Deltonic's pen. That's the problem with these E100s. They can back away into that rubble pile and hide the lower plate, but it doesn't make a difference. Double tank eliminated. Marcel in that window, he will die eventually once one of the Rick's tanks takes the opposite window. The I7 in the middle can't survive there forever either. Marcel down to a one-shot. Little has gone down, but Profus in return. The 8-line repush, but this is not an easy one. But it is T57s, though. They will pick up these 2 kills. They have the clips.
Yeah, the Laconics is going to die in that 50B almost immediately. Doesn't get a second clip out. Orchek needs to be careful as well. And in return, Rix is now pressuring over the base, over the A-line. It's only an E4 and E100, and that E4 is gone. They can start the cap, or they can repush if they want to. What is the play that they're opting to go for? It's down the 5-line, back into Monster. Ketsa in the meantime in this 57 gets held on the 8-line as well. That's Liberty in the CS63 and Paradise in the IS7. Ketsa is fully reloaded, but they might just double peek him and give him the kill towards Paradise. He does do that, and triple kill for Rix. 4,000 HP lead yet again. Number of the guns heavily in their favor. Squeezy wants to go for it, but honestly, Rix could realize now that capping is also just as well an option yet again.
Yeah, I think Invil have been in this position before, you know, just stuck in the 8-line. They were like this against 3XR, but I don't think that's the play. Yuzek, God knows what that was, but I think they kind of realize it's over at this point. Half the HP, no good positions. Kono down to a one-shot, trying to clip out Liberty. He has the clip, but I think Liberty will reload in time to pick him up. He does. Orjic will finish him, but it won't make a difference in the grand scheme of things. Invil just waiting too long. They thought that Rix would do something on this hill, and they didn't. They weren't in position to punish them on this one too. I feel like you cut your losses on 1-2, you get the spot, then you run away and you allow the tanks from hill to deal the damage. Invil, they overstretched. They wanted to play 1-2 and the hill, and you know, normally you need to give one of them up, but Invil just opted not to do that.
It's gonna be 3-1 from Rick's side, moving into Cliff. Match point as well, since it is best of 7. Barbarian, the last one left on the hill, facing off against his former teammate Aka. Seems to be getting the better of him as well. Aka with the ram and the shot, not enough to make Barbarian eat dust though, but
Gun in
eventually,
gun. Oh, Barbarian, what a play.
It's really hard to block PZAP though.
Yeah, it is. But the thing about this game, right, you kind of want the tanks on 1-2, but on Invil's side to spot the 1-2. You want them to spot Rick's coming, and then you want to run. You want to run into A5 and have the tanks from hill just deal damage and then retreat. But the thing is, the TVD7s weren't in good positions, so they didn't give clips to the lower side, so the lower side damage was completely lackluster, and they lost multiple tanks on this one too. They lost, I think, the 279 on C3, I think that was, who was that? That was Marcel, who went in the D4 window.
Yeah, that's Marcel, and Profus was on A3.
Yeah, and I don't know if Profus got away or not.
No, he died at it.
Yeah, losing one tank is fine, but I feel Invil should have been better prepared for this. I think this was like almost a one-trick wonder strat, and they didn't have any reactions. Like, I was really worried for Rix at one point, because I thought re-pushing this lower side when they have 3 TVD7s on the hill plus 2 100s, that's going to be a lot of damage. But the TVD7s, they weren't in position, and you know, sometimes it goes down to small margins, things like that.
Well, for Rix, the margin is 2 rounds, which is quite a bit going into Cliff Dival. Good job there in the Druids, 6.5k damage, not too shabby.
The pen rate's good.
Yeah, 16, 16, 15, very good. Flash on the 4 doing 5.3 pen rate. I mean, it didn't hit every shot. I've been trying to snipe at Dravids in the window. You know, you're not going to hit everything.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah, it's funny, I always see a BZ on lowest damage. But yeah, the 100s in the middle, they only got out 2 shots each, which is really surprising. I feel like you should get out more damage, even when you're being pushed on, you know. But yeah, the TVD7s, they didn't do much. A lot of this was in the late game as well. I saw, you know, when they were clipping out the CS, when the game was already over. But yeah, it's just really small margins. I think Invil did have the right idea. Play that slow game, get the 100s on the hill, but Rix are that team that they don't play hill often. They normally play maybe 1-2 tanks hill and the rest lower side, and we saw that here. And it's something that Invil should be able to predict.
But they weren't. And as a result, they're having to win 2 rounds on Cliff, and Cliff is a map where anything
can happen.
You could as well lose 2-0, win 2-0, 1-1. I mean, it's really hard to, on any given day, repeatedly beat a team 2-0 on Cliff, to be honest.
Yeah, it's one of those maps where it's a lot about player skill, and it's a lot about initial reactions. and Rix, I've always said the CIS teams, they're experts in player skill and in-game reactions, but the EU teams are always better tactically. So I feel Cliff is one of those maps where the EU style of play is not necessarily favored, because it's not really a tactical map. It's kind of, you put a few tanks, you either do you do many tanks one side and some tanks the other side, or you 50-50 split, and you need to react quickly based on the information you get. I always said on Cliff, the first 30 seconds are the most important, because you look for destroyed trees, broken fences, you look for, and your CS spotting will give you info on how many tanks are up or down by the enemy. Yeah, my prediction's looking pretty good as well. Should we mention that?
The team, yeah, the scoreline a bit less.
Scoreline, and I go from 6 to 7, you go from 4 to 4. Unlucky.
It happens to be the case. It's alright.
Yeah, things happen, Yeah, I know. The moment it becomes unwinnable, you stop caring. So.
No. I mean, we care about OLS seasons, right? How did you do in that one?
I beat you.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah,
I don't think
you.
so.
There's no evidence, so yeah, I beat you. There's nothing on the website. Go on the Tanks website. This is something we keep in between ourselves, and I can change history.
You cannot change what it says on the Google spreadsheet.
No one else can see the Google spreadsheet.
I am willing to distribute this to everybody. No problem.
Oh, sure. Phil will love that.
Only that page,
Only that page. Screen edited.
Nonetheless, Cliff coming in. Invil, triple CS, 60 TP. I don't think he has binos this time, and 11 BZs.
He could do. Proofus is always that specialist player, They put him in the Udis to 60 TP, but Rix, double 50B, 6 BZs, 4 IS7s, and triple CS. As I mentioned yesterday, the meta is slowly shifting on Cliff to go much more BZ heavy and much like, before we used to see it was like 4 CSs now. Now the amount is just lowering to 3. Soon it's going to be 2. 1 for the D4 position or the G2 position, then 1 for the middle. But IS7 is an interesting choice. IS7 obviously has quite a low power to weight with a high top speed, so it really struggles on these uphills that Cliff has. But look at that Invil lineup. Full team upper side, nobody lower, but it's the same for Rix. Getting 2 CSs up the hill while Invil get 3 around. Liberty, big damage on this crossing. We're going to need to see when the tank of Flash decides to go in on that lower side.
Triple CS is now coming around the hill. They're going to be arriving pretty soon. Invil arriving in the middle of the map as well. You can see Rix kind of back, Default out in the open though, in a bad position. 953 HP remaining, might be dropped towards a one-shot quite early. And now the CSs are coming in from Invil as well. Little and Twilight are actually going to repush this with their IS7, and I think Rix realized that they don't need to be too over-eager since they're winning that part. They're trying to reinforce in between the rocks now, trying to hold their ground on this corner. Time to back off, I would say. Squeezy realizes that he's going to boost out of that. Flash has committed on the 2-line in the meantime as well. He has taken position, and Kopiad and Squeezy abandoning that corner. I think that's the right call at the right time, but Invil still ahead in the HP department. Not that much though, but at the same time enough for it to matter, because double IS7 going around the hill are out of the fight right now. Flash is probably putting in a lot of damage as well from that pocket in the 2-line and the 50Bs right now. I don't know if they're on reload, but they're not contributing. But all of a sudden the HP dropping like a rock for Invil. That could have been those 50Bs putting in the shots, and it seems like they're off of reload as Barbarian gets a few tracers towards him, and Invil now pushing down this 5-line on towards that double 50B. The hill is still doing a lot of damage here, and the IS7s, they're coming back. Flash in a good crossfire, and Rix, they don't have the Gans Panther, but the HP, they're doing a good job there.
Yeah, it's the HP and also the positions. They have this hill control. Flash has that crossfire from the donut. So the longer this game goes on for, the more it's going to switch into Rix's favor. Yes, Invil have that HP advantage. Akka can't be making these peaks in such a late game scenario. But the issue is right now, it's all about Flash. Flash is denying Invil for taking this hill. Liberty goes down on the hill. Akka down to a one-shot. These are not the peaks that Rix needs to make in these late game scenarios. And now the amount of bleed has been so much. BZ of DJ going around the hill, he's going to pressure out Flash, and after Flash dies, it's going to collapse for Rix. They had a moment here where they had some potential. I think they stayed too much on that E5 corner. I think when you have the hill, you have the donut, you need to pull back and allow your enemy to over-peek into you, but yeah, just little things, and when the HP was equal, I don't know why, so many bad peaks in this late game.
Well, as a result, Invil will stay alive in this one. Nonetheless, Flash Getting pressured out by DJ. I mean, he gets behind a rock, but he will get picked up by a monster in return.
I've only just noticed that the bigger the caliber, the bigger the tracer is on the map. Like the BZ tracer is fatter than the CS tracer. Do you ever notice that?
Oh, really? Twilight, last one standing. Okay, so 3-2. 3-2. Invil now has an opportunity to make the tiebreaker again.
Yeah, my prediction goes closer and closer to being a reality. Or maybe Invil will just completely remontada and my prediction dies. But
yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a hard map to do a 2-0 on against any team, but you know, when you pick up the first, you definitely have an opportunity to pick up the second.
yeah, and I'd say Southside is a little bit less favored. It's like 55-45. It's not massive margins, but I really feel like there's a moment that Rix could have and probably should have won this game. I think on that corner, you know, who was it? It was Copyat and I think Squeezy who ran away. And it's quite interesting, I feel, you know, Copyat and Squeezy, those are players who have played on EU for a little bit longer than the other players. I think maybe, you could argue maybe that they made a more tactical decision based on, or less of a fighting decision to run and extend their life because they saw the crossfire that they have with Flash on the Donut and the CSs on the hill. Well, maybe I'm just talking out of my face, but yeah, if they prolong this middle engagement, maybe 10 seconds longer, I think Rix win it just on the crossfire. But Invil just really good on that focus fire and able to get those guns out and yeah, ultimately won them the game.
Good stuff. Good stuff from them altogether. 60p not doing too bad either. You know, it's a niche pick, so you're always kind of paying attention to what it does.
Yeah, but you look at the CS damage, because Liberty got blasted in the beginning. He made a lot less peaks. So on that hill, he only did 2k, where Akka did 4.5 or 4.7. So that initial damage, playing into Invil's favor, one of the CS is not allowing. I feel like Flash should have done a bit more. Quite surprised he only got out 3k. But yeah, one of those things.
Well, one more round for Invil to bring it to a tiebreaker. If you're Kylie in the lower bracket, who are you actually hoping to make it through this, though? I mean, I'm assuming that Kylie's going to imagine or the 3XR. Which one would you rather have playing against you, Rix or Invil?
I think Rix. No, I think for 3XR it's Rix. I think for Invil it would be Kylie, actually. I think Invil don't mind if it's 3XR or Kylie, but I think Invil don't mind if it's 3XR or Kylie, but I think Rix would prefer 3XR.
Well, second round of Cliff coming right up. I don't know about the 50Bs. You know, like, sure, they do 3k damage, but they have such a long downtime, even in a fight like this.
I mean, the nice thing about Cliff, right, when you see 50Bs, you always think they're going to play the lower side. So it's a bit, you know, like me, in my to play with information, right? You play BZs on Himmelsdorf, and then you push lower side when you imagine they're going to play hill. Same with 50Bs. If you play 50Bs, you imagine they're going to be on that lower side covering the donut. But if you take them upper side, it's a bit of a surprise. So yeah, you can use them a bit of an information pick, but obviously 50Bs do have a downside. They're made of paper, and they have a long interclip, a long reload. So 50Bs are quite situational. You don't want them in a direct DPM fight. But that's the nice thing about the meta shifting more towards BZs. BZs are quite low DPM, which means 50Bs have a better time. Because obviously they need more damage to kill a BZ, but their long reload is more effective because BZs stay alive for longer.
Rix coming in bad, triple CS, 11 BZs.
Yeah, luckily for me, Invil's lineup's not that much different. 11 BZs and 4 CSs. Both teams, Batchat always indicates a middle play by Rix, so looks like both teams might be going for another fight. But no, both teams actually breaking off some tanks. Rix opting 3 CSs lower side. You don't often see CSs lower side from that side. Invil, in the meantime, triple BZ lower with Monster, and that CS Monster gets the spots off. Double CS crossing. This is not going to be very fun for Rix.
No, the triple BZ will come behind them, and they're immediately going to be pressured into into running away. Actually, Liberty is the last one to do so, but he's not going to be the one to take too much damage either. Barbarian, oh, never mind. Oh, he just about gets clipped by the Stranglers, and now they're going to be pushing back towards the middle, trying to get out of this scenario. The scenario, Liberty, I think, realizes he cannot do that, and now there's going to be a push down the middle of the map, straight up and over from Rix, but already down quite a bit. Rexar pushing back in towards them. A little bit out too far in the open. Ketsa trying to take back towards the hill, but I don't think he's going to be allowed to do that. There's still a pretty dense crossfire from behind, though, on the 5 line coming out from the side of Invil. Up in HP, Liberty gets picked up, Flash gets picked up as well. They're now repushing the side of Rix on towards the middle as Barbarian and company trying to wrestle their back on towards the ramp, and so far it's looking really good for Invil. This crossfire right now on the Rix tanks is a disaster.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that late information on 1-2, they didn't see those 3 BZs, which just meant the push was called a little bit too slow, and the initial damage taken on those CSs just allowed Invil to set up in that middle and allowed Rix. It meant that Rix had to push into established tanks. It was so difficult for Rix to do that. So much crossfire by Invil. This was really a perfect game for Invil. Those BZs on lower side unspotted until the last minute. The CS is slow to leave, which means they take so much damage. And Invil setting up perfectly on their side of the map in those good defensive positions. And now you see Rix, sure, they've won the middle, but what does it cost them? It's cost them everything because Invil have everything else.
Yeah, no, this is over. Tiebreaker it is. Invil's done a phenomenal job at bringing this back to us tiebreaker. They're now going to be playing, what was it, Sand River?
Yes, Sand River for tiebreaker. And we'll need to see who had the fastest attack win, which I assume is this one.
It will be this one, no?
Yeah.
What else did we have? We had Himmels, and then...
The last one was... No, the last one was not that quick as this. It will be this one that's the quickest, yeah, for sure.
Well, Invil gets to pick the side. Sand River is also one of those choices, right? You pick attack or defense?
I feel like if it was Rix, they would choose defense. But because it's Invil, I feel like it's going to be more 50-50. You know, I think the eastern side of the map on Sand River is the better tactical option because you get better positions. So I think Invil might favor that one, but I think Rix just don't care and they'll just go for a fight. So it's kind of Invil need to decide, do they want to give Rix that superior fighting side, or do they just want to play their own game and just play K-Line on the attacking side?
It's a good question. But yeah, it was a good split from Invil. CS at the D1 pocket is able to spot everything pretty early on. Then the triple BZ coming from below. Even on the 5 line, they had a good crossfire. They kept a few BZs behind and only committed the other half towards the middle, which leaves with Rix with having to kill the ramp, but then you also would have to somehow kill the 5 line. It's just not realistic.
Yeah, you can see the damage. Beast, I think he was the first focus, missed his first shot. Flash as well, he took a volley from the 1-2. He's not had a very fun day today, actually, Flash. Yeah, Batchat of positive, not getting out a full clip. Quite surprised. He must have low rolled his shots. He penned 4 for only 1200. This must be some crazy low rolls. Ah, kill, yeah, I just noticed. Yeah, sorry. But yeah, I mean, this was just, that's one of those maps. They didn't have they pushed 3 CSs lower, Rix, but they didn't keep any behind, which meant they didn't spot the BZs coming in, which kind of forced their hand. And when you're being forced to do something by your opponents, it normally is never good. And Invil just set up really nicely, actually. Invil did really nice here.
Good stuff from Invil. Good round. Tiebreaker. No winners in regular time. I'm not sure yet what side Invil picks defense. So, yeah, well, they're going to be playing from the west.
Yeah.
Time is in your favor.
Yeah, we rarely see Sand River games go down to the draw, I feel. They go pretty close, but we never often see a draw. At least not in the current stage. Normally we saw a lot of, defenses from that side. You sit in the base, maybe a Jagdpanzer side on with a 279 behind, but those days are kind of behind us, and I feel like it's probably going to be a fight.
Oh yeah, I don't imagine that either team will be too passive in this one.
No. I mean, looking at the predictions, you said 4-2 to Invil, so you can get only 1 point. You did the same as Keyhand, which I feel like you would have learned by now not to go with Keyhand's prediction.
Well.
Still making those mistakes. So, me and Ian can get the full 2 points here. We'll see if my unique pick will pay off, but taking the defensive side by Inville's an interesting choice. I feel like they've kind of picked it to deny Rix taking the defensive side, because playing aggressive K-line from the defensive side is a very difficult thing that only a few teams can pull off, because you need the top 1% of coordination between everyone. Every you know, nut and cranny and every piece of the machine needs to work perfectly. And I feel like Rix are one of those teams that pulled that off. Same with Kylie. Inville as well. But I think those CIS teams, the Ukrainian teams, they tend to pull it off just that little bit better.
It works best against an opponent that's worse than you. If you're about even to your opponent, it's a really hard fight on the K-line.
Yeah.
More often than not, you will lose it.
Yeah, it's about very small margins. Like, if one guy goes a little bit, like even 2 seconds earlier than the rest of the team, one guy just gets eliminated immediately, and the tanks are almost reloaded by the time the rest of them come in, and it's very small. We never see a K-line fight that's super dominant. You know, it's always, like you said on the Himmelsdorf, if you push your entire team one side, the game is always going to be close. And it's the same like that on Sand River. It's about little micro plays in between each individual player. Do they go up and over on the dune? Do they stay in the low ground? Do they switch sides? Who do they focus fires? Is there a fire and Amarak? It comes down to very small margins.
Small margins is also what we have in this match, of course. You know, it's 3-3. The loser of this goes to the lower bracket, where they will be waiting for the match between 3XR and Kylie to conclude, which will also be a very interesting one, to be honest, which is coming after this one. But before that, we do have the final battle here on Sand River between Inville and Rix. Who will take it? And who will secure at least Silver Fist?
Yeah, those coveted Silver Fists, as we mentioned before, worn by legends like Puppy and Brain Damage. But...
And you.
And me. Legends of the game. But, yeah, I mean... You know, these two teams, Silver Fists is a minimum of some prize money, so obviously there is a lot riding on this game, but these teams, they want to win it more than anything, so I'm not sure how to predict this match, to be honest. Do you see a favorite, even if it's like 51% 49? Based on the games you've seen so far?
I think Rix wins this, actually.
Well, for my prediction, let's hope so. As we go into the lineups, the final game of this upper bracket semis, was it a final? I'm not even sure. But Rix, that is, how many Dravix? 9 of them, 4 IS7s, 1 CS, and 1 STRV.
Inville, triple BZ, triple CS, triple BZ, triple IS7, double CS, an STRV, and then 6 Dravix. So neither team bringing the light. But Inville, of course, has the CS, which functions as a spoiler just the same.
Yeah, this is telling me full fight by both these teams. You don't really take those BZs unless you want them to play on that K-line up close and personal with that high HP. 1 CS going north, Kono going to spot that crossing. In return, Paradise for Rix going north as well to get the info, but double Dravik in the base by Rix. Those tanks could be out of game if it comes to a full K-line fight.
Damage from the back, is there any? No, none of them actually end up hitting the shot. They do get spotted out with 3 out of the 5 tanks that are there. So that's info for Rix, and they see Ketsui's movement, of course, as well. They know that he's starting to close back up on the K-line. They know that this could be a fight.
Yeah, and as well, the CS in the north of Monster, he's running, which gives full information. These tanks of Inville are spotted, and being spotted super early is never really a good sign. We'll need to see how much damage is taken. Fire onto Orzic by Squeezy. That's not a good start, and I'm not sure I'm that confident in Inville at the moment in this fight, but damage taken on the way in is not that high, actually. We'll need to see if they can make this work on these upper ground positions.
We got to count the amount of tanks that are in the fight right now, of course, right? You see 3 tanks still out of the fight from Inville versus the 4 from Rix, but the first one to go down is Conrad with the Amorak as well. Gets blown up. Dravet from Akka down towards the one-shot Barbarian, now peeking as a team leader, wanting to make the difference here, but this is a really hard fight for Inville to win. They're all here from Rix's side. The double Dravet's coming in as well from the back lines. The SCRV putting in shot after shot as well, and Inville wants to make this overpush, but Rix simply has too much here in this area right now. They're looking to beat down Inville into the lower bracket. Yuzek peeking on the top, but the CS63 putting some shots in as well. They are sitting on the back lines, but they don't have enough to pick up this pocket. And all this time, Flash is sitting in his favorite position in that STRV, doing shot after shot after shot. Yes, they had double drivers in the base, but Invil had just as much, if not more, out of the battle. And you can see the difficulty of this K-line, but the game is starting to slow down a little bit. The HP starting to even out a little bit more as well. But the problem is, of course, still Paradise's position. He is in a very, very strong position, but if Invil can slow this down enough, if they can actually pressure Paradise out with their double CS of Kono and Monster, they have something going for them, because they could eliminate the crossfire. And I think Rix is realizing this Lumen threat as well, and are relocating Flash back into the base because of that.
Yeah, that's the thing. The thing is, right, if we played this in old meta where it was Chiefs, those Chiefs could just use their gun depression and overpeak, but it's Dravets is only 8 degrees of gun depression. They can't fully peak safely. And right now, but as the game slows down, as you mentioned, Paradise, he's giving out shots. But if they can find a way to pressure them away, which they are trying to do, Kono, he's stuck, but Monster can rotate north and pressure Paradise off. Paradise is spotted. If he runs because of Monster in that higher ground, he might take a volley from the Invil tanks. This isn't over just yet. Flash has rotated to cover Paradise. Mindbreaker is really important, actually. 800 HP on that Dravix, and he's the only one who could realistically leave from the Rick side to take map control. But Invil, they're in a position now where they can actually leave tanks. There is one Dravix rotating on that one line. If he takes the north, there's some real potential for Invil to come back into this game.
Yeah, all of a sudden they pull a freeze, and I think that is the ultimate call to make there, freeze the game, because Rix does have everything on the K line, and it's only Paradise on the F line, which means
Paradise is left now. So he took 2 shots leaving, down to 1,000. The Monster also took a lot of damage as well, down to 800. So Paradise, kind of an equal fight in that north. They have pulled Mindbreaker, as I said, away. They'd prefer if Mindbreaker had more HP, but Panzer Fury 700, it's a very equal game at the moment. You know, the CSs have similar HPs, the Dravetses that are out of the K-line have similar HPs.
He's relocated to Punnett. Yep. That's the downside here. You can see how quickly they're forced to move back. Flash, he was at K9. He's now moved to a different position, also to cover Paradise, of course. And they're shooting back at him, but he is going to pen this over time. He will find shots.
Yeah, I think it's a last-ditch effort by Invil. They're gonna throw Panzer Fury to the middle to try and proxy spot that STRV and hopefully give him a volley so they can retake those positions. You can see Rix, they look eager on this K-line. Squeezy and B is so much HP. Panzer Fury spotted. Flash also spotted. Takes 1, takes 2. Engine down. If he dies, this could be the undoing of Rix. He's taking shots from the side as well, down to 700. He's not in siege mode at the moment. Panzer Fury might make the kill here. He's taking shots from the north. That's Monster giving shots. And now Invil are making that re-aggression. Rix are peeking, trying to make kills, but the HP is dwindling on the Rix's side. And it looks like Invil are retaking control of this game.
And they are taking back control because Flash got caught in the open in his STRV, and because of that, they felt like needing to peek the K-line. So the perfect game for Rix turns into the perfect endgame scenario for Invil. And the old dogs do it again. They got pressured, they got pushed to a 3-1 deficit, but they will be winning. And they will be waiting in the grand finals.
Yeah, my prediction, it crumbles to pieces, but still, really nice game by Invil. I thought they were spotted far too early, and I thought the damage they would receive would be really high. I thought Rix would have seen this coming and prepared a little bit better. I feel like they should have. I was really worried for Invil at one point. It was spotted so early on this push. And what was that first tank that peaked? I can't remember who it was. I think Conrad. It was Conrad. He was gone in less than a second, absolutely deleted. But Invil, such a nice job slowing the game down, and Rix, too many tanks on this K-line, not enough tanks out of the game to keep that north control. I'm quite surprised actually that Flash went to J7 instead of staying on H8.
He wanted me. He has good shots all the way on the K-line though as well from J9 when they're overpeaking for a while.
Yeah, but H8 as well. I think he's limited by render, but the fact that he goes so much closer means he just gets killed by Monster in the north.
Oh, he wanted to go to the balcony position at H7 because he gets higher, but it's like greedy.
Yeah, it's very greedy, and it cost him the game. If he just stays on H8 and they just use Mindbreaker and Paradise to retake some north control, they would have been fine in this game. But yeah, the old dogs do it again. Invil 4-3. Congratulations to them, and they will be in the grand final awaiting either Rix, 3XR, or Kylie.
They will. Good endgame. They're perfect call from Invil to completely freeze the game, right? Hold off altogether. Realize North's a little bit weak. Wrestle back some control and then Flash unforced error, you know, donates them an STRV, and they had to play at that point. They didn't have a choice anymore.
I'm really curious about Flash's damage. We'll see it here. Flash 6k, pretty good. But in a slow game like this, I mean, some of this was in the late game as well, so it's an STRV in that position. He should be dealing a lot of damage. Marcel, his counterpart, didn't deal that much, but obviously he's in a worse position. You see Conrad there, 0 damage. I don't know, I feel like Rix should have been better set up for this. I feel like they had the information nice and early. They had the STRV in good position. They had Paradise in good position. Only 3k by Paradise. Missing some of those shots. That CS gun, not always the best, but yeah, I don't know. I feel Rick should have done better in this, actually.
Yeah, I mean, this should have been Rix's game, but it is not, and Invil will be waiting in the grand finals to see who they will play there. That was the match number 1 of the day. We have 3 more, of course, 2 lower brackets and a grand finals, 2 best of 5 and a best of 9, if I'm not mistaken. But that will be for right after a little bit of looking back how Invil dominated Rix in the replays.
They hit the bank with a tank? But who? Most of his boys are either 6 feet under or doing time upstate. What kind of tank are we looking at here? Italian medium tank. They call it Predatore. Predatore. Tank theft. Bank job in the middle of the day. This isn't some 2-bit crook. But Angelo's gone. Just like the rest of Salieri's family. So, who's got the Predatore? Whoever's bold enough to go for it. Once you're in for life. Welcome to the family.
Hello gamers and welcome back to the AMD Clan Showdown Day 2 River Blaze banter with Ian. Ian, before we head in, what was your take on the last match?
Well, I got my prediction right, so yeah, I think pretty happy with that. But yeah, Rick's kind of throw away that Sand River. I think they'll be kicking themselves after that, to be honest. They just need to try and reset and get ready for whoever they fight between Kylie or W for the next game.
What do you think has the edge in this one?
This is tough. I mean, W's performance against Aurora is really ringing alarm bells, I think, in my mind anyway. So, but Kylie were quite sloppy against the O team yesterday, so it could be anyone's game, to be honest. I think I said W to win it, but I think I put 3-2. So.
I think I said 3-2 as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, probably didn't look at key hands result this time, so hopefully you'll get it right. But W's team, obviously, a lot of known names. They merged with Sicarios, right? Which is going to be the new OLS team for next season. Is it Sicarios?
Yeah, it's the W and Sicarios that are combined in this team.
Mm-hmm.
Under the 3XR flag, which then would be a reference to Piotr's past, you know?
Yeah, I probably wasn't born then, so you know. Don't know then. Don't
Also,
know that reference.
Kylie, looking for that gold fist. You know, it's the one missing.
Yeah. Get that collection set and ready.
I mean, how many fists do you have, Ian?
You don't need to know. Maybe I'll stop playing on NA just so I can say something.
I mean, you know, even on NA we have standards.
I mean, Banter plays them. Come on, like, surely I can get
Banter doesn't play there, though.
Oh, he did at some point.
Desperate times.
No.
Community predictions, 68 versus 32. That's exactly the same as Invil versus Rix, actually. That was also a 68-32, so people believe in 3XR still. Of course, best of 5.
Yeah, anything could happen in a best of 5.
Anything can and anything will happen in a best of 5.
This is true. This is very true. I do feel like I feel like it should be a bit more in Kylie, maybe 40-60 possibly for W, but yeah, I think their results are quite fair.
I mean, it's not like a complete one-sided wash that's being predicted either, so, you know, if nothing else. Maps, though, Ian, how do we feel about this one?
Bit sad Red Shaz being banned, and Highway as well. It's a shame we were not seeing them 2 maps, but yeah, Himmel start off with should be a very good one. I mean, yeah, Himmel versus Aurora didn't go that well for W last time, but I mean, they got over the line, but... yeah, obviously want a bit of redemption, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you would hope so. You'd hope that the redemption will be there, but that also remains to be seen, of course. Fisherman's Bay was a very interesting one between Invil and Rix, like a very, very interesting fish bay.
Yeah, very nice strats. I mean, Rix in the second game kind of not throwing the game away, but that mid push looked very punishing for that. But it seems like these Ukrainian teams do like playing Fisherman's, because I think they've picked it every round, I think.
Yes.
At least a day, anyway.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Best of 5 is always kind of hard to predict well, because you know, you have a bad start. You're looking at the match point. It's always hard to recover.
Yeah, if any team goes up on 2-0 on Himmel, then yeah, all your confidence is probably gone, so it'll be hard to come back from that.
Well, Himmels is going to be first. What did you think of the Himmels between Invil and Rix, though? That was also pretty interesting. While we look at the caster predictions, you and me going 3-2 for 3-star, and 3-1, and Banter 3-2 for Kylie.
Yeah, odd one out again. Let's see if he is completely wrong again, I guess. But yeah, the games between Rix and Invil last game, I mean, first game for Invil just, yeah, falling into a trap that Rix set, and then the second game it was just not great for Rix there. I can't even remember what happened that well. I know they lost it anyway.
Well, the Himmels, you don't remember how they went?
I know the first one where Invil just pushed lower side.
First one, Invil pushed lower side into Rix, and the second round, Rix was holding lower side with BZs and 50Bs on the 3 line. They had W100 going hill for Invil, and then they spot the U100 on the hill, I think, and then they pulled the trigger on the lower side.
Ah yes, and then they won that pretty cleanly as well. Yes, yeah. Rejogging the memory. Yes.
I mean, for somebody your age, you should be. There's
The
not that many.
amount of Unk jokes they're getting gifted is getting a bit too much, even for me. Ripe age of 25 this year, so
Oh my,
I had to
bro.
pack it up.
Closer to 3 than to 2.
Yeah, it's getting rough out here. It's getting rough.
Yeah, understandable. I'm just curious to see what kind of style we can expect from 3-star as well. Under the leadership of Piotr, of course, the 9 Dravets is an IS-4, double 279, a Type 5, and double CS63.
And yeah, for Kylie, we bring double BZ, 1279, double E5, and the rest Dravex. I really rate the IS-4. I don't know, man. I kind of like the IS-4. I've been playing it a lot recently in
I hate
15v15, but yeah, I know people, it has its haters, so I don't know. The gun is horrible, I will admit, but
I think the gun is what ruins everything.
yeah, that's true. Well, there's so many Dravex, I guess.
It's looking like a pretty tough 1-2 push.
Yeah, for Kylie, it just looks like a full 1-2 push with, was that the double E5 going towards the hill? I know, one BZ and one E5, but to give some crossfire, but it looks like Kylie are just waiting to pull the trigger, basically. I don't know what's going to be their trigger. Maybe seeing the CSs? I don't know, they're going to be pre-aimed on that corner waiting for this.
I mean, these CSs should explode. IOS is dead. IOS is dead already, and the 1-2 repush is coming out. There is still double tank going towards the hill, but already 3-star lose the very first, which is that CS63. And all these tanks on the 2 line from them, these 279s, are being put in a position to hold. But the problem right now for 3-star is not the fact that they're not pushing into their dead, it's the fact that the hill is being lost. And the hill being lost will put everything on the 2 line in crossfire.
Yeah, these Dravex as well are going to just be stuck in this courtyard area. I mean, the only things that they can move with is the size 4 or Type 5 and Dravik that are going towards the 8 line, but I mean, these tanks are also stuck on 1-2, so it's going to be very difficult for W to get out of this.
Kind of pushing up a little bit, needs to be careful, but this is a slaughter. It's a slaughter waiting to happen, to be honest. I mean, look at the tanks there, tracers coming in from the hill, the 2 line angles from everywhere, from the 1 line as well. It's just not, like, they're just sitting there.
Yeah, they're not moving. Well, you'd think they would go into try and courtyard or something just to get out of it, but yeah, they just want to sit there and, I guess, wait to die. I don't know.
I mean, this is just like a pocket of resistance that's being crushed right now. It's a tough watch, guys. If there's any younger viewers, please close their eyes because it's not pretty.
It really isn't. I'm surprised they're not moving at all, though. You would have thought. I mean, Pilter's right there, so you would have thought he would have been making a decision to do something, but I don't know. Maybe he's just
molded.
Up already. I don't know.
Maybe he's molded. It's possible. I mean, what are they supposed to do though? At the same time, it's understandable, but like, you know, it's 7,000 HP, 2 guns as well. Manera is getting pushed by Nepal though, so you know there's that, because they're starting to retake the hill from the 3-star side, but I don't think this is something that Kylie's gonna let happen. I mean, there's 4 tanks pushing back across the 8 line, which then can go 0 line, which can take back the hill, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Click getting surrounded there and isolated and killed. But IS4 somehow managing to somehow get up the hill from the north side. A bit odd, but I think he will be also chased down and killed, and then the Dravik that's coming up the hill will just fight an E5, and I can't see the health on the E5, but I'd imagine he's quite healthy.
He's pretty low actually on the hill. He's 800. Yeah, he's 800. Took some shots from the lower side, I think. Nonetheless, so there's that, but nonetheless,
7k up, so.
Yeah, he's still shooting them on 1-2 lane as well. You know, so like Milo will arrive to kill him, but the game is over. Kind of similar results as we saw for Invil on the lower side push.
Yeah, very similar. Just pushing into a fully set up 1-2 basically, and yeah, that doesn't go very well.
No, I mean, you know, Kylie's just waiting and lingering in the positions, and they find great success, find the kills, find the positions. It's not. It doesn't have to be hard, you know. If your opponent is pushing into you and you're fully set up, it's rather enjoyable.
Yeah. I mean, it's what you kind of want every game if possible, but beggars can't be choosers. I mean, hopefully Invil can just put this game past them and just say it's just unlucky opener, and yeah, move on to the next round.
Tough for the side, very tough for this to happen. It is what it is, though. You know, they lose the first round. They gotta be careful because it's best of 5. Unlike Invil, you know, which was in the best of 7, you can lose 2 and still, you know, it's very playable. But playing against Matchpoint is always hard, especially for a team that hasn't played that much together as a group. To be honest.
Yeah, it's gonna be very hard to get their spirits up. But I don't know. Maybe people will start going a bit more hill-sided just to kind of stop these holds on 1-2 from being as punishing as what they are. But yeah, I mean, just not nice to watch if you're a W fan anyway.
If you're a W fan, yeah, you hope that you close your eyes throughout that, because sadness and sorrow is the only thing you're getting out of that, to be honest.
Yeah,
well,
pretty
good round from Kylie, you know, waiting, getting the damage, getting the kills, good stuff by them. Exactly what is needed, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, the CS peeking out front just first. I mean, IOS just blowing up, not even getting a shot off, and the other CS did 3k, but yeah, not great. I'm surprised they sent double CS there, to be honest, but I don't know. I mean, that group that Piotr was with just needed to move or do something to have a chance, but yeah, I mean, just not a lot of damage from anyone, really. I mean, Clown's doing just a lot of farm on the hill with 5.6, so yeah, he was farming away. He was loving life on top of that hill.
Yeah, he's probably just unhappy that it was in an E5.
Yeah, probably.
If you're in a Dravats there, you were uncontested. E5, you know, they are gonna pen you over time. This should.
Yeah. I mean, at least you have more heat pen, I guess, from that range, but shooting at sides, I guess, so it wouldn't matter.
I guess the APCR would even be superior, you know?
Yeah, probably, I guess, for going through tracks and stuff, yeah.
Well, 1-0 for Kylie. They didn't really have to do much, except for wait for 3XR to push into them. We're flipping the sides now, of course, and does this play into 3XR's decision-making, you think, in terms of what they want to do, how they want to push?
Hey, maybe they'll just do the same thing and just wait for Kylie to push. It's copycat.
Sit behind the corner, wait for the timing. It's just a bit... the problem there for Kylie is also if you wait too long, you run into timing issues, though.
Yeah, if they take the hill off you for free and then you're forced to repush, it's yeah, then it's not going to go well for you.
Oh, because they're usually already pushing off of 0 line at that point as well, going towards your base. You're still pushing down. It's a hard game.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, maybe they'll just do some YOLO push for W and make sure it's better this time. Maybe. I guess from north, I feel like it's a bit better to push into a hold. At least you can stop in the courtyard maybe a little bit and then rotate some tanks to hill.
If you wait for your opponent to be spotted, you can never be surprised.
This is very true. This is great knowledge.
This is how I won all my tournaments.
Yeah, I'll take that advice for the next time I am in one then.
Next, well, not next to OLS, the one after, potentially, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Like 7 tanks in the base. What about the camp? Do you think it's a viable strategy?
I think Invil fought it. Who was it? The camped? I think it was either Kylie or Rix. I think one of the Ukrainian teams camped from south, and Invil did win that. But I think they probably would have lost that actually because their lineup was very light. I think it was like 10 Dravex or something, and I just think Kylie or Rix just didn't play that well.
Well,
Oh,
I did ask the question.
yeah,
I promise I did not know.
yeah.
That's 13 type 5s. I need 4 and I need 100.
Yeah, and for W, it's not looking pretty with double
Ben.
IS4, 2279, 1CS, and the rest Dravex. No meat there. It's going to be rough.
The one downside, of the Dravids, which I've been told compared to the old Chief, is the roof. You know, it gets H-sheet super hard by type 5s.
Really? Oh, I didn't know. Actually.
So I've been told.
Dude, can I get overmatched by anything?
I think they were just talking about like if you go on the cap, you just take so much damage from the types. I think they might even be able to just pen straight to the roof with AP, but also just HEing them down.
Yeah. I mean, 1e4 taking a hit already. Surprised he takes one hit. Guess Milo hit him, but yeah.
He got stuck in the traffic jam.
No, did he? Unfortunate for them. But I think W know what Kylie are doing at the moment, so they will just take all positions. I guess they're just making sure that the hill is clear in case they're doing some funny trap on the hill. But I think this might be a long game.
Topadipa is the one guy that forgot his film modes.
Oh yeah, he's what, 200 health less.
160, but yeah.
Okay, mathematician.
I think that's the difference between field modes and no field modes, huh?
Unless he's, I mean, it must be, I guess. I mean,
I don't know how much experimental HP would make the difference.
HP is probably like what, like 40 less or something, maybe 50.
It's really interesting. I mean, Kylie is not even defending H3, H4, what people would call Mercedes in that area, but instead they're just chilling on the K line. They really just want to draw 3XR close and then go for the repush.
Yeah, I know Invil broke this by going 1-2, and I guess it was Kylie that did do this camp last time, and they just didn't have enough in the K line to kind of counter it. But at the same time, I feel like giving up Mercedes for free is, I don't know if I like it.
Then again, 3XR doesn't know that Mercedes is undefended. For now.
This is true. I mean, if Pilter peeks around that corner, then maybe he might see, but I think he's probably a bit too afraid to peek on it.
I mean, he might sidescript it, but they could also still be hiding inside of it. I mean, Mentos is spotting, so they might have a clue that there's nothing really there, because Mentos is looking as well from the 2 line towards that angle, where somebody would be looking back at him. Piotr is playing up on the H line now as well, so Nepal and Chucky will be able to cross over, at least towards Manera.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this, I mean, I guess this push will actually not be too bad for W. This punishes, I mean, it's what, 5 tanks aiming. I mean, one of them probably blows up, but afterwards they need to deal with being repushed by another 9 Type 5s, basically, so.
Itox immediately takes one from the E4, making the HP a little bit worse. They're going into this with a deficit of 11,000, well, roughly 11,000 HP. They will lose the initial trade as well, so you could see like a 13k gap, maybe even 14k, depending on how much they shoot the crossing. And then you're gonna get repushed by about 47,000 HP. It will be very hard, honestly. It will be very, very hard.
Yeah, I mean, your focus fire needs to get out these guns first, but I mean, you're gonna probably lose 1 or 2 before you get into the cap and start pressuring, so. Yeah, I don't like W's chances, to be honest, here.
I think they've figured out that Mercedes is empty.
Yeah, it looks like they are pressuring up from either side now to try and get them in crossfire with Sunshine.
They're starting to peek though. Like and Milo looking for the peaks against Sunshine. Piotr peeking as well, and now they're pushing across the K line at the same time. It's an all-out peek. They're actually just going for the damage first as well, and now there needs to be a repush immediately from Kylie. They're doing just that. They realize that they need to get in there. That's the march of the Type 5. Manera goes down in just an instant. It is still 8,000 HP lead for Kylie, who are going to find a kill in return. Klur pretty low as well, and it's a push back across. Mentos is actually dead in his CS63, and they're just washing over over this cap attempt right now. Can they get the focus fire out from either team? It is lowering in terms of the gap, how much there is in between, but these Type 5s, they have big alpha, so as long as they stay alive and can dish out the shots, then who knows what's possible. But right now, 7,000 lead for Kylie. If they can clean up this gap effectively and get out of the crossfire a little bit, they could be okay, and they look to be okay as well, as it's Miku and Brainbreaker left on this gap. They're dead. There's just not enough guns here from W to really do the damage towards this. They're getting repushed. They're getting killed as well. W is bringing it closer. You know, it's 5,000 HP back to 6,000, but it's not close enough, I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, Miku's basically the only one left in this just massive tanks here, but I mean, somehow he still doesn't have a full hold down with the amount of tanks that are around, and Language is going to probably kill him in a few seconds. I mean, Evil as well is just blocking the road. I mean, they did quite well here with Kylie. I think they just blocked the roads with the Type 5 so they couldn't even crossfire.
It's gonna be a match point for Kylie. They end up winning this round with this camp as well. Yeah, they became closer than it was initially though. It was about 10,000 HP. They're going to have like 7,000, 6,000 of it left when they all die. So trade for trade, W traded better. It's
yeah, I mean,
believe it,
pretty close.
They pure HP, they traded better, but they need to do more than that. You need to trade amazingly.
I do wonder if this will affect people playing against Kylie, if they're going to pick Himmel, and well, if they pick Himmel, they're going to be probably a bit scared of this camp, so maybe they'll pick a bit more E100s or Type 5s to kind of make sure that this camp is a bit easier to break than having 11 Draviks like W had this game.
Thinking back to it, I'm thinking what would be the most optimal way of approach. I don't even think it's that much K-line. It's when you play like this, I think 3-line is the way. Still, pressuring up from the 3-line, peeking, killing the guys on that cap side, right? While at the same time pressuring K-line, right?
Yeah.
And forcing them to push back into your big group of tanks on the 3-line. And if you see them start coming from behind, you're re-pushing yourself into the group, if that makes sense.
Yeah, if they had that 3-line area, I think they had what, 4-line or 5-line, like with the 279. But yeah, if they had a few more on the 3-line instead that don't get caught as well when they, especially when you re-push out of the K-line. I think that 1279 blew up. I think it was like with 800, he just blew up, and Itok's doing not. I mean, 2.2 is okay, but I think he also took some punish. So, you know, if they're on the 3-line, they get some free shots. They don't get repushed as well.
You get more shots. You get more shots when they're coming back in as well. You know, because they have to come around the corner into the 4-line.
Yeah.
And then they have to cross another corner, and then you have the opportunity that some people are going to be going from the K-line back into the 2-line to flank the 3-line from behind, which isolates those people and gives you an opportunity to actually push forward into the group.
Yeah.
It's still going to be super tough, though, nonetheless.
Yeah, very tough. Very tough.
Kylie's attacking first on Fisherman's Bay.
Yeah, also kind of rough, because, you know, South is probably the better side on Fisherman, so... I mean, you'd put bets on Kylie here if you're a gambling man, I guess, but... My prediction, I think, is in the dirt, but... unless Kylie win. I think I put Kylie, I think, right?
No.
Did I not? Oof. I did not. It's rough.
Panther was the one that put Kylie.
Damn. Maybe he is right, after all.
Well. It is what it is. I mean, Kylie show up strong today. So far.
Yes. Some nice... I mean, unlucky first game for W, I think. Could have done maybe a bit more to make it... maybe... possibly playable, but yeah, the second game was just a nice strat from Kylie, really.
Yeah, no, it's just solid, you know, for Kylie. I mean, it works out. It's just so much HP overloads that it ends up working. You know, you could even replace 1 or 2 types. You know, I don't know, you know, add an MBTB in between it. You know, why not?
I mean, I feel like E100 is a bit better. Maybe a few E100s just to have a bit more DPM in this fight, but I don't know. I guess if you can clip with the MDBs and get a tank out, then I guess it is slightly better.
You know, just parked in the middle there in front of the cap. He just clips and dies, whatever. Just 2.4.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I think it was what, the E100 or Sunshine in the Type 5 that's got focused out first. So yeah.
Monera.
That was Monera. Okay.
Yeah.
So Monera in the E100.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. I mean, does he get that many shots off though? If they all just peek around the corner and give him one shot each, then he dies, no?
if you play in between them, there's no way for them to do that. There was like four or five tanks. There was like 4 or 5 tanks there, so I think you can avoid the MBT getting focused. But nonetheless, Fisherman's Bay it is. 2279 and EBR, triple I7 and 8 Travets for 3XR.
For Kylie, no EBR, 1 Hori, was it 5 to 7-9s, 5 IS7s and 4 Dravics.
So neither team, neither team. 3XR going for the light versus Kylie's no light. Mentos has a big game to play, especially on defense.
You'd imagine he's defense, so yeah, I guess maybe he's going to open probably in the mid, I guess, to get all the info there. And he does. He's going to these little bushes here. He spots out, I mean, quite a nice spot here. He spots both 279s. Got 3 tanks going towards the 1-2. He might spot a bit more as well. These Dravics as well. They're a bit late. Yeah, he does. So, I mean, full info for W.
In the meantime, they're pressuring the city a little bit already. Mentos is literally just chilling in those bushes, opting not to go back. The city is now spotted out as well. Nepal's the first one leading in there, taking some damage on Nepal, taking some damage on Miku as well. Monera hitting a shot, so Kylie doing a good job at hitting the tanks on the crossing at least. Another good shot there, and with 279 it's not that easy to hit those effectively either. And I will say by Kylie's pen ratio so far, pretty solid.
Yeah, these 279s, I mean, they're not known for their pen anymore after being nerfed, but yeah, here comes the push on Shaki. Shaki's pushing onto the press, he's pushing him out, so he has easier shots. Maybe mid can hit him. Pilter, though, in the meantime, also being pushed by 4 tanks. He's going to be blowing up.
I mean, he is going to sit there and die in his regular IS-7. They're pushing over, they're continuing through as well, and W may be making a mistake here of holding 1-2 lines just a bit too long instead of backing away from it. Piotr gets rolled up and over. Chucky dead on this crossing as well. Milo and Klurf, they do get into this hole, but Templeton is still angled up in that 279, and in the meantime, they're running over the middle. They do find Clownzik and Evilok, who have went to reinforce the middle, which I think is a mistake from Kylie. They didn't need that, but in return, they are finding success back on the 1-2 line. They find Rishek. There's another one at A1 who will fall as well. Evilok trying to extend his life, and there's some damage coming back in towards Cytox as well, who's peeking around the corner. It is an HP lead for Kylie, but the gun advantage is for 3XR, and of course, if they can utilize Mentos well, they will slowly but surely be able to pick up maybe this K6 pocket as well. So 3XR, name of the game is slowing down the game as much as possible.
Yeah, they need to slow down, use these guys in, what was it, K8 with this I7 and Dravik, and slowly try and kill these people on the rock on K5. I mean, Templeton, I feel like he should be shot from mid, no? I thought there was a shot from mid on that position, but I guess he's not. I guess there's no shot since he's not going down, but I mean, these guys in the 1-2 line need to come and repush probably the mid, and I mean, if they can get into the mid again, they probably win the mid here, because Like and Itox are both low HP.
Are there shots from Kano and Deepa's position on towards Like? I think there are, but maybe it's out of render because that shot exists, and Templeton is now starting to die actually from angles. The other 279 on the rock is also dead, and the HP lead has disintegrated in the meantime due to the fact that the middle has been lost for the side of Kylie, and they had that double Dravets repushing that middle for not too many reasons, and I think we can see the result of that right now.
Yeah, I mean, these double Dravets getting caught in mid is just not good for Kylie. I mean, just losing 2 guns, not for free, but not very well. I mean, I would imagine they both did like 1,000 and they just went down, and it just seems to be like a snowball effect for Kylie. I mean, they pushed out 1-2, they needed 5 for it because there was 3 there, but I mean, afterwards they sent 2 double I7 back, but I don't think that's like all you need. I think you just needed to pressure over the mid and get the kills in the mid, but I mean, I think it was probably over by then. I mean, Templeton being shot out there, he's probably the last kind of keystone on that flank, and yeah, he just gets crossfired from mid.
Well, W is going to hold on, at least. They pick up their defensive side on Fisherman's Bay. So 2-1, showing signs of life at least. This one was a tough round though, and I think Kylie had a real opportunity to close this. But again, double Dravets going early on the 4 line instead of waiting for the double I7 to join and then pick up the middle that way. you know, there's, I don't know. I don't think the double Dravets going that early achieved anything. If they were sitting on the 3 line, they would have at least countered Mentos and be giving shots on towards the middle guys as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think they could have done either. I think maybe even going back to K5 to maybe even repush the 9-0 could have been possible with them double Dravex, but yeah, just going to the mid, dying for free, basically is, yeah, kind of just what cost Kylie here. Because they were doing everything else was quite well. I mean, they traded well on 9-0, they got the kills on 1-2, it was just, yeah, the mid.
Nonetheless, W pick up a round. They need another one. Yeah, hopefully. They need another one. This was a tough round. It's a hard-fought round. They do end up getting it as well. One more. And Tiebreaker. What was the Tiebreaker map again?
I think it was live, folks. I think. So, I mean, you'd want to pick probably south on that side, probably, if you're attacking. I don't know who has the fastest attack right now. I think it was probably Kylie, I guess, on Himmel.
The first Himmels, I guess,
Yeah,
probably.
Probably, yeah. So they will get the pick unless somehow W win this next game very quickly.
I mean, W hasn't won any attacks yet, you know?
No. Yeah, that doesn't help their case.
Yeah, because they were just defending on Fisherman's base, so fastest attack definitely in favor of Kylie so far.
Yeah, yeah. We'll see though. Maybe they'll pull it back in the next game. Oh, nice damage from Lucan here. 6-3. Where was he? He's in mid?
No, I think he was on the 9-0 line, no?
I can't remember exactly, but yeah, nice damage from him anyway. I mean, no other real standouts. I mean, Ho-Ri doing 3.5, you'd kind of expect a bit more with the amount of tanks in the mid, but especially as he's K5, you can shoot either mid and the 9-0, but I mean, the pen rate's not good either. Like 11.65 for a Ho-Ri is not nice.
No, the Ho-Ri needs to... Like, I mean, the Ho-Ri going K5 is usually not that great anyways. Kano, I think, has a better game on the 4 line, and then you leave or send another Dravets instead. You know, I don't think the Ho-Ri wants to be there. I think he wants to just be around the 4 line and looking down the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if he's on full line, and probably these double Dravix that went mid had probably a bit more cover, I guess, to play on. But with the Ho-Ri and K5, that can't really help. I mean, I think he shoots Itox when they were chasing him around the building, but other than that, I guess he didn't do that much.
Well. So Lucan had a good game. Very good pen ratio. They need another one of those Lucan battles.
Yeah, they really do. They need to put themselves back onto match point. Hopefully get to Live Oaks and hopefully win from there.
I mean, Live Oaks by itself is going to be a difficult story if we end up getting there. But first, we have another Fisherman's Bay. And, you know, in this one, Mentos was annoying, though, at least in the EBR. Cutting between enemy lines, getting behind, cutting off rotations. It's not that easy.
No, I mean, he played a very nice game there. I think he, like at the end, he was basically on the 3 line where the Ho-Ri should have been. And, yeah, he was just causing all havoc around them. I don't know how much damage he did last game. I couldn't see, but I didn't notice, but I'd imagine he's probably got like 2k there.
I don't think it did that much.
Yeah, I would have thought he's shooting into the back of like K5 on that rock where the Ho-Ri was, but
Yeah, but it's still an EBR. He needs a lot more time, though.
yeah, I guess it's like a minute he needs of constant shooting. But he got all the info in the beginning anyway, so W kind of knows what the enemy team was doing. And that's probably the most important thing for the EBR to know.
Yeah, I mean, he gave really good info on 1-2 line. I think they were pretty confident pushing the city. As they should have been at that point, with how many times they spotted.
Yeah. But Kylie bringing back the 140, 479s, double I7, and the rest Dravix.
3XR, EBR, 140 as well, triple 6 I7s, actually triple, double 279 and E100 and quad Dravet. So no light versus a light again. Mentos again has a big game, needs to do a lot of spotting.
Yeah, you would think he probably opens 1-2, gets all the info on 1-2 and people going 1-2 and mid, but well, W going very heavy mid here.
Where's Kylie? Right,
Kylie.
both teams. So what is the split off? 2 tanks City, 2 tanks City, 3 tanks, 4 tanks 1-2 for Kylie versus 2-1-2 for 3XR with TBR.
Yeah, God here taking the nice position out wide here. Nice hold down here. Kind of stops anything crossing in the mids, but I don't think W will probably care about this.
It looks like Brainbreaker's simply just pushing right up to him in that IS-7. Gives them a shot immediately, and now Kylie pushing across. Even with seeing all of this, they're just going for it. The press basically dead already, and Brainbreaker is shooting it off against God, and Click is starting to peek from behind. These Dravitzes are trying to put some shots in as well, but they cannot deny the peeks. There's simply too much HP being involved into the fight right now to deny any sort of peek onto this area. They will lose that IS-7 over time, and Manera needs to pull back. He's getting shot by the Dravitz from behind as well, and this middle positions are not really working out right now for Kylie. You can see them trailing HP because of it as well, even though they didn't have a light tank. They're now starting to re-pressure the 1-2 line, which is the correct move. They gotta keep some tanks focused and trained on towards the mid though, because if 3XR sees this, they should be pulling the trigger themselves on towards this middle, maybe go for a little bit of a re-push themselves, push through if they can. They were trying to pick up that double 279 that's up front. Piotr, you can see him leading the charge in the I-7. They do realize that there's a lot of tanks moving down 1-2 line, so they're opting to push down the middle in return into Evil, Sunshine, and Aphrodite, and those are Dravitzes, not 279s, so they don't play that position just as well. And right now, you could say that I think 3XR is making a good move, and the problem for Kylie is the fact that they have 4 tanks pushing down 1-2. That's a little bit too much, and a double tank in the city, Laveliard and 9, which are now getting overpushed as well, and 3XR is finding those isolations right now in a very, very good manner.
Yeah, these people on 1-2 are just pushing into nothing. They will eventually get into this 140 and Dravik, but I mean, this crossfire is really painful to push into, and they will have help from mid, so I don't think this 1-2 will go very well. And yeah, these people in city also being caught. I mean, the health was quite even for a bit, but I mean, W finally pulling out ahead with 2k up. So yeah, I mean, they're definitely in the driving seat here.
Sunshine down to a 1 shot. IOC will die in the 1-2 line. Sunshine goes down to Chucky. Clownzik and Templeton trying to pick up the pieces here. Clownzik will make the peak, takes one more, takes another one then even from the back lines. Evilok now is the next one on the chopping board, and it looks like 3XR have found their stride in this one. EBR sneaking through as well. This middle aggression against this amount of tanks middle from 3XR is almost always a mistake.
Yeah, it's very surprising that they pushed across here with these 279s and just, I mean, just got crossfired from everywhere, really. I mean, City, 1-2, mid also as well. So, yeah, very surprising by Kylie to just push into this. But, yeah, I mean, they knew as well from a God crossing. So, yeah, just an odd decision there to push across.
Well, it will be tiebreaker. And it will still be Kylie picking the side, I think.
Yeah, it should be. My prediction's looking pretty good, but
Who's mine, no?
yeah, I think we both went 3-2.
Yep.
W, yeah.
Yep.
So
It would be really funny for Banter to be piping up since the beginning of the broadcast, and then after 2 matches actually be behind. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, it would be quite funny. He has to make his next 2 predictions carefully, I think, so he's not behind.
Yeah, and you see the problem there with pushing down 1-2 with 4 versus just 2, right? You need fire on the middle. The 7 line also got isolated. If they want to do something like this, the 7-8 line needs to back off, which is a hard call to make. They need to go really far back and create a layer of crossfire, kind of like Miku did, right?
Yeah, I mean, if they use this house on the D5, D6, and they manage to get back to A6 with these double Duravik, this crossfire is quite potent, but I mean, they just didn't. They sat in city for a bit too long, and they got overpushed by, I think, like 3 or 4 tanks, and yeah, they just got caught.
Mentos may even find himself Clownzik in the Dallas. He does pick up the kill. 3 tanks left standing. They know that they've got this in the bag, and I think Kylie's just making sure to extend the timer just in case it was close, but I think they're already thinking about live oaks. I somehow feel like they're picking the fence and parking the bus.
Yeah, definitely. Clearly the camp on Himmel worked, so maybe a camp will work again, so we'll have to see.
I wouldn't be surprised if they park the bus again.
No, I wouldn't be. I mean, this 9-0 camp from north is kind of annoying to deal with, but maybe it won't be as much as a surprise. And I mean, you can't really camp with 11 Type 5s this time, so.
Have you tried?
I haven't, but
Exactly.
yeah, I guess we'll have to try it at some point.
I mean, it's definitely a strategy I could see a clan like Gifted run.
Okay, man. We're not known for camping, okay?
Not really known for anything, no?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Very hostile.
What time zone are you guys playing in maneuvers?
Well, we're splitting up. I'm going to PA, and some people are going to Tilt. So.
Wow!
Yeah.
Giving up the fight, huh?
Well, we did 12 teams in Gifted last time and got third, and yeah, planning for that was a nightmare. So I've given up. Don't want to plan anymore.
Understandable, to be honest.
The drama that happens in campaign is incredible, honestly.
Is it? Is it these days?
You would be surprised.
People are losing too much and not getting points.
Well, that doesn't help. No.
Well, 2-2 between these two. As mentioned, I'm pretty sure Kylie gets to pick the tiebreaker side. Ian said that Livebox is the tiebreaker, so I'm going to trust him on that one.
I might just double check, you know, just to
make sure.
Yeah. Yes, it is Livebox.
Yeah, Kylie won the Himmels in 4 minutes and 28 seconds, so they get the pick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Livebox is, South is the better side, but, you know, you can set up some...
I'm telling you they pick defense.
Yeah. Well...
Yeah, I don't know yet, but I have got this feeling.
You have a feeling. No confirmation, though.
I don't see why my feeling would be wrong, you know?
Yeah, I mean... You're always right, I guess, right? So...
Am I?
Most of the time.
Thanks. You too.
Thanks. I gotta, you know... Gotta be nice to you so I can come back, maybe, you know?
Wait, hold up. It's Kian that controls the strings here.
Well, you could put a good word in for me, you know? I mean, banter's here, so, like...
You know, if they ask banter back, you know...
Anything's possible.
So yeah, Livebox tiebreaker. We don't have a confirmation on both sides they've picked, but I think we'll know soon enough. Kylie picks attack. Seems I was wrong. I really was expecting them to camp, honestly.
Damn. Maybe W will camp.
No, I don't think so. I mean, they might play heavy 9-0, but I don't think they would opt to camp it.
Yeah, it's kind of rough from North, though. Playing full city is quite hard, but going 9-0, at least if you go full 9-0, you can either fight if they come, and if not, you can just sit and wait for them to come in.
The classic advanced strategy. We go 9-0 line with everybody.
Yeah.
If they come to fight us, it's fine, it's a quick game. If they don't, we camp and we just say we took our half of the map.
Yeah. I mean, you can't really repush. Well, it's really hard to repush when you just have full 9-0, so yeah, just forced to sit and wait.
I mean, there's the old strategies, you know, you like go 9-0 line, then you group up on A line, you wait for them to pressure south, you start repushing the city, because it usually takes a few minutes before they start pushing south, and then you play the game of time, which is also a very annoying thing to play against, because all of a sudden they're barreling down the A line with 10 tanks, and you're like, well, guess we gotta keep pushing 9-0 line.
Yeah, I know. I think some German teams did it. I think Nagi, he was in. Used to do that a lot in.
Raid used to do that.
Yeah, Raid as well. Yeah. So.
That's where I remember it from. So.
Again, not my time. I wasn't back playing in them times. I started playing like competitive in 2022, probably. So. Just to make you feel old. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, you can retire when you get your first fist. Doesn't even matter which one.
An A count?
No.
Oh, well, that's becoming significantly harder then.
On an A, we only count gold fists.
I could probably get into dopamine. Probably. I know Ferret. Ferret's a cool guy.
I haven't thought Ferret. That is not a good idea. We already have Dashty, bro. You know, relax.
Ugh, yikes. Yeah, that's fair.
You'd have to like 1v1 Dashty for the spot.
In what? Chief?
I don't know. Anything. 114 SPs on Cliff.
Oof. That's pretty difficult, man. I still like that's how Clueless are known.
Hey, look, another prediction. Another prediction. Kihan gets 100% wrong. Fantastic.
You were right about not listening to Kihan.
I'm telling you, you start picking up on this.
Yeah.
You know, for some people the decline is harsher than others.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know.
Pretty
You can
harsh
fill in
Kihan
the-
is what you're saying.
You can, I mean, that's what you're saying. I'm just saying that for some people.
Some people. Okay. I mean, you know, never mind. Kylie might get this in the Panthers then, right? So need to be careful.
I know. That's the downside, of course. You know,
This is
it could
true.
be back in the mix or just completely out of it. 3 XR, double ice, triple ice 7, double 140, double EBR, 8 Dravitzes, Kylie, double EBR, 5 IS7s, a 279 SCRV, and 6 Dravitzes. So, not that many differences. The double 140 is interesting though.
Yeah, I mean, you'd probably think not a 9-0 play with 140s, but I mean,
Why not?
I just think I don't know where they go. They're just worse against Dravix if you send them K0 and playing on H9.
I think if you're brawling in Zealand, you could still play the 140s close to the bridge. You know, just DPMing tanks that are crossing.
Yeah, I guess you could, but I guess there's a restart.
Both teams are just opting for a nap.
Yeah. I guess Clover's not in. He's not moved at all. Looks like Kylie got the information that there is a restart. So
A little bit of delay, but they ended up getting there nonetheless.
yeah, I mean,
this is where you check distance traveled and you realize if they were going bridge or 1-2 line.
can you check? Surely it's just the same distance. You're still going the same way, like.
Not really, 'cause I don't think it's the same distance. You have to turn on the bridge. Or near the bridge. So
If you're restarting this early, I don't think you're gonna go.
and then it's something to test. It's something to test, Ian, if there's a case, you know.
I will in the future. Don't worry. So I know for next time.
If you make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, of course.
Did Gifted ever make it to the playoffs?
No, I've FC'd I think 3 teams to final of the quali.
Uh huh.
So
But they've never made it to groups.
No, I've never made it to groups.
It's the first time for everything.
There is. I mean, you know, I'm just gonna say Gifted to holding me back. You know, if
So Gifted is holding you back.
yeah.
So how come you're not in the 3-star W team?
No one's asked.
Have you applied?
No, I don't know. There's an application form to fill in. I don't know.
Interesting. So we can talk about the start though, because it looked like both teams were kind of mirroring each other. There was a little bit of south for Kylie, 1-7 at the building, and the rest basically going 1-2 line, if I'm not mistaken, something along those lines. And from W, it looked like they were basically all going city.
Yeah, it looked like a few things on probably C6 on that hill, and yeah, everything else going towards the city at least. I guess they're using the 140s kind of as like STRV replacements, I guess. Kind of like Leos, maybe, just slightly better to fight in the end game. Kind of like when people use K91s,
Way
I
worse
guess.
at sniping though.
Yeah, they are obviously, but I guess people use K91s for like a little bit when it got the fully traversable turret and got buffed. It was like before 2.0, I think, a while ago. But yeah, I still think STRV is just obviously the best sniper, basically, probably in the game.
Yeah. I would assume so. So the lineups, of course, cannot change. So they're going to be playing the same. And I doubt there's going to be any changes in the opening game plan either.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt it. Maybe they are, listening in, and well, even though there's 10-minute delay, but, saying, well, there's distance traveled, there's this much, so they must be playing full city. Let's go camp.
Imagine.
Oh, what? What are you doing? Completely different.
Yeah, they're opting to go south instead.
Yeah. Maybe
Interesting.
have some more time to think about.
They had a
something
change
or
of
other.
they had a change of heart.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, W need to be quite careful. They don't just get. I guess they won't probably get overpushed. I guess there's not enough from Kylie going across. So it looks like they're ready for an underplay. By the looks of it.
Mentos getting spotted out. Needs to be careful. A lot of guns trained his way. And at the same time, Kylie's taking it very slow and methodical. Deepa crossing!
Still spotted. I guess he didn't know. Mentos is still in the bush spotting him.
In return, though, I mean, Dopadipa will say that there's a decent amount of tanks in the city because, well, they hit him. So, can Kylie take this as an advantage to do something against the set? No, W is resetting towards 9-0 line fully now.
I mean, both EBRs now down to 400 and 500 for Kylie, which is, I mean, not great. I mean, it's still playable, obviously, but yeah, it's not what you want to see. Can't really clear any EBRs now.
I feel like it doesn't really matter that much either, though.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like WR kind of going for this zero-line camp, so, I mean, if EBRs find some annoying positions in the water, it could be kind of annoying to get them cleared with only that much health.
Piotr's pushed up pretty far. There's still a lot of tanks behind this I7. But I don't think W will be making any moves anytime soon. And you can see Kylie in return starting to take over the city, but they have lost 2 minutes of the game time, of course.
Yeah, they do need to be a little careful. They still obviously have enough time for now, but they need to start probably doing something in the next probably 2 minutes, really, to setting up what side they want to push or how they want to push. But I mean, these EBRs are going to find some annoying positions, I think, and they will take even more time away from Kylie to push out. I don't think you can do this J-line repush for sure, so I feel like it's very limited options for Kylie now.
A-line is the best bet, always, almost.
Yeah, I mean, I like going zero-line, well not zero-line, J-line if possible, but most of the time, yeah, there's going to be an EBR there, maybe a 279 on the bridge with the carts destroyed so you can see under, so yeah. I mean, Jackie's leaving though.
I mean, Kylie's taking it very, very slow. I'd say on live hooks, your move 5 minutes is kind of like the last possibility to have time to rotate a little bit behind it, of course.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, Proco was like 6 minutes, and yeah, live hooks was about 5 really. But I mean, it's still taking their time. I guess are they still worried about people being C6? But I mean, they should have seen them probably by now. Really, so they should know that they're not there anymore, and off of that you know that they're going to be playing 9-0.
Well, they haven't taken under either yet as well though, like towards like C6, C7. The thing is, Trickside doesn't have a 279 to put at the building, so they could lose that position really quickly. Are they going to send the EBR after all, the low HP EBR?
Yeah, I mean, it's still a bit worrying for Kylie. I mean, it looks like they are going to do this A-line play, but I mean, by the time they're there, it's going to be 5 minutes, so they need to get a move on. And I guess W could actually do, I think, what you were saying with like what Germans were doing a while ago and just push out the K-line if they wanted to, and just put like 2 in E9, E8 and just spot the cap and yeah, just do it that way. But I mean, Pilter's getting all info as well. He's peeking quite deep on the K line, so he probably knows that there's nothing K3 anymore. So you do need to be kind of careful.
Templeton is looking for the repush here, immediately getting shot at. I said realizes this as well. They're backing off. They do get some information though about tanks that are still in the K line at the very least.
Yeah, I mean they know about this 140 and whatever's behind him. So I mean, I guess this was kind of like a bait, maybe, just to see what's actually there. But, Evil spotted on the A-line, so I think they know this push is coming.
And just with a little bit of a greedy approach, does find some spots out a little bit more now. Crystal leading the charge, and Kylie realize what's happening. Just as well as Trixar realize what's happening as well. They have that triple tank stuck in the south pocket, and you can see a big repush starting to come already towards the zero line, and the problem is nobody's going to be spotted on this crossing because they haven't established an EBR deep whatsoever, so they're kind of missing this information on the guys crossing over so far, giving the STRV. Finally, Brainbreaker does get spotted, takes a shot from the STRV, and the STRV is a very powerful asset for this though.
Yeah, if they play time, I mean, they don't have a lot of it for Kylie, but the STRV will find some very annoying angles to sit in. I mean, it'd be really nice if they had a guy in D7 right now just to kind of shoot the back of Miku, Lucan, and Brainbreaker, but looks like Kali is just going to have to push in here.
Kali's going to have to somehow make this happen. Crystal leading the charge on the 279, angling up, even trying to push Lukin out. And here comes the push from Kylie. Can they get the focus out, fire out on towards these Dravitas? Looking down towards the 2-shot. They have to get him out. Crystal is low in the 279, but can angle back up. And the R3 are reinforcing that pocket one more time. In the meantime, the crossover towards Monera's position. Evilok is dead in his own Dravats, but the SRV still putting in some shots. Templeton re-pushing as well in the south. It's not unfactored right now. And this is a problem there for that SRV. He's getting harassed by the double EBR, and he cannot be protected because Hellmind is dead. Chucky goes down towards the one-shot in return, but it's still him and Mentos versus just an STRV, leaving Dopa Dipa to go and try and reinforce this. Kylie so far have more HP though. Chucky down towards the one-shot, stuck behind the building. In the south, Kylie has one, but in the north, are they actually starting to win this or not? Who's coming out ahead? It does look like Kylie is doing a good job at it. Kano finds the kill on one of those EBRs and now will start blasting back towards these Dravats. He's little bit of space created by killing that one EBR. Mentos comes back in after killing his EBR, but it's not going to matter at this point. If they can pick up Miku, if they can find it, then Mentos has all the HP in his team with 1400. It's 4k against 8k, and it does look like Kylie with this alien pressure has found enough to make this happen. Even with it being spotted W, just not enough guns in the game, not enough damage to really make this happen, and they will be out of the tournament, and it will be Kylie to continue through to get a match against Rix in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, I mean, quite weird from W. I feel like they should be punishing this cross like a lot harder, but they all just wanted to get into this little area on this house and just fight there. But I feel like they could have bled them like 4k or something and then repushed off of it. But yeah, they just decided they want to take the position.
I feel like this is the kind of game where you're actually pressuring out south, not north.
Yeah, I do think so as well, actually.
You punish the crossing. The EBRs are low HP, so they're 500 and 500. Which means Mentos can play the 9-line bushes or whatever, which is super hard to clear. You know that as well, because you have to drive over it when getting punished, and the EBRs would be delayed from being able to put pressure on the cap in return, and you push over the south, you kill the pocket of tanks that is there, even if they're running away, and you start pressuring the cap yourself.
Yeah, that would have been, I think, a lot better of a decision for W, but yeah, they chose to push or re-push the 9-line. 9-0, and yeah, I mean, did no punish on their initial push for Kylie, and yeah, then they just got into better positions, made the crossfire. W dead.
Yeah, no, I mean, W could just leave the guy on 0-line, play behind him, start retaking under at the same time, pressure south. There's so many things they could have done there.
Yeah, a lot of decisions. I guess, I mean, Pilter made the decision and wasn't a good one. It's sometimes what happens.
So the cookie crumbles. Kylie will move on to face off against Rix to then decide who's going to play off against Invil. Taking a look at the damage board here, the STRV actually coming out on top. He had a tough game because he was getting YOLO'd by EBRs in his position.
He fired a lot, 38 shells shot.
A lot of blinds.
Yeah, a lot of blinds. I mean, IOS doing quite good damage in this 140 as well, though. 5.5. But yeah, not enough. No.
And it's weird because W did have enough information to make the assessments out of, right?
Yeah, they did. I mean, they spotted this A-line really early, and they knew about these 3 tanks in the south as well, from them peeking out wide, so yeah, just bad decision-making, I guess. Unfortunate for W. It was in their hands for sure.
It is what it is, so at the end of the day, you know, the better team moves on. Rix plays off against Kylie, and that is going to be an interesting one as well, because Rix dominated Kylie already earlier on in the tournament. Can they do the same thing?
I think so. I mean, they did look very strong against Invil. You know, if they play that Sun River, they should really be in the final right now, so you would think Rix will win that game.
You would think so, but of course, again, it's a best of 5.
This is obviously true.
And a best of 5, many things can happen. Yeah, for 3XR, you know, we expected maybe a little bit more from them than what we have seen, and maybe in the next tournament together we will see them once more do better. But for now, that's enough from us. We're gonna take a little break. When we come back, we're gonna see the lower bracket finals, but before that, let's take it away with a little bit of replays.
processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the lower bracket finals of the AMD Clan Showdown March over here in Europe. And, well, if the past two matches are anything to go by, I think we're in for a treat, Bunter.
Yeah, it's been a couple of tiebreakers today. My predictions have been bold, but they've paid off for me, so I'm quite happy.
We don't talk about mine. Please don't.
No, we love talking about you. The thing is, if you would do just that tiny bit better, then we have Ducky. I think that's and I need to step up a little bit here. But yeah, I mean, I did some bold predictions at the beginning of the day, and I wasn't unhappy about it. I think these Ricks and Kylie side are stronger than we give them credit for, and I think this 3XR side, it's not a nice thing to say. I mean, it's flashy because they have Piotr from Invil, but overall, I think in terms of just players, they were not actually as strong as we all saw them to be. I think the international teams of the past have been a bit stronger, and well, they're out now. But looking at these next ones, the Ukrainian lower bracket final derby, Rix versus Kylie, a lot of well-known players here from OLS and a lot of experience in it as well. And although we saw in the first day yesterday that Rix beat Kylie 4-1, I do think Kylie are actually closer to Rix than we give them credit for here.
Well, we'll have to see, but obviously you mentioned it. The deeper we go into the tournament bracket, kind of the more well-known, the more accomplished all of the players will be here. Of course, the decorations with badges not as, not as crazy for Kylie as we saw for Rix, but to be honest, like the players that we see here, all of them will be very, very achieved in their own right. Like there's not a single one where I need to tell you how to say it, right?
Yeah, this Kylie team as well, it's different from the Kylie teams of the past. I think they've added some better players, and a lot of them, they're quite well known from OLS. So we got obviously Aphrodite, Lankak, Iset, Leveliard, Clownzik, Kutsank. Like these are Sunshine even. These are all players who have played for the top OLS teams. Obviously Rix are that more famous side. They do also have a lot of well-known names there from the CIS region even before shifting over to EU. But Maps, Live Oaks being banned by Rix, Highway by Kylie. Again, this might be an entire tournament where we don't see Highway or Redshire. Himmelsdorf and Sun River being banned. Cliff chosen by Rix. Fisherman's by Kylie with a tiebreaker of Prokhorovka.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, with this best of 5, it's very, very important to get a strong start. I mean, Cliff immediately chosen here. And I think that goes to show that Rix just immediately want to go up and into the faces of Kylie and just establish that they are what all the casters believe to be true, and that is the better players here. Ian and me with the 3-1. Very unfortunate for Ian. I think he did follow my prediction because I was actually the one to put it in first. And both Ducky and you are saying it's going to be a rather close affair with the 3-2.
Ducky says 3-1 for me.
Oh, 3-1. Am I tripping? I might be.
On the spreadsheet it says 3-1 for Ducky, so I think he's just following the pack at the moment.
Now it says actually you 3-2 and all of us 3-1.
For me it says 3-2 and the rest of you 3-1. Yeah, that's what it is.
Maybe it was just updating, but that means that both Ian and Ducky copied my prediction. So let's see how well that goes for them, or maybe it goes well for me. Who will?
I learned this very early in the casting game. Rule number 1 of casting: never copy Kian's prediction.
Well, anyway, Rix and Kylie are going to kick off this lower bracket finals here, and Rix are bringing a Fiddy B together with triple CS63, triple IS7, and that makes 8 BZs.
Yeah, Kylie, pretty similar lineup, only adding an extra CS for 1 BZ, still with that singular 50B, so same country, same mindset maybe, but Rix have those IS7s that Kylie do not. opening-wise, Rix on the defensive, mostly going lower side with those CSs upper. Kylie going for a much more split approach. CS is all upper side with a mix of BZs, but triple BZ lower. So we'll need to see. Kylie could catch Rix in between a sandwich if they do this correctly, but opening wise they're not opting to go up. They're actually going to push straight through onto Katsang, Clownsick, Sunshine and Templeton. We'll need to see if they can focus them out. Some of them are turning to the right, but it looks like Kylie aren't actually going to cross to the donut, and they might. No, they are actually crossing to the donut now, but this is very slow by Kylie.
Very slow by Kylie. However, the 50B of Kylie is now on the reload, being chased by double IS-7 as the BZs have to take the brunt of the damage here. That is 3 of them. Templeton now turning sideways, making a shield for Sunshine and Clownsick. And in the meanwhile, Rix have also tried to repush into the donut, but here they're driving into the crossfire by the rest of the Kylie tanks. Delconix having to drop off on the left here as Language and Depressed are starting to take the crossfire positions, and that is not something that you want to push into if you're the team in yellow, as Laveliard is winning the 1v1 on the hill against Flash, who dies now. That is an additional position on the map that Kylie now have under their control. And keep in mind, Rix, they have double IS-7 out of the game right now. Exactly those tanks with the strong turrets that you would want in the hold down position. They're completely out of game.
Yeah, this is the issue with Rix's tactics. They push straight through, and pushing straight through is all well and good if you make those kills on the lower side, because then you have the tank advantage that you can use to re-push upwards, but they didn't make those kills, and now they're just stuck on the lower side in this turkey shoot. HP, it's bad, but it's not horrendous, but position-wise, it is all over right now for Rix on this low ground. Not enough HP to re-push back up. Almost 180 degrees of crossfire. No matter where you peek, you're gonna get shot in the side of the turret. This is just now gonna be a slow death of Rix. Sure, they might get Sunshine on this lower side. The Evolve bounces that one, so Sunshine will live just that little bit longer, but there should really be no way now that Kylie can lose this really on positions.
I mean, Sunshine finally dying. That is the lower ground presence gone for Kylie, who actually have lost quite a few tanks, 5 of them compared to the only 2 of Rix. But Laveliard in that Hurricane in the B5 position is going to make the life of the IS-7s and the BZ on the low side ever so hard. And that 50B, the problem becomes apparent. If it has a lot of open ground to cover and it cannot stand still, then it's not going to trade favorably. Keep in mind, Twilight and Beast with the IS-7s also on one-shots here. They cannot even peek against the Hurricane anymore as Little picks up Depressed. Laveliard responds with the Hurricane, though, Diable to fall.
Yeah, HP is closing, which is quite a surprise. Some bad trades on this Kylie side. With that HP advantage, with the gun advantage, there is a possibility for Kylie to re-push this. It's gonna be difficult. Obviously, there is that crossfire. You see Lankak on the left, Trash Panda, Minera, Crystal there, and on the right side is the BZ and CS, but it looks like it's coming now. Little take some damage. Copyat will take the most of it. They want to try and get out Minera and Lankak and Crystal, trying to eliminate that crossfire. The kills are not coming in on this Kylie side, and in the meantime, Crystal, Lankak goes down. Excellence in return by Evilok. They do want to try and make kills squeezy now, and Rix cannot let this game go slow, because if they get it to go slow, they're gonna start losing guns.
Well, the problem now for Rix is that they are still in this multi-layered crossfire. The G2 balcony that's being held by 2 tanks, one of them even a BZ-75. That is not something you can keep sustaining to push into. Paradise is going to be the playmaker from here on out. He has basically all the HP for the team of Rix that are still up by round about 1,000, but a salvo from the BZ-CS combination on the balcony might even be able to remedy the situation. Manera cannot really peek Trash Panda. He's basically a 50-50 against the enemy BZs, but he's facing off against an IS-7, so could take yet another shot of damage. And once again, as it calms down, Laveliard is driving to B5 with the Hurricane to open up yet another angle. They do even spot out the CS. It's a proxy, and Beast with the IS-7 to profit. So one of the CSs actually falls.
Yeah, the thing is right now for Rix, because they are defending, so they don't really need to make a play at the moment. But with that cap soon to be started, HP is like gold dust for Rix at the moment. The problem is 1,000 of that HP is on Mindbreaker, which is not the tank you want it to be on. Paradise has, again, a lot of the HP as we press the escape bar there, but he has that dead driver, which will make things a little bit annoying for you, for him. I mean, the nice thing about Kylie is that a lot of their tanks are not one-shots, right? So the CSs can both take shots for 50Bs. Little goes down in the meantime. Not sure where that was. I think the Hurricane from K1 picked him up, so nicely using that angle. But
I mean, he did definitely get spotted for it. It was Dopa Dupa, and he's now down towards one-shot, 8 HP. But to be honest, one would be enough to start up the cap. Laveliard finally able to boost up. He's going to find himself in a very nice crossfire position should Rix want to start up the action once again in the donut. For now, though, he does spot out Beast, and now Dopa Dupa, yeah, indeed, Beast falling. Dopa Dupa in the Hurricane, however, is going to put the timer on the team of Rix. This means Paradise is going to go close, and now the balcony positions, they need to come in as the Hurricane from A5 starts opening up. Paradise knows that he cannot sustain these trades. There's also shots going in towards Monera and Trash Panda. Good one by Mindbreaker. This is it. Do or die for the likes of Rix as Mindbreaker does 2 for 2 with the 50B. Now looking for more. Looking for Monera in that BZ75. The first shot doesn't connect, but he only needs one more to make Monera. One shot for the CS on the other side. He gets it. Paradise to shut it down. Only 4 tanks remaining for Kylie. One of those is on the cap. 2 of those on the balcony. This means Laveliard left to his own devices against Liberty.
Yeah, and it all falls apart for Kylie a little bit. There's still some potential in this game, but Paradise is going to be able to bully Godix here. Godix doesn't give one in return. It's Paradise. I'm not sure why he's opting not to shoot. His opponent finally decides to shoot, but the cap gets abandoned. He knows he can't maintain that one. Twilight and Mindbreaker try and get the position, so Icehead should be dying probably to Mindbreaker in a moment. And what looked like such a good game for Kylie, I think showing a little bit of an experience, just letting this one slip, considering that they had such better positions for most of this game.
I mean, the crossfire was there in the donut, even though the trades were maybe not the most favorable. Also, the map control was completely on Kylie's side, and yet still Rix managed to pick it up here. 4 tanks remaining, and I think at the end we just see a difference maybe in player skill between those two teams, because position-wise I do thoroughly agree with you. Kylie should have had this one in the bag, but Rix just steal it away. It's a robbery in broad daylight.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic because we play in a meta of BZs, and BZs basically the entire top of the tank is pennable. So you saw sometimes these Kylie tanks, they were peeking on the Rix tanks on the low ground. Now, if that was a Dravik or a Chief, you just pen and go back because you can't see the Cupola. But because the Cupola is so big on the BZ, they're able to shoot it from that low ground. So every time Kylie tried to trade, it was basically an equal trade, when if it was a different tank, it would probably be a positive one. So yeah, Rick showing that player skill on the even while being in inferior position, still able to trade equal or positively. So yeah, solid by Rix, able to come back from what did not look like good positions. I thought it was basically over, to be honest, because realistically, Kylie should never let a game like that slip from their fingers.
I mean, we do see some good damage numbers coming in. I mean, Twilight farming 4.4 with the ISM, but he was alive for a pretty long time. Same for Evil, but I think in a game like this, it's most important, like, your pen rates that you're doing, because some of those tanks are going to go down very, very early on. And here, it actually, I mean, the pen rate for Kylie, that might be the problem. That's a whole 5% difference that we see.
Yeah, but bear in mind the fact that they are in the high ground shooting down. I mean, in theory, they should have a better pen rate, but it's little things. I mean, they can make a difference. I mean, the CSs by Kylie played really well, actually. Like, Laveliard played really nicely. Same with Evilok. A lot of damage on those two. But it's just losing those BZs on the lower side and not being able to trade effectively for them really caused them a lot of problems. But yeah, it's a worrying sign, you know, because this is a game. When you're playing World of Tanks and you lose a game that you really should win, it does play on your mind a little bit. You start getting annoyed, and especially if it's the first game in a best of 5. Best of 5 is not a lot of time. It's a lot of the times it can be less than half an hour. So it's going to be a reset, and well, they played. Sorry.
Like, the thing as well is, I feel like Cliff can be such an unforgiving map because, well, it can be, like, it can feel large, and sometimes the distances at which you fight are, you know, rather big as well. Say if you're trying to snipe from the hill, trying to snipe from this position in particular as well, not just kidding, A5 and B5 as well. But at the same time, every mistake that you do make is going to get punished immediately. So yeah, it's kind of crazy in this regard how much Rix were able to bring it back.
Yeah, but well, I was gonna say, I mean, they did play from the worst side of how to say, Rix played from the worst side and still managed to win, so they made it work. So now we're gonna need to see if Kylie can pull something back on in theory the worst side. And looking at the lineups here, Rix double 50B, double CS. What's that? 5 IS7s, 1 E5, and the rest is BZs.
And for Kylie, we have the quadruple CS, the double 50B, and the rest is just BZs as well. I'm very interested where Rix are going to send the E5, to be honest. That is not a usual tank for Cliff. That doesn't mean it's a bad tank. It's just that we don't really see it very often. So
you do see it sometimes. They normally put it on D5, so if the enemy over pushes the mid, you have some high DPM tank that can do a lot of damage from behind. I mean the tank is nice, obviously. The only issue being it has that cupola, but IS7's going lower side, a lot of damage being taken. Beast double tracked. He will probably just make it, actually. I expected him to die because the track symbol was above his head, but he makes it. But the repush from the BZ is going him in, so he is not long for this world. Little takes a lot of damage there as well. Big aggression by Rix in this middle. Beast finally goes down. Twilight's trying to run, so donut control taken by Kylie, but Crystal gets absolutely eliminated there. Bit of a missed position. Focus fire is really nice for Rix, but now you can see the tanks from Rix. They're turning, they're boosting, they're going towards this donut. They're going to reinforce their brothers there and repush it. That's going to force Kylie to re-aggress this middle.
Well, let's see how that one's going to go, because the reinforcements from Rix, they have arrived in the donut, and they are going to repush, but the tanks by Kylie, they're hull down. It's a menacing prospect. That's why we see them hesitating. As Excellence, Delconics, all of them are just waiting because they see the BZs from Kylie also are there ready to give side shots. That probably was the opportunity for them. Now it is kind of wasted. The heavy tanks by Rix up in the air, not really able to do anything. Little also needs to be very careful with that IS-7. In the meanwhile, shots getting traded on the hill as well. It seems like Flash is getting the better of Dopa Dupa, who is down towards a 2-shot, but ISET is there in the BZ75 to make sure his team is not going to lose the hill that easily. Now, kind of locked into a stalemate.
Yeah, but it's really important that Kylie got that BZ up the hill, and he's going to be able to push that CS off, and that means that's going to limit Rix's rotation capabilities. They can't push this donut, they're outnumbered. The double 50B on lower side is not really doing anything, and Kylie have kind of have realized that, so they've rotated Aphrodite away back towards their own base to cover that middle. So I think Kylie are probably just ahead in this game. Look at those traces, good god. Everyone aimed on ISET at the moment, trying to deny him peeking. But even though Kylie have the less HP, I think they are a little bit ahead in this game. They have a bit superior positions. They have the hill, they have donut control. The double 50B on lower side is not really being productive by Rix, and they're attacking. So many tanks being locked in this donut area is really problematic for Rix at the moment.
I feel like this is an extremely volatile situation because the tanks right now are very, very close towards each other. I mean, that's probably less than 100 meters between all those BZs and IS-7s that are in the middle of the map. Some blind shots being taken, but not connect on the Rix 50Bs. But yeah, here, this explosive potential that we see from Rix, they are basically just waiting for Kylie to make a rotation, to put some tanks somewhere else so they can just form up as a big blob and collapse on towards the people that are sort of in the lower end of the donut. Although, the longer this goes, actually, the less sure I am this would be a good idea, because the 50B would completely clip out, and there is no chance to really punish him on the fade. And the CS63 consistently would have side shots, so they would probably have to commit in both 50Bs to get out that CS from this annoying rock position in EF1.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you look at the IS-7 on B4, he's in the position there where he's out of the view range of the BZ on the hill, but he's trying to snipe at him. But if that's the play you're making with 6 minutes to go, it really shows that you don't know what you want to do. You can see Sunshine, Temple, and Evil Lock, they triple peeked and tried to blind shoot the D1 corner, but the 50B wasn't peeking, so that comes to naught. But now it's a really difficult game for Rix. Like, they have to donut, but the thing is that Kylie know it. So you can see Squeezy has dropped off. They're bringing the IS-7 lower, so they're going to try and collapse two angles. You can see they're little, his equipment choices. No rammer, opting for the Grousers, full speed, full Davai. So,
you know, Killer Pit was right all along. Grousers is the best equipment.
I like Grousers. Yeah, but Killer Pit's the player. You know when you're making a train with IS-7s and then a 279 in the front. That's Killer Pit. He's the one who takes all the shots and dies when you go in. That's Killer Pit. He was in my team before. I love Killer Pit, but he's that type of player. You know.
Well, let's see. I think at this point, Rix recognize that they have to do something, and indeed, that's what's going to happen. They start to aggress in the donut, but they're taking a lot of damage. Same, though, can be said for Sunshine. Diable blowing up, Trash Panda to follow, though, and finally, the tanks connect in the donut here. Sunshine down towards 46 HP, but tanks keep blowing up left, right, and center. The CS63 on the rock position has been eliminated, though, so there is no medium tank DPM coming in. It's just the 50Bs from the lower side that can do it. Evil doesn't make it out, and all of a sudden Rix get the lower position, but at what cost? They're down so much HP.
Down in HP, but up in positions. They're going to be able to slowly bully these tanks. Godix needs to try and make that kill on Copyatter. He's going to be in a problem, but Twilight is peeking with excellence. They make the kill. Iset peeks over, doesn't connect on Akka, it looks like. And 3k HP advantage now for Kylie. Guns also in the disadvantage for Kylie. But still, as the dust settles, they still have that hill control, and even though they have these worst positions, Lankak will die over time. Leveliard will probably die over time as well, but he does have that corpse covering him, which is an advantage. But right now, it's... Rix do have some possibilities here. Like I said, Lankak will die eventually, picks up Twilight, really nice shot there. But the fact that Kylie still have this hill control, the 50Bs are still so healthy, it's really going to cause problems for Rix.
I mean, the problem is that whenever the 50Bs want to do something, they have to cover a lot of open ground, and they are going to be spotted doing it.
They don't need to do anything. They're defending. Even if Lankak and Leveliard die, they can't push the CS on G2, and they're going to have to push those 50Bs eventually because they can't get up the hill and kill Iset. There's two ways they win this game. They either kill Iset and gain upper control, or they have to push through lower and try to cap or get angles. And they can't push through lower because of the high HP of the 50Bs, and they can't push the hill because they don't have enough HP, and Iset has a lot of HP.
Well, let's see, Delconix, it's going to be rather annoying for him now because he's in a crossfire between the 50B of Manera, Laveliat peeking from the front, Language might peek at any point in time as well. So I think he is going to be probably the next linchpin that gets removed from the lineup of Rix. And the thing is, they cannot really do anything against Manera right now in that 50B that is pushed up because there is a secondary B covering him as well. So Squeezy cannot do anything. Aphrodite with an absolute stunner off a shot, removing Positive from the game as well. So Rix are starting to bleed tanks even as Delconix gets picked up. Aphrodite with 3 shots remaining in the clip basically gets to decide where he goes from here on out. The E5 would be a good target. The IS-7 just as well. Akka goes over 4k damage, but it does not matter. Kylie are going to equalize the scoreline here after what felt like a big struggle on Cliff.
Yeah, like two brothers wrestling, you know, similar strengths, but just too much HP bled, and the fact that they couldn't... The fact that Kylie got the hill here was really crucial because it creates a lot of problems for Rix. It really limits their options, and they can't retake the hill because of the 50Bs on the lower side. There's a 50B that can clip, and they can also get shot from the donut because they can't secure donut control. So the options were really limited for Rix. They crossed with not enough, and Kylie crossed some over as well to reinforce, which meant they didn't have enough, and that really just put them in such an awkward position. I mean, they did pretty well considering the game is this close, but it was always kind of tilting towards Kylie. So Cliff down, 1-1, and a pretty equal fight. I'm still very happy with my prediction at the moment.
Yeah, I think the positive thing here to say is that definitely we seem to have two evenly matched teams right now. It's still a bit concerning to me personally that essentially Kylie, in my opinion, gave the first game away a little bit just because the positions were favoring them so hard. But yeah, overall, good to see. And I can't wait to see the next map. First of all, though, damage here. Actually, no real big outliers. And once again, it is the team with the higher pen rate and hit rate that wins the battle, which comes to show that in these prolonged shootouts, sometimes it can be worth just holding your one or second shot that you're going to do this game just that little bit longer, just so that you're able to make it count. Because as soon as you're dead, which, you know, might not be your own fault, but it might happen sooner rather than later, well, then you're not going to get any more chances to do another shot. So the ones that you have, you need to make them count.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, there was a lot of blind shooting, because in slow games, you blind shoot a lot. And also, as you said, there's no real standout players, but that's not really surprising in a game like this. There was no hard carry. It was kind of Ricks put themselves in a bad position, and they have to be a bit lucky to get themselves out of said bad position. So, yeah, Cliff finished. We're kind of seeing the same maps today. We're seeing a lot of Fishers, a lot of Cliff. But
yeah, people keep banning Live Oaks.
I love Live Oaks.
Redshire, I don't know. Maybe they just don't like the maps that have a lot of green on them.
Live Oaks is more brown, I guess. But yeah, I mean, Highway being banned a lot, I think, with the changes and the fact that most EU teams will ban it against CIS, like Ukrainian teams, because they used to play on CIS server, and on their clan showdown they had Highway. So the Ukrainian teams have a lot more experience on Highway than the EU teams. So we will ban that, and then they don't really want to fight each other on Highway because they prefer the other maps. Live Oaks as well, they don't have that much experience, so they tend to ban it.
But that doesn't work here because both of the teams are, you know, trying to...
But maybe they just fine the one time maybe they just thought, well, if everyone's gonna ban it against us, we might as well. It's the same with Live Oaks. They never had Live Oaks on their server in their clan showdown, so I've played a few trainings against the Ukrainian teams on Live Oaks, and they're absolutely atrocious on it. If I'm honest, like they're really bad on Live Oaks. They have no idea what to do on it, so they tend to ban it just because of the inexperience. But yeah, picking the same maps, I think Fisherman's is a fairly safe bet. I think it's a decent map where you can do a lot on it. I like it. So
I mean, the funny thing about Fisherman's is that we basically used to say that it's a 1-1 map with the defender being favored, and that kind of changed. I mean, we still said it's a 1-1 map, but over time it shifted to kind of the attacker being favored.
The thing is, that was back when we had the 279 meta.
Yeah.
Because you had very high positions in the base, so you could sit above your opponents with 279s, but now it's, yeah, as you said, it's kind of shifted. But lineups, take it away, Kian.
Well, Rick's coming into this one with an STRB, a Hori, a VK72. Then we have double IS7, quintuple 279, and 5 Dravetses as well.
I love it when you say quintuple. But Kylie coming in, 7 Dravets, 1 IS7, 5 279s, and double Hori. They've played this strat before, the double Hori on A1. We'll need to see if Ricks did their homework. STRV being picked by Ricks is an interesting one. It's fallen a little bit out of favor recently in the current meta, I've noticed, with Hori being more favored as teams. It's quite interesting, the meta on Fishers. It's kind of people took less 279s, and now people are taking even more 279s. So it's kind of like there was a dip in the meta, but now it's becoming a bit more popular. Crystal with optics there, no rammer. Interesting choice.
Well, he's going to be the spotting 279. Everything for the gun marker, I guess, as Paradise charges in with the IS-7 on the one line. He's trying to kind of sell a fake here a little bit, because behind him there are the TDs. There is a singular heavy tank as well. Make that 2 with the VK72 as well. That one obviously in the toolkit just for the D1 position, so that possibly later they could farm the middle with it. But so far, Crystal actually taking some damage here as well. But so far, so good and so passive actually by both teams. They're sending some tanks towards the middle, some tanks to city, some tanks to 1-2 line as well. But no one is really wanting or willing to risk it with an immediate all-out push, which is kind of a little bit what we saw on Cliff as well. Yes, they both had their openings and were willing to take a little bit of damage there, but after that, it is first of all just reset mentally and see what the opponent actually is doing so you can react to that and possibly outplay them this way. But as it stands right now, both of the teams not really willing to make the first mistake here, so to speak. Paradise, you could say he's the most aggressive player pushed up to the enemy side, but he has so much cover that even that was an extremely safe play.
Yeah, it's an interesting one by Kylie because they're baiting, right? So they have the double Hori, the 279 forward spotting with the IS-7. So they're baiting that Rix have seen the previous replay, and instead of wanting to go 1-2 and fight 2 Horis, they're going to push out the city. And then they've got this like nice little trap in the city on B9. So they'll, if Rix decides to push, they'll catch it. So it's a nice, pretty balanced one by Kylie. They've got a lot of options here. Finally, the VKK being pushed down to 1-2. If you guys don't know, he can get pushed onto the rock there on D1, and from there he can shoot the middle. You see he's reversing because it's a rear turreted tank, so Paradise will probably give him a little bit of a boost. And with that 350mm of pen, he can shoot the middle. But I don't think he's going to have great shots. Templeton is behind that little house, and the rest of the 279s have shifted over towards the 6 line, so Aka's not really going to have anything to do, and 3 minutes gone. Minimal things have actually happened so far, but rotation coming in by Kylie.
Well, Aka is still wrestling a little bit with the terrain, with his tank maybe even, but as you said, there are no targets of opportunity that are really presenting themselves for the VK-72. So Rix soon are going to understand that this little gimmick, this little maneuver that is very well known at this point in time, is not really going to help them in any way, sort of fashion. I said taking a lot of damage, not from the VK though, but rather from the tanks in front of him. And now with the VK on reload, of course, the 279s have a little bit of time to readjust, but you can see that Crystal, I said, all of the 279s here in the north of the map, they're very, very well aware of what Rix is doing here. Now, though, we do see a little bit of aggression coming through from the team of Rix. They're pushing some 279s to the west of the city, but Kylie, they are already ahead of that. They are taking a lot of the Dravetzes, or should I say Dravci, which is actually the grammatically correct plural for them in the Czech language. They're pulling them on the 1 and 2 line. They're not spotted yet, and this is going to be a nasty surprise, but for whom? Probably for the VK.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if the VKK will get out a shot here. Looks like a couple of bounces, so he might have gotten out his last shot, but he gets absolutely deleted. Paradise is going to have to reverse up and over, and this is a nice move by Kylie, not sitting passive, and now Paradise getting blocked by Lankak, super nice. And the fact that Rix have such a much slower lineup, they have all these 279s in the middle that are not fast, they're left absolutely scrambling here. Paradise makes it out, but he's probably going to die from the middle as he does. The tanks are scrambling by Rix on the 1 line, trying to go down to the K2 position. But bear in mind, only 5 minutes left. If this gets into a split map scenario, it's good for Kylie. They have so much time to work with.
They indeed have a lot of time here, because right now Rix can't really overpush the middle, it seems. Kylie, they are also up in HP, and now the problem for Kylie is that, for Rix is that they cannot really reinforce the tanks in the bottom left of the map here. You can see Diable Excellence. Both of them kind of left hung out to dry at the same time. Neckarein's going down to a one-shot as well. Manera might be a good target for the players of Rix, but he's staying safe so far. There is a Dravets, though, on A6, but finally, Positive in the Hori gets picked up, so the pocket in J2, it's getting attacked by the tanks of Kylie. They are on defense, but they're certainly not giving a damn about it, just over-pushing and killing the pocket.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is the play, actually. I feel like you could just split the map, but it's the play they've gone with, and looks like if you... this one, and bear in mind, what's important as well, these are pushing tanks. These are multiple Dravetses who will need to push later on. It's not the STRV who can't push. So it's really important now. Kylie up on HP, more guns, more positions, and time is on their side right now. There's no EBR that can apply cap pressure. It's gonna have to be a play, and most of Rix's team are 279s who are stuck in this middle. And 279s are not quick. They need to move now if they want to get into position in time.
And look what's still waiting in AB23. It is double Hori. So any kind of push that Rix will try and make through the middle, the Horis will be there to possibly punish and contribute to help Templeton and Crystal, who are the last kind of remaining bastion that Kylie has in the middle of the map together with I said. As soon as the 279s get spotted from Rix, they're going to be in a world of trouble in the middle of the map because Kylie, they've completely set up shop now on the entirety of the 1-2 line. So there are going to be angles on towards basically anyone approaching. And this is a problem for Rix, who are also down in guns. Yes, the HP are basically dead even 1 point apart, but the guns and the mobility of the tanks remaining is the problem, as we do see a move by Rix. It's not going to be the middle or the north. It is indeed the south, coming through with the 279 and the Dravets together with an STRV as backup cover fire. But yeah, so far, I guess they're managing to cover the ground without taking a lot of damage, but they are going to be at a severe gun disadvantage.
And even with that gun disadvantage, I think time is the biggest factor here at the moment. Lankak pulls back. He takes a fair chunk of damage to pull back to that bunker, but 2 minutes and 15 seconds, I just don't see it. Maybe if Rix have another couple of minutes on that added on, extra time perhaps, they could actually achieve something here, but 2 minutes to go, that's a lot of meat in the south. And bear in mind, all these Kylie tanks, they're gonna be hull down. They're not even one shots. Some of them, you can see the press side, I said both not one shots. Clownsick is not a one shot, same with Evilok. So it's just, I just don't see it happening. HP starting to swing in Rix's favor though. 1k HP up, 1.5 even. They are eliminating this one tank in the middle of Templeton. He will go down, but it's acceptable losses at this point because there's still so much to do. These tanks, Liberty, Beast, they're the quickest tanks that Rix have at the moment, and they are not even close to being in the fight where they need to be.
Well, less than 90 seconds now remaining, and yes, Rix are doing a good job at chipping away at the HP of Kylie. Maybe even, language does go down towards a Twilight, but the problem is they do not have any kind of time. Depressed, finally falling in the 279, and this little pocket of Kylie might actually get cleaned up in the Dravzi, as Evil is down towards a one-shot W flash with the battle STRV out, coming in here, and does it on the move. Crazy things to happen, but it doesn't really change the fact that Kylie still have a lot of tanks with a lot of HP in the ABC 1, 2, 3 positions. Now though, finally the full push coming out from Rix. How much damage are the Horis going to do from the backside is the question. Liberty with a bounce onto Crystal. That's not what he needs right now. They need everything to connect, and they need to find those Horis and eliminate them. Will they have enough effective DPM close to them is the question, and I think the answer is going to be no.
Yeah, you know, when the STRV has been promoted to an assault TD, it's dire times. 20 seconds remaining. Dopa Deepa will go down, but these two Horis, these bastions in that corner, 4,000 HP combined, they just need to sit in that low ground and they will not die. I don't see why they're actually even fighting and taking the risk here, but Rix just leaving it that little bit too late. Like I said, if there was a little bit of extra time in this game, you can really see, to be honest, it's a masterclass by Rix. Pretty much superior positions by Kylie, but Rix still managing to make it as close as it was. Another 30 seconds, it's their game, but alas, it is not to be, and Kylie will be taking the match point here, and deservedly so.
Yeah, you said it was a masterclass by Rix. I mean, a very well executed plan, in my opinion. The problem was just that it was too late. Everything was fine. It was just not done early enough. And you do get, you do get full 10 minutes of the game, and it just goes to show that if you're not being effective at using this time very, very early on, then it might come back to bite you later.
Well, that's the thing as well, because the 279 is such a slow tank, 6k by flash, by the way, because the tank is so effective, but the problem is it's slow since the nerf, which means you can fight this middle really well, but rotating 279s is no, it's like a lumbering beast, you know? And you can see Akka, 0 damage, 630. I mean, he was caught, the fact that Rix weren't spotting Kylie's repush, I think was a massive issue in this game.
I tend to agree with you because now you see, I mean, Aka going out without damage. I think Paradise also, he was the second player trying to boost up the VK. And that is 2 tanks of your team that go out without essentially doing anything, and it's not their fault. It's just due to how it played out with a good unspotted push. But not only do you lose those 2 tanks, you lose the entirety of the 1-2 line off of that, together with some more tanks that get overrun. And then you have to fight all of this back. So I think by Kylie, it was a very well executed and very well calculated push at the same time to go into the 1-2. And at the end, they were able to kind of trade map control and positions for time, which, you know, sometimes is all that the defender needs to do. So well done to them. And for X, I mean, well done as well for executing well at the end, but just too late.
Yeah, it is worrying though, this end game by Kylie. It wasn't played well. You know, they had more guns, it was a split map scenario, and like this game at the end, if there was another 30 seconds, we would be saying it's not even close on HP and guns. Like, this was not good by Kylie, by any stretch of the imagination, in this end game, making it this close. Because it's equal on HP. Rix are forced to make the move, which means they take the damage on the crossings, and they have less guns. So, in theory, it should be a lot closer than what this was. I feel like Kylie kind of rolled over a little bit at the end, and time is the only reason they really got to win this game, which is a concern. But I mean, at the end of the day, you get the points and you move on. You don't remember your losses.
But you do remember your wins, and Kylie just need 1 more of those to make it to the finals, where, of course, Indel have been waiting since the first match today, and probably chewing a bit of popcorn right now, watching both of those battle it out, because for them, every single round that gets played now is information that they can use. Every single round here, and of course, like, for both of the teams right now, their goal, first and foremost, is to make it to the finals in the first place. So they will be able to keep playing. So they're not going to be holding back. They're going to be showing their absolute A game, which is all information that Invil can use later. Now, though, Rix looking to fend off tournament elimination. They're bringing an SRV, a T57. All right, interesting choice. Together with, I'm going to say it for you, quintuple 279, quadruple IS7, and quadruple Dravets.
I just poked a hole in my chainmail, but for Kylie, double Dravets, 5 IS7s, and the rest 279 with that double E5 and some random fire shots by Kylie. Maybe a celebratory shootings into the air, but yeah, match point now. And bear in mind though, if Kylie do win this, they're going to be playing 3 games in a row, and that is I've been in that situation before. It is mentally exhausting to play 3 on the go, and Invil are going to be fresh and ready, so
it's tough. It's tough. At the same time, they're going to be warm, just like the guns of Kylie. Maybe they just wanted to warm them up with shooting here at the start. A lot of tanks being concentrated here in the middle of the map at the start as well. A lot of tanks that you wouldn't expect there at the same time. Dravets, IS7s, etc. They're not bad, hold down, but normally the middle is the domain of the 279.
But you know why they went to the middle?
Probably hoping to pounce, I would say.
No, to counter, they expected Rix to go aggressive over the middle, and they didn't. Which means now the Kylie look a bit stupid with all these tanks in the middle. They're not gonna, they won't make a play in the mid. They just trying. And I think Rix were planning on going aggressive. They have a lot of tanks in the middle. You can see this IS7, 279 on the left, a lot of 279s. So maybe they got the information and decided not to go over the mid, but it would have been a very good play by Kylie to counter, because they would have gotten a ton of damage on these 279s in the crossings, and then maybe just repush them. But Godex here with the speed lineup, he's not spotting this 1-2 repush, better in mind. That's the thing with playing no lights. No lights means no information, and if they push out this 1-2 line right now, it's going to cause real problems for Kylie, because they are not in position.
Well, first of all, they need to make the decision to do so, but I don't even think that all the tanks by Kylie were spotted even in the middle. So, since, as you said, both of the teams are playing without any light tanks, the information that they are playing with is actually gravely limited. Like, yeah, the two IS-7s spot each other. Some tanks were spotted in the middle, and of course they do see the lineups. There is no fog of war. But other than that, I mean, do you actually commit to such a blind push if you're a Kylie when, you know, it's match point for you? It's a coin flip that, at least at this point in the game, I'm not sure I would be willing to take.
Yeah, it's a bold one by Crystal, by the way, pushing through onto this side. Not really sure. I mean, he is well covered. And the tanks from Kylie still haven't left the middle, which is very interesting. These IS-7s and Dravids, they're still in the middle. 3 minutes gone and not much done by Kylie so far, so I'm not really sure. I think both these teams, because they play against each other and they know each other from things like OLS and things like that. Imagine if we had like two Invils playing each other, where it's like Mafia and Hit and Run with OLS. The teams, because they know each other, they have to kind of outthink their own brother, you know? So that's how I kind of see this game. But now Kylie rotating these IS-7s. We'll need to see left or right. And it looks like they're going towards the right side. They want to push out the city. But that is no easy task. The Dravic will spot them close. Then there's 279. TBT7 behind. STRV rotating as well. And minimal cover on the 1-2 line if Rix decide to repush it.
The STRV is now rotating a bit as well from the side of Rix. I think Rix are probably thinking that the 1-2 line is kind of okay-ish covered with all of the IS-7s and Dravci that they have there. But Kylie now trying to sell a bit of a fake, actually, with sending the second IS-7 together with double E5 towards the 1-2 line. So at least directly close towards the enemies, they are outnumbering them, but with the reinforcements that Rix actually have available, they could just, you know, re-aggress in towards the IS-7s and the E5s and just take them all out of the game. And then the question is, what actually happens with the teams, with the tanks in the southeast of the map? The punishment on towards Language is absolutely brutal, but Delphonics is just gonna blow up regardless. Evil also down towards one shot, and he has that Cupola in the E5 as well going down. So yes, they're trading 1-for-1 and they're getting a position. They're also getting a lot of information, Kylie, that is, because, of course, the tanks, especially Evilork, are going to be relaying the information, what exactly shot at them, and that is why we see the city move now. But Language, for example, I mean, he's in a pickle. He ain't gonna get out. And Godix without the driver, the E5 behind him, that's not a lot of meat anymore.
Yeah, I feel there was a bit of a mistake there by Kylie. I think they should have just they should have just peeked altogether, got the free pick and pulled back, but they opted not to. They opted to commit. That causes them a real issue now because Rix have all the options in their hands. You see all these 279s in the middle. They're aimed on this city. They have a full volley if Kylie decide to push the city. Kylie are in such a problem right now. They don't have enough to push the city, and they don't have enough to push 1-2 either. They're completely stuck right now, and you can kind of see they don't know what they want to do. 4.5 minutes, you got to do something right now if you want to make something work. But they just don't know what they want to do. Interesting decision by Rix, opting not to hold this, though. It looks like they want to run.
I mean, they're kind of giving up the middle a little bit, but at the same time, there is still an STRV that can lay down the law from the A5 position. So I think dropping down a little bit from the middle isn't really that much of a problem right now, as long as your tanks don't end up dying against 279s on high ground. Now, however, Kylie seem to have decided that we should have enough forces for a push on the 1-2 line, and they're going to be starting that push, but do they actually have enough? I mean, it's going to be a 5 versus 5, and Language is already pretty beat up. W Flash being rotated as well with the STRV, and all the tanks starting to get spotted. The 279s from the middle, they could give a brutal salvo onto the likes of Trash Panda and Dopa as they are starting to cross here. Good damage on the Dravetzes in the backline, and here we can see the 279 from the back is shooting, but the STRV gets spotted and gets absolutely deleted. Jakufar style, not what you want to see.
And not what you want to see. It's an interesting one by Kylie. They tried to rotate out of the city, but they got spotted, and that meant Rix were going to stay on this 1-2. Now it's not that bad, though. Kylie take this 1-2 hold down, and they're going to start to try and shoot the middle here. They have shots onto Nico Hines and Brainbreaker. That means Mindbreaker wants to try and leave. He gets picked up for that Akka. Not in a great position either. But bear in mind, there is crossfire from the city, and Kylie are making this work, actually. They're pushing over the middle. Pressure too. The SGRV is gone, so there is no backline cover for these tanks in the middle except Copyat and the tanks in the city. Nico Hines goes down, Akka is going to go down, and Kylie are making this work. Yes, they're down on HP, but they've got those guns. Yes, they can't push out the 1-2, but now they're just going to convert it to a city push and try and eliminate that side of the map.
They're playing against the clock, essentially, once again. It is 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and that is some very high HP tanks by Rick still in the city. But if they manage to single them out, that might be good for them. Diavolt getting pushed on in the Drava. It's taking a lot of damage here immediately because there's just so many guns. Now Positive running for his life with the T-57 currently reloading as little as 1v1ing Manera here right now. He is going to try to make his way away, and this last stronghold once again in the A1, 2, 3 positions by Rix might be what saves them, but there's still 2 minutes to go as Laveliat engages on towards Little the Drava. It's a very good tank for face hugging against the 279 as Little gets pummeled from the side down towards a 2-shot as well. And not all the tanks by Rix are actually safe in the northwestern positions, and this is going to mean that Kylie slowly but surely, also with the gun advantage, managed to edge out in the HP department. Laveliat to shut down Little, and now it's only the tanks in the northwest and a singular 279 in A8.
Yeah, it's all over. The HP might be close, but they just have the angles. The Hori promoted to Assault TD, 268v4 style, and now just peeking, making these kills. Copyat isolated in this corner in a 1v3. He's not winning that, even with Depressed missing it. Liberty focused out. They're not even focused firing at this point. Kasank doesn't pen it, but it doesn't make a difference. Liberty goes down. Twilight goes down. Paradise, the last bastion in that corner. And with that, we can firmly say that Kylie will be entering the Clan Showdown Grand Finals, and I will be winning the prediction game.
Well, congratulations on that one, first of all, and congratulations to Kylie for making it a 3-1 scoreline. I believe we're going to be updating that one right away as well. But yeah, this also means that something that doesn't happen too often is going to happen, and this means that the upper bracket finals are actually not going to get a rematch in the grand finals, which, yeah, I mean, it happens sometimes, but not too often. So I think for Invil also, they were probably, like, thinking we're going to be playing against Rix. So for them, this will be a little bit of a surprise. They might have to switch it up a bit. And, well, if you're looking at the team of Rix, for Flash to get spotted there, that was absolutely detrimental.
Yeah, he would have given so much damage onto that middle when they overpushed. The fact that Flash got spotted and just eliminated 9-4-1, obviously a lot of those are blind shots, but the fact that he dies means that Kylie can make this mid overpush without fear of getting farmed, and they just completely made it work. I mean, yes, Kylie made a bit of a mess of this 1-2 line, killing that initial IS-7 and then losing the E5 and Lankak down to 800 HP, but from that, they really made this work. I was really fearful for them in this game. I felt time was running too low. It looked like they had no idea what they wanted to do, but they did a masterful end game here, pressuring this middle perfectly, pressuring the 1-2 at the same time to get shots into the, you know, the middle shoots 1-2, 1-2 shoots the middle, and you have like kind of this symbiotic relationship, but it's solid by Kylie, and they fully deserve to be in this finals. I did say, like, I predicted Kylie 2 for 2 because I look at this Kylie lineup and I think it looks a lot better than it is on paper. I've played a couple of trainings against them as well, and they're solid. So I was fully, to be honest, I was quite confident they would be entering the finals.
Well, and after all of this, I would say a little bit of an unexpected result in the lower bracket finals, but to be honest, not entirely unwelcome. This means that we are going to get a match that we haven't had so far this tournament. So
did they not play each other in the groups?
Sorry, in the playoff stage.
Ah,
of
the
the
playoff
tournament.
stage. Okay.
Because, well, Indel so far managing to kick 2 teams into the lower bracket, but there is a third team now with which they will have to repeat it, but that's not going to be happening in best of 7. We will knock it all the way up to a grand best of 5, but for now, both of us are going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with the grand finals of the AMD Clan Showdown March 2026. Stay tuned.
They hit the bank with a tank? But who? Most of his boys are either 6 feet under or doing time upstate. What kind of tank are we looking at here? Italian medium tank. They call it Predatore. Predatore. Tank theft. Bank job in the middle of the day. This isn't some 2-bit crook. But Angelo's gone. Just like the rest of Salieri's family. So, who's got the Predatore? Whoever's bold enough to go for it. Once you're in for life. Welcome to the family.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the Grand Finals. Yes, it's that time of the day again. Ducky is going to hopefully not bully me too badly.
I would never do such a thing. That's like a defamation right there. It's a lawsuit waiting to happen. Kylie reaching the finals. I feel like, if I had to pick, I think Rix would have been the team with a higher chance against Invil. So, I don't know. I'm not sure what to expect. Reminder though, guys, of course, that the drips are still available for you today as well, with the mystery after 4 hours of watch time. Kihan's favorite tank is the Lorraine 50T.
It actually kind of used to be when it was the tier 9, with the 6-shot autoloader, 300 alpha. And even though I think the Batchat 25, the Batchat 25T AP now is by far the better tank than the Lorraine ever was, I kind of liked it. But even still, at tier 8, it is quite capable, and the T103 as well, together with some pretty rare 2D styles that you can pick up as well. But before we go through all of that, let me announce, or maybe remind you, because some of you know already, Onslaught Legends Series Season 6, sponsored by AMD as well. Man, those guys are really putting it in here. Is approaching, and we are going to be kicking it off with a grand opening stream on April 28th. To be honest, I can't wait.
Yeah, another season of OLS. Unbelievable. What season is this? Season 6, right? Indeed. So
it says so on the
I realized when I looked back at the screen, Kian. Thanks.
Oh.
6 seasons already. Will we see W come out ahead again? It's a good question. I think I'll be there. Kihan will be there. Let's hope the other ones aren't, like Banter, etc. Whoever we had, hope they're not available.
You mean side characters? Anyway, though, we have had 7 matches so far, and throughout all of this, Invil have proven to be, well, just what they are, a battle-tested, a tried-and-true team worthy to be champions. But we have a contender, and that is Kylie. They so far have not met Invil in the playoff stage of the tournament. I didn't go and check if they actually played in the group stage, but to be honest, anything that happened there could be discarded, because, well, we all know that Invil in groups and Invil in playoffs are basically like 2 different teams.
Yeah, I wouldn't take too much away from that, to be honest. But, Kylie gonna try their best. I think Invil's happy to play against Kylie, honestly. They really struggled against Rix, and honestly probably should have lost that match as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kylie, we saw in between Kylie and Rix 2 teams that were playing kind of the same style, pretty slow at times, whereas Invil, they are a team that you never really know what you get. They can play very slowly, but they are just as likely to completely throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at you and just see what sticks. Of course, Invil, the only team with 3 marked Gold Fists players as well, even though one of them has left by now. But, for example, Monster still up there with one of the rarest badges in the game. I think the only one that's rarer currently, because only 4 people have it compared to the 3 marked Gold Fists, which have 5, would be the 3 marked, the first marked OLS badge, which, some W players do have.
So, 70% in favor of Invil, 30% in favor of Kylie. What can Kylie really bring? Of course, this is a slightly different ball game that we've had the whole tournament. This is not a best of 7, it's not a best of 5, it is a best of 9. Depending on how it goes, this could be, like an hour and a half of gaming.
And there is that elephant in the room that we need to speak about, which is, Kylie is now going to play their 3rd back-to-back match in a row, whereas Invil, They played a best of 7, and it was quite demanding against Rix to start off the day, but since then, they haven't really had to do anything but lean back and enjoy the stream. First of all, though, map pick and bans, and because this is the Grand Finals, Invil does not have a second tournament live. They made it through the upper bracket. They are going to get the pick and ban advantage because of this. So first pick for Invil, Proco, they definitely want to play that. First ban for Invil is Highway. That is the last chance gone to see it, at least on the European server. But of course, we'll have some NA matches later in the day. They'll also be live at twitch.tv/thekillzar, so go and tune in to see if Ducky will be able to get his victory, because his team is actually in the Grand Finals there. Now, to continue with the pick and ban, Fisherman's Bay getting picked up by Kylie. To be honest, it looked okay what we saw, but not super great, actually, in the past match. Himmel's being banned out. Then Cliff and Muro getting picked up, respectively. Redshire, last chance for that one. We're also not going to see it. Sand River banned out as well. And Tiebreaker on good old Live Oaks. And maybe what Banta said was true, that those ex-CIS teams maybe not too hot. But then again, Kylie had the last ban, so they actually wanted to play it.
Then again, Invil has had Live Oaks as a secondary permaban for like years as well. They were never really a fan of playing it. They had it banned for a long time, but they started banning Highway, but Kylie banned Highway. So, you know, they're probably pretty happy with that prediction-wise. Yeah, why not? Why not?
All right, predictions. You're saying Kylie?
Yeah.
Really?
Listen, you know, I'm really not that worried about my points for Clan Showdown, you know, in prediction game.
So you're just hoping to get an upset and then be able to be the one to say, like, yeah, I told you from the beginning.
You, out of all people, should not be the one to speak, right? Let's hope that this OLS season you get half the points of the others.
I'll be doing my best. First of all, though, both of the teams on the screen are going to be trying to do their best. And that being said, actually, predictions, well, okay, even discounting me, all right? Even doing that. Bunter saying 5-2, Ian saying 5-3. So pretty Invil favored. If we don't say Ducky 5-3 for Kylie, who doesn't care about his prediction?
Who do you believe here? You know, I have more fists than the rest of the casters together. Times like 4.
Yeah, but since when do fists translate into good like casting predictions?
I have 0 bronze fists, thankfully. I have a lot of gold fists, though.
Well, I believe we have exactly the same amount of gold fist badges on our account on Iyodaki. Yeah. Or do you have it on multiple accounts by now?
I have it on multiple, and I have the diamond. I have a diamond on an AF win today as well. So, nonetheless, battle number 1 between Invil and Kylie in the Grand Finals. 1 EBR.
Don't get your hopes up. Actually, it's going to be a restart. It was called in time, even during the battle counter. That's why I interrupted you immediately. I didn't want you to blow all your steam just on.
Yeah.
Well, this restart.
Yeah, you know, I still got that stamina. So, but you pushing closer to 40, I get it. You know,
you say that time and time again. Yet I am still closer to 30 than 40, and that's not going to change.
You keep telling
a bit of time.
You keep telling yourself whatever it takes for you to believe, buddy.
But yeah, restart was, if you're not familiar with the rules, actually maybe we should quickly remind you, every match, each team does get a restart if it's called in time, which means that no tank may have been spotted yet. Then it is granted by the administration in the training room. In this case, it was being called by Invil, so their restart for the entirety of the Grand Finals is gone already. Kylie still have one in the back pocket.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think they hope that they won't need it. But lineups, you know, Invil was opting to play with the EBR as well, though. They cannot change tanks anymore.
Yep. In Clan Showdown, whatever you select as a tank is what you will have to lock in. Except if someone's client crashed in the lobby already, but that seems to not have been the case. But yeah, I think Invil as well on Prokhorovka is one of the teams that kind of pioneered super aggressive overpushes, even from defending side, and that is something that other teams might be very wary about, because if you might be up against a lineup like only one EBR could leave 14 fighting tanks, for example, and you get caught out in position and immediately 5 of your tanks die, then even if you deal a lot of damage onto Invil overpushing, that might not even be enough just because of the snowball effect.
Let's go back over the lineups though, because I have it over in front of me. It's 5 IS7s, a CS and STRV and EBR, and the rest Dravids is for Invil, and Kylie has exactly the same, but one more IS7 instead of the CS. So they're very mirror matched up in this one against each other.
So it'll mostly be about the, I guess, deployment and distribution of the assets on the map by either team. It seems like we have loaded back into the game now, so assuming there is no reset coming through by the team of Kylie, then we should just about be ready to go into the grand finals of the March Clan Showdown, sponsored by AMD. And as you said, Invil coming in with a singular EBR, an STRV, a CS, 5 IS7s, and 7 Dravets.
So the CS is there, the monster playing that CS. You know, he's probably using a spotting loadout. It's kind of the same as with Kian, you know, if the older you get, you rely more on the assist and less on doing the damage yourself.
It's just like royalty, you know? Why do the farming yourself when you can have other people do the farming for you?
I feel like in this scenario, you're more the guy wiping the royal's ass.
Where does this come from? Anyway, a whole bunch of shots missing Kono here. But he does get a lot of information, actually, onto the team. But all of those IS-7s by Kylie and A5 are not spotted yet. So let's see if Invil actually decides to go for the aggressive overpush. That seems to not be the case right now.
All of the IS-7s are spotted at A6, so do they continue going? Yup, they're spotted out, and Invil has a lot of tanks that want to line. They will need to join up in the fight as well to be impactful in this one. They're barreling down 1-2. Dopadipa will spot it at some point, and these Dravises are overpeak in the middle. We could see Invil readjusting as well, sending more tanks towards the middle of the map, trying to deny the straight overpush, but Yusek takes a lot of damage for that, and the I-7s are still not spotted, so Kylie has an opportunity here to react accordingly when they do get spotted out. Dopadipa, though, helps to go for the shot instead, and now the Manera minus 2.7 Trash Panda will re-push back into the dip, but that is going to cost a lot of HP to get that one out. The STRV very far out of the battle as well, and I think Kylie has opted to halt at this moment in time, but that was very, very expensive.
That was a lot of damage in towards the tanks of Kylie that are now trailing by 2,500. Kono getting sent in that EBR. That's because Dopa is spotted in the EBR of his own. The IS-7's now starting the march down the 1-2 line as well. There is just that singular STRV really that could punish the IS-7s as soon as they go further. But of course the IS-7s, they can also just go up and over like the battering rams that they sometimes are. Oh, Kono actually missing, but he doesn't get spotted for the shot here. And now Invil halting a little bit as well, but that's just because they're getting the better trades. Even though Barkis is down so much, they're up 5k.
Yeah, they got the Ignite as well out, and now the STRV is going to get pressured and killed immediately. Kono, I think, spotted him out there, and there goes Kano in the STRV, and now it is left with absolute disaster for Kylie. I mean, game over. They didn't... Dopadipa a bit greedy, you know, shooting, not spotting, spots the IS-7s quite late, to be honest, and because of that, Manera actually gets obliterated in return.
Yeah, double kill now coming through for Invil as well. Here we see Monster's equipment, so just a low noise. The rest is survivability fighting setup, actually. But yeah, meanwhile, in the middle, we see the fight ongoing. Good ram from Kono seems to have controlled impact, whereas Dopa does not. That's why he does so much more. The HE actually not penetrating in towards Dopa, but the ram, however, does. And Invil opening up on the attack of Prokhorovka. Very, very aggressive as well. Kylie, they wanted to make something happen on the 5 and 6 line, but they just absolutely get shut down.
Yeah, that was just a tough round for Kylie. You know, initially there was opportunity, right? Because they were mirroring really well, but the moment that they lost basically 2 IS-7s worth of HP to peek over the 2 line was pretty bad. And, you know, again, Dopadipa very far back in his EBR, shooting, not spotting. They end up getting surprised, and Invil picks up the first round, and it was a convincing first round as well.
I would have to concur with that sentiment, absolutely. Invil with good rotations here, They didn't get thrown off by the fact that at the start of the match, they essentially didn't really see any of those IS-7s, but I think then one of the Dravets players in the middle was peeking exactly at the necessary moment to see that push coming up, whereas Invil then was able to do the correct rotation on the 1-2 line, and from there on out, it was just the positions that were favoring Invil so heavily that yeah, there was no way back, really, because as soon as Invil as well gets into the driver's seat of such a battle, then they really rarely let go.
Yeah, I mean, once they take advantage there on Manera, I think the recovery is almost non-existent anymore for Kylie, especially with Kono starting to creep up on 2 line, and then at one moment, you know, the SRV gets spotted and he's dead.
And well, the GOAT himself, Barik, in the Dravets in the first round of the finals, coming in with 5.7k damage. If my sources are correct, he was extremely upset after the loss in the OLS Season 5, but he seems to have mentally recovered and is exactly where his team needs him to be.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's always another OLS season to lose. It is what it is. They have had a few opportunities now, and they're not succeeding yet. So, but that's for later. But you know, at some point you got to start worrying a little bit. You know.
I mean, true. Then again, I mean, there isn't this curse that Barbarian never won an OLS, right? He won the first one, but since then, I believe it has been 4 second places in a row. So, I mean, if you want to take a look at the positive side of it,
it's a lot of
the
second
teams
places.
he's in. Well, they're performing very stable when he's in the team, right? There is no downwards trend, but at the same time, I think we all know what the goal for Barbarian is when he starts playing a tournament. And so far, so good for him, at least in this Clan Showdown here, because his team coming into the grand finals are up around. Keep in mind, this is the map that they definitely wanted to play. There was no possibility for for Kylie to ban this before it got picked. And Invil in the past has been a team where, you know, they got through the upper bracket into the grand finals and then ended up losing both rounds, but that storyline is not happening today, it seems.
No, it's not so far, but anything's still possible. You know, Invil really wanted to play this map. Kylie in the first round had opportunity still. Now they're switching around. They're going to be playing towards the other side, but it did seem like initially both teams had a similar approach on how to play, though.
Yeah, I feel like the philosophy for both teams was kind of the same, right? You had an EBR to generate spots if needed, but then you had a lot of fighting tanks behind that. And I don't really think that is about to change, possibly, because the good thing with those lineups is that they are kind of all-rounders. Let's see what we're actually going to get. And yeah, seems to be a little bit of more of the same on this map at this point in time. We get an EBR from Invil together with an STRV once again rocking out a CS63, 6 IS7s, sorry, and 6 Dravci as well.
But it's kind of similar again between the two, no? Like, we see very minimal changes. Like, Dravets here more, and then the CS, which is something Invil is sticking to, but outside of that, it's basically just the same lineup.
I think, you know, some of the differences might also be down to kind of personal preference. Kono with another aggressive spotting run here. Doesn't see this much this time around. Immediately transitions into the 1-2 line. And we, as the observers, of course, know that there is no EBR from Kylie here. Instead, the EBR from Kylie gets spotted on the other side. Kono spots out the double Dravets that is in K2. They're not going to take damage, but that is so much information for Invil already.
Yeah, there's going to be a conversion on towards the middle of the map, though, from the 6th line by the looks of things. Although Kylie now swing back towards these IS-7s. Invil in return is moving back towards the rails. Godex is going to be pushing first on towards Ketsai and Panzer Fury. They have Monster on the 0 line who will need to be pressured out, and Invil might just jump back across the rails. The fire coming out as well. Panzer Fury picks up the kill. I said Rush Panda are driving through. Invil arriving at the rails, want to push back over and stop this advance altogether. Trash Panda is kind of by his lonesome going forward. I said down towards the one shot as well. Barbarian and T-Sec jumping back in. Invil now setting the pressure in the middle as well. They have an HP lead, they have a tank lead, and Trash Panda is going to be dead indeed. as well pretty soon, as the ISMs from Invil have fallen to a defensive position, and Laveliard doesn't even get the kill against Monster, and it goes from bad to worse here from Kylie. This push, they try to swing back into the I7s, but as a result, they're down 5 guns. 4 more than Invil has lost down HP as well, and this Prokhorovka will be done and dusted in about 5 minutes, but Invil walking away with a 2-0 scoreline on their map pick.
That is what they wanted, and they got it. Invil picking Prokhorovka, and whereas in the first round you could have said Kai Lee had some chances, in the second one Invil was more than ready. They were, just so prepared for this push from Kai Lee, and all of that off the opening, where Kono did go extremely aggressive with the EBR. Don't really see that too often, but hey, credit where credit's due. Sometimes the risk does pay off, and he gets all the information that Invil could have ever wanted. I mean, the Invil I7 that were in like CD8, they probably would have pushed if Kono wouldn't have gotten so much information, but like this, they knew like, hey, the tanks from Kai Lee, they must be somewhere, so maybe it's a bad idea to keep on going from here. Let's first of all stay and see and wait what's actually going to happen. So great reaction from Invil, great opening as well, and Kai Lee getting a little bit schooled here in round number 2.
It was a good game from Invil. 2-0. It's a bit worrying for Kylie because so far they're getting absolutely hammered, but maybe it has something to do with Prokhorovka, right? They couldn't avoid playing it against Invil, so it is what it is. But it's going to have to be from a different barrel that they're going to be playing in the next rounds, because right now, not looking that hot.
I think as well, the concerning factor could be that, we saw Kylie before, and the way that they were playing was kind of slow, very, very controlled, but Invil here is showing up in a fashion where it's just like, all right, guys, we have 15 good players, and let's just drive at them and deploy well with good overmatches everywhere. And so far, Kylie seemed to be unable to put up anything against this style of play.
Again, it could be down to Prokhorovka, though. If you think about it that way. It could be that Kylie really just had to go under the mercy of Invil on Proko. And now they get to play Fisherman's Bay. Of course, Invil picked it, but Kylie should be ready to play it since, what they really wanted to ban is Highway.
I believe it should be actually a Kylie pick, because Invil picks and bans the first one, so maybe a slight problem with the asset there. But actually I'm pretty sure that Kylie picked this one. And we just saw Kylie playing against Rix on Fisherman, so this first pick by them is kind of interesting, because normally when you play a map already in a tournament, you don't have an endless supply of strategies for each map prepared. But them just winning 2-0 against Rix there and then immediately repicking it, it's a statement, to be sure.
Yeah, for sure. So, let's see what we can get on Fisherman's Bay, though. I mean, Invil's not a bad Fisherman's Bay. I watched the Kylie one. It was plus minus, Like, their defense was okay, and then lucky to survive with time. Things could have gone different there.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Let's see. Anyway, Kylie seems now to have properly picked it. But yeah, Fisherman's Bay, I talked a little bit about it with Banta as well, where in the past, Fisherman's Bay was kind of defense favored, but nowadays it is kind of attack favored, no?
Fisherman's Bay, yeah, should be. But so far, what we've seen, it hasn't really been shown, to be honest, at all.
I think the biggest mistake that Kylie could make here is trying to play a slow game again, because Invil seemed to be, at least today, very comfortable with having aggressive clashes and then, just go in, create chaos, and have the better focus fire. I think Kylie looked a little bit overwhelmed on Prokhorovka with that. And of course, Fisherman's Bay is a different cup of tea. Different map design as well. but they cannot get caught out anymore like this. Because, yeah, best of 9 is a big best of, but losing one map, maybe fine. Losing 2, not so much. Inbil coming in with a Hori, a VK72. We have 5 Object 279s, quadruple IS-7, and quadruple Dravets.
5 279s, a VK, a Hori, 4 I7s, 4 Dravets for Invel. Double Hori versus singular Hori. I mean, on the defense, you can get away with this double Hori, right?
You can. I mean, the Hori obviously getting picked because of the high pen that can really help against the 279s, and also it's AP, so all the screens that the Dravets have doesn't really matter against the Hori because you go through that anyway. But yeah, Indil once again opening up pretty aggressively through the city. A couple IS-7s, couple Dravets as well. The VK72 behind. And then as well we have the 279s in middle that are going to be meeting with Kylie's 279s, but the amount of tanks that Indil have here is higher, I would say.
Yeah, but if Indil keeps pushing down right now, they're going to run over this double Dravets in the city, and Kylie is very out of position for this. Ketsai leading the charge. I said already taking quite a bit of damage, but this double Dravets is dead. I mean, the Dravets are now rotating from Kylie across the A-line, but that's going to take a while, and you can already see that there is one of them pretty much dead, which is Trash Panda. He's stuck on the house. The other one trying to make it back, which I think is Laveliard, trying to make it back to A9, and the A-line crossing is coming out now, but Trash Panda is dead. The middle's being overrun. The tanks on the A-line are spotted, which is an even worse moment, actually, as they're taking damage to cross over. Trash Panda dead. Laveliard getting pushed as well. He has to go all the way around. The damage is significant on this crossing. Language taking 900 as well, and now it is a pretty bad situation for Kylie as they're pushing back against a setup. Invil DJ is a little far forward in his own tank there, but so much damage for this crossing. I mean, Clownzik down towards the one shot already, and Kylie so far in this grand finals is having to go under the law of the strongest as it is looking really dire for them. Ketsa is coming back in. The rest of them are following up. They do find DJ, but that's also probably the only thing they're going to find over there is the middle's being run over. The Horis from behind probably putting in some good shots as well, but it's pretty hard to make the real difference if your team just loses HP left, right, and center and everywhere. And when we look at the battle as it is, there's 5 tanks down for Kylie, 5,000 HP lead for Invol on top of it as well. And it's looking right now as a really tough match for Kylie, as they do not seem to be able to put a stop to this Invil.
I mean, 5,000 HP down, but keep in mind 4,000 of Kylie's HP still is on those Hori. So realistically, the fighting tanks have less than 4,000 left at this point, and Invil is just exploiting this to absolute perfection. Everyone is in the battle and in the fray, and yes, Godex can try and push out that singular Invil Dravets, but I think even on DPM, that one might be winning. That is Franik over there. He does take the first shot, but little is it going to matter, as Invil really, you could say it this way, storm into this grand final and show why they were the team to go through the upper bracket.
Yeah, so far it's going to be 3-0. Very quick as well. Invil wins one more. We're looking at match point for them, and maybe on track for the quickest finals we've ever had.
We are not quite there yet, however, and Kylie, there is a reason that they're in those finals here. They've not been playing too badly. It's just that these 3 rounds, there was exactly one of them where they really had a say in how it went, and that was the first one. The second one, complete blowout, and this one as well. Invil once again with a aggressive opening, taking the opportunities where they present themselves and then just never letting go. And I think this is the big problem right now for Kylie, is that they're playing against a team that are very sure of themselves, rightfully so. Yes, Rexa is going to, well, not even burn to a crisp, it will take another shot from the Horis to shut him down, but Kylie, they just have no answer to this aggression that's coming out from Invil.
Well, they better hope they find one soon. 4 match points for Invil would be... well, I don't think it's something you come back from.
Have we ever had a comeback in like a best of 9 from 0-4?
From 0-4?
Showdown?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I know we've had some comeback like that in some North American qualifier, like for Olaf.
There was
It is
a
over 1 year
there was a
ago.
World 7 in which I think Fame came back from a 3-0 to win a 4-3.
Yeah, so best of 7, but not.
Or it was
not-
best of. I don't remember. It was a while ago. I think it's even on Click's channel.
Maybe go check out that one as well. But yeah, first of all, we're not done with this best of 9 yet. Although the players on Kylie would probably hope that, well, it hasn't really started yet, but indeed it has. 3-0 Invil rolling up, rolling over Kylie so far. And I mean, there's not really a lot to be said about the damage numbers here, really. I don't think. Like, yeah, maybe Dopa could have more than 90, for example, but the thing is, if the tanks stay in the battle for longer, they usually do more damage if you have players of this caliber piloting it. And here it's just the tactical approach by Invil that's vastly superior.
So far, Invil's doing a phenomenal job, pressing all the right points at all the right starts, immediately pushing City, catching tanks off guard, continuing down, making sure they're spotting the A-line, doing everything they're supposed to do. And it's working out for them. It's 3-0 as well, and Kylie's confidence should be shattered at this point.
Yeah, I think so too. I think maybe after the first Prokhorovka, you're like, all right, well, just the wrong call. We'll do better next round. Then the next round happens and you're just getting completely spanked realistically. And you're like, all right, that's the first map over. Prokhorovka, let's forget it. And then the same thing happens immediately on Fisherman's Bay, which is your first pick. And that's kind of the point where I think you're starting to run out of excuses even for yourself.
We'll see what they can do. They need this Fisherman's Bay. If they cannot get this Fisherman's Bay, Kihan, it's, well, it's over.
It might as well be, yeah. So for the sake of the match, we kind of have to hope that Kylie stop whatever they are doing wrong and start doing something right. I don't really know how to put this in a smart way. It's like, yeah, just stop with the mistakes and start playing well.
Yeah, just play better. Start winning.
Yeah, just do it, Forehead.
Just win. I mean, you know, Kian, if Forehead was a power, you would be almighty.
Thank you very much.
That wasn't a compliment.
Well, anyway, let's see if Finville can go to match point. And they are going to try to do so with a CS. Then we have 5 279s, triple I7, and 6 Draftsu, apparently, is the grammatically correct way to say it if it's 5 or more.
Yeah.
See, my check is improving as we go, and what's not improving is going to be at least this game, because we have another reset.
Yeah, so this time it's Kylie resetting.
Or, never mind,
No?
it says no reset. I'm not entirely sure what's happening right now. So both teams are not really... It's looking very weird in the game, is all that I can tell you. But I think we have a reset.
You see, that was the first mistake that Kian. I think. That was where you made the first mistake. Also, I thought your check was limited to Pivo.
No, I can also say prosim, which means please.
Pivo prosim, yeah. And then after a few, he starts slurring, you know. Prosim.
No?
I've got some videos on my phone, guys. You know, just call me up, DM me. I can send you the evidence.
Oh.
I'm just saying.
I don't know what he's talking about, guys. Really, no idea. No idea.
He's starting to look a little red, though.
Yeah, that's because all of the lights here and everything, all the PCs in the production room, it's pretty warm, you know. And I'm also wearing a suit, unlike other people.
That's amazing for you. But then you can't complain that you're warm either, you know.
True.
One work.
You think I should lose the suit in the next game, just for us to be on equal footing?
I think you should keep as many clothes on as possible.
What the hell, man?
For my sake and the viewers' sake, maybe there's a beanie or something that we could put on as well.
What is this hostility? Like, did you not sleep enough? Did the NA gameplay keep you awake for so long?
No, actually,
grumpy duck is like.
I'm
"Oh,
no
no, sleep."
I had no alarm today. You know, like I went to bed after NA and I didn't put an alarm. I was like, whenever I wake up, I wake up. If it's before 4, all good.
That is, by the way, an old people thing to do. I do it as well. It's like nap roulette. It's like, am I going to wake up in half an hour or in 6 hours? Who knows? Oh. We'll see when we get there.
When your life is that exciting, you play nap roulette. Oh, going home tonight, guys. I want to play nap roulette. Can't wait.
Yeah. It's a very fun game, let me tell you.
First I play nap roulette, then I eat some raclette.
Yes. Yeah. Sounds like a perfect evening. All right.
Aye. Well, Kylie, only 2 Dravitses though. 5 I7s, 5 279s, double E5 and a Hori.
And for Indel, we of course have the 6 Draftsu again together with triple I7, quadruple 279, and we do have the CS as well. Let's see, Indel actually not with the TD coming into this one. This is not something we have yet seen so much on Fisherman's Bay. But let's see if it comes back to hurt the monster there with the CS, kind of cosplaying as an EBR, trying to get some spots out, but I think Kylie is driving too far back. They're not getting spotted.
No, but he will spot them on the city cross though, but right now they're just denying some presence in the city. The I7 gets spotted out. T-Sec will swing towards the right almost immediately, so he spots out what seems to be 5 tanks, right? He just didn't see Dopadipa. So they have some good info what's in the city, and the damage, honestly, lackluster. The meantime, Invil pressuring across that damage, not lackluster. Orchek takes a lot in that 279. They do establish deep positions, but that's painful for that 279. Conrad making some peaks as well. He getting slapped by the whole read. That's Gano from the K6 position. And now the city repush is starting to happen, and this is where Kylie could be making a mistake, because there is 2 more Dravitses joining. They are not outnumbering Invil, and they do find Orchek very quickly, so good stuff there. And in return, Kylie starting to peak these positions as well. Bark is getting overpeaked, and there's really no crossfire here for Invil to stop this. They're going to be forced to push the city by themselves, with Yuzek leading the charge on towards Trash Panda. You want him to get around that corner, though. He's not doing that. He's going to die for this even. We're just about surviving. Conrad trying to run away, and now it's on Invil to win the city. Conrad, I don't think he's going to make it far enough. There's just nothing in the back for Invil to do the damage. No SRVs, no Hori, so it's all going to have to be about this city. How much can they do, and how much will they lose? Can they make a real advantage? Because 1-2 line is the same story as the middle. It will be a Kylie win. Finally, in one of these games, they have a real tangible advantage that they could exploit.
Well, Invil, meanwhile, keeps cleaning up the city, but Kylie is just faster right now. They are able to get more overmatches done on the 1-2 line and in the middle as well. However, 1-2 line, actually, I believe the number of tanks is kind of the same, as Invil just keeps driving in the city. But the problem for them is that there is so many Kylie tanks in the middle of the map, controlling as well. The Hori is putting in shot after shot from the sidelines as well, still full HP. And there is just more tanks from Kylie just about everywhere at this point in time. Good shot from Kano to make one of the Dravitses by Invil. A one-shot, as Marcel is going to be fighting the one against many here on the 1-2 line. Not going to be winning out either. So at least for them, Kylie are not going to go out without a fight. They should be securing the first round in the finals.
Kano down towards the 2-shot, 706 HP. The one through the ignite coming out from the press. That's on a healthy DJ in his Dravits. Kono needs to be careful though, 640 HP. The Hori will kill him, given an opportunity.
Well, and an opportunity or 2, maybe even 3, is what Kylie needs. Because the first 3 rounds, especially number 2 and 3, certainly were not it. Now, Invil, they still have a few tanks in the game, 6 of those, but Manera, Templeton, Evil, all of those tanks on very high HP should make it a non-starter for talking about a comeback here, especially as Barbarian gets killed off, reducing the amount of yellow tanks to 5.
Yeah, finally Kylie gets themselves something going. They are winning the fight across the map. They were losing in city, but they were off against them Big overmatch. In return, Intel also pressured across the middle. And pressured 1-2 a little bit, but there's just no crossfire. There's no tanks to deal any real damage on the middle. There's just 279s, not the greatest DPM. Kylie realized that and they just start peeking. You know, Orchek dies first and then afterwards they're like, well, what are they gonna do about us just pushing over? Nothing.
I would like to see as well how much damage the Hori was able to do. I think he should have at least gotten a couple shots in towards the middle, and then he was able to farm essentially throughout the entirety of the city push. So even though he's dead now, first of all, it doesn't matter. His team is going to win anyway. And second, the positioning was done really well by him. So good job for Kylie. I mean, it does, at least regarding the HP, get a little bit close here at the end. But of course, the tanks tell us everything that we need to know. And Kylie come into this grand final here, and they finally get a point on the board. It's going to be 3-1.
3-1, moving into our next map, which is... I'm going to go cheat. It is going to be... Himmels. No, not Himmels. Cliff.
Cliff. All right. Cliff, a map on which we saw, I think, both teams throughout the entirety of the tournament now already. So... let's see if they have something new prepared. Yeah, once again, I think there is not a lot to talk about when it comes to the individual damage numbers. Let's see actually how much damage the Hori was able to do. I mean, second on damage on his team. All the shots that he connected actually ended up penetrating, so maybe some blind shots in there as well. But overall, I think in 15v15, the chance to have real outliers when it comes to damage is lower than in something like 7v7. Just because whenever there's going to be a shootout and a fight happening, it's all going to be a concerted team effort. And there, with great players like these, they're all going to be, you know, continuously penetrating their shots, realistically stealing each other's damage as well, if you want to see it that way. But yeah, Prokhorovka 2-0 for Indel, who picked it. Fisherman's Bay getting split 1-1, leaving us at this 3-1 scoreline, headed into Cliff, which once again is Invil's pick. So quite the dangerous thing for Kylie, because Cliff, being as quick as it is, could be the decider almost here. And then again, for Invil, they need to be careful as well, because Invil, if it goes quickly Kylie's way, all of a sudden we're at a 3-3 scoreline.
Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? That's still quite a while away. They have to win out the map fully for that. And they were the ones to pick Fisherman's Bay, which means we're now moving into Cliff, which is an Invil pick, right? So we were expecting at least a 1-1.
I think 1-1 is kind of what Kylie hopes for here, a little bit. To kind of rescue themselves into Himmelsdorf, maybe some more Type 5 shenanigans there. But as soon as you see a team doing a Type 5 camp as well, other teams start respecting the fact.
Now, on Cliff, we saw Kylie play it against Rix. That was like a hit and miss performance as well, though.
Yeah, no, Cliff in between Rix and Kylie. Kylie didn't really look super great, in my opinion. They, especially the round where they like had all the positions and they ended up losing anyway for some reason. I still haven't properly figured out what happened there, to be honest. But maybe now they are going to be doing better against the team of Invil that has looked pretty good on Cliff in the past. Quadruple CS together with 11 BZs. Not a lot of subtlety, but even less on Kylie's lineup.
Yeah, 13 BZs and 2 CSs. So, you know, I think both teams know what they want.
I think both teams know what they want indeed, and that is the victory in this battle. And they are going to be trying to achieve it with nothing less than blunt force. Splitwise, we see 5 BZs from Kylie towards the lower side, double CS towards the hill, and the rest is going to go towards the middle. For Indil, I think we see the classic CS to the middle split. Kono in the 1-2 line with the first shot of damage in towards Crystal. And that is the information that the Invil players on the 1-2 line needed to not go in, at least not immediately. They're going to boost after those BZs from Kylie here. They are going to be outnumbered for the time being as the clash in the middle is about to start.
We're coming out onto the brawl. Sunshine's already dead. DJ Orsic joining Kylie now, having to evacuate from the 1-2 line, pushing back in towards the middle with those BZs coming in because that is a losing engagement. So they're pushing back in. Ketsai kind of in the thick of it, but Templeton will not make it to the middle. Crystal is not doing that well either, but so far, blow for blow, it's actually Kylie coming out ahead. They have one more kill. They have slightly less HP, but they have a real opportunity here. They also have some very powerful positions though. The Veliar, Dupatipa and Clowns are controlling the Ram, but that is a lot of HP currently out of the fight as well. You can see that by the likes of Manera now being overrun by the tanks from Invil in return. Evilok getting set on fire, not that great in the BZ. He will die to the 1-2 combination of the CS63s, and now Yusek on the top of the Ram, getting Invil back involved, and they're wrestling back to control over this match. That double CS on the hill needs to do so much damage to bring it back, and I think they can do it as well. Dupadipa and Clownzik will deny the ramp, will win it back altogether. Yusek will fall, and then, honestly speaking, when we look at it, Kylie with those advanced positions, especially also look at Kano's position behind that rock, very annoying.
Well, first of all, Manera is going to bite the dust. Aphrodite to follow after him, and Invil once again are clawing it back a little bit. The guns are dead even at this point in time, and now it's just going to be about positions. Invil sending Barbarian back in towards the middle here. The long and punishing march through into the middle, but this time around he doesn't take any damage for it. This leaves Language in the pickle here. Down towards one shot he goes. Pan's Fury to come around the stone, but Barbarian actually the one to pick it up, and all of a sudden Kylie are trailing in guns, are trailing in HP. Yes, they maybe have some positions, but are they going to be able to make it work? Oh, I think Kano actually missing Monster here, so he is just going to get DPM'd by the CSs. I think this is the straw that's going to break the camel's back.
Yeah, he did end up missing Monster by hitting Kano's gun even, I think. Not sure. I said in the meantime finds a kill though, but he is going to die for that. Lavelier now on this ramp area getting shot back by Kono as well in the CS63, who's not missing. Clownzik coming in with the ram. It's not enough. 5 HP remaining. Will need to do the shot, and Invil just so good at these endgame scenarios. Will look to win out here. 3 times left standing for Kylie. Clownzik on a one-shot will surely die against the Barbarian. Or Panzer Fury. It's Panzer Fury actually to do him the honors. Kono trading not that effectively against Lavelier, but it's just Lavelier and Dopadipa on respective basically one-shots each. Monster missing a shot, but over time they will find a shot on him, and that will mean Invil put themselves on match point on the first round of Cliff. And Kylie now looking at a wall of match points they need to overcome if they want to become the champions of this AMD Clan Showdown.
It's not looking super likely right now. Barbarian probably no boosts left in his tank. Is just going to slowly but surely drive up the hill to take out Dupa and to kind of take down the hopes of Kylie, because as you... Oh, that's a nice prediction, nice blind shot coming out from Dopa, but it's not going to matter, unfortunately, for him. So yeah, Barbarian and Pan's Fury are going to pincer the hopes of Kylie, because, as you said, this wall of match points that is up and coming, it is absolutely menacing.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough scenario for Kylie. I thought they really had an opportunity there for a while. They had the hill, they had Kono in a good position as well, they had some sort of a crossfire, but then it just falls apart.
Well, and this is going to mean now that for Kylie, every single round moving on from this is going to be do or die. No mistakes is what they will be allowed to make from now on. First of all, the damage numbers here once again. And I think for Invil, it's worth mentioning that they had double the amount of CSs with 2 of them, DJ and T-Sec, immediately getting picked up. So the focus fire from Kylie when it comes to the high DPM tanks was actually very, very good. But the problem for them, of course, is that Invil not only had 2 more of those, but in the meanwhile, those BZs were dishing out punishment. And you can also see for Kylie, the CSs on their end showed up even more. Laveliard and Dopa, they have over 11,000 damage between the 2 of them. So that wasn't the issue. I think the issue is more the slight difference in hit and pen rate between both of the teams, because once again, like 88% for Kylie is already pretty good, but Invil almost almost 92, like 91% pen rate. That's crazy across the team.
Yeah, very good shooting from Invil. Exactly what you want to see from them as well. Bringing it to a 4-1 now. They got a lot of match points. They have everything going for them. This match is looking to be decided if you're looking at the way that the games have gone. Kylie found one game so far. One. And that's it.
Well, they need to start somewhere, right? And if they're going to start anywhere, it needs to be the next round here on Cliff. Yes, it is a map that was picked by Invil, but to be honest, Cliff can be so volatile that any team really stands a chance. I think if you get a really good opening and you manage to do a lot of damage, maybe get a lucky fire or even two, maybe a blow up, something like that, and then you can just snowball, or you just have the better split at the start, then it can work out for you. And that is, I think, what Kylie needs to hope for at this point in time, because whatever they've been doing so far, clearly it's not been working out.
Well, if there's some magic left in the tank of Kylie, it has to come out now.
Now or never, right? Because otherwise, we are going to be proclaiming a new champion, and that would be, in this case, the old champion. It would be Invil, once again crowning themselves the Clan Showdown 15 versus 15 champions of Europe.
It's possible. It would be their 12th win or something?
I think the 12th one, yeah.
When is somebody else getting the 3-mark badge?
I am not sure how many people are on 9 or something like that victories, but considering that the 11th time Invil won, like 3 more people got it, I would imagine there's maybe some on 9.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I figured as a competitive operations manager you would know this kind of information, but
I don't know it, but I know where to look it up. That's the thing. Anyway, though, I know also how to look up the lineup that Invil's bringing, and, well, it's not really changing. Quadruple CS, and the rest is BZs.
Invil sticking to their 4 CS as well. Kylie's sticking to 3 CS. They had 3 in the previous game as well, right? Or was it
they
2?
had 2.
Okay, so they're doing 1 more in CS. The rest is basically saying the same. I mean, the lineups here, well, what's the difference? 1 CS versus 3, 4 CSs versus 3. The split, triple BZ lower, CS lower. We saw Invil play this already, and it's a mirror, actually, from Kylie, but with 4 BZs playing lower. Monster getting spotted out. 2000 HP might signal CVS, actually, to spot those tanks on the 1-2 line earlier, but Invil crossing over with the triple CS as well. Though Badipa needs to be very careful in the CS63, and I think so far Kylie forced to repush this with their own BZs, but this gives Invil the opportunity to peek Lavelier minus 1.2, and the fight is starting to evolve here in the middle of the map.
Indeed, the fight has erupted. So far, the focus fire not really on point by either team, but that's just because they haven't fully initiated yet. It's just some corner trades as Kylie has sent up some BZs through the middle of Elyad on a one-shot, managing to fade away here, and in come the Invil BZs on the lower side. Meanwhile, the fight is also going on in the middle. Invil actually with the better ramp positions, and now they're also pushing in through the 1-2. Everyone is getting committed. It is just a brunt force fight. Sunshine brutalizing Kono out of the position and even crushing him under it. But is that going to be enough? Because Invil right now still have more HP, but less tanks.
Yeah, that was a real monster truck moment there from Sunshine, and the BZ actually ends up living for that as well. Number of the guns in their favor, HP in their favor as well. Sunshine still alive. Manera now trying to do the same thing to Tisek, but he will not make it for that push across. He just gets obliterated, maybe a little over eager. Sunshine dead as well now, and you would like to see this turn into Kylie's favor, but it seems to be that way just once more. This mid to end game scenarios is where Invil thrives the most. The hill is taken by Barkus. Clownzik coming to reinforce it. Kano will find a kill against Conrad, but Monster actually whiffing the shot there against Kano. But I think he has plenty of HP to actually take it away nonetheless. It will take one more shot, I guess, from Kano, but in return it will be Invil with a lead in guns and HP.
Indeed, and Invil, they're holding on and holding strong with the positions that they have currently. The CS in the copy position in G2 also needs to be very careful. He's on one shot. That is Laveliard. Monster can just flank around with all of this HP that he has, and then surely the Hurricane is about to die. That would be another position that switches hands, and basically Kylie wouldn't be able to do anything with it anymore. It seems like Laveliard was able to evacuate in the nick of time, but yeah, this means that this corner position doesn't really shoot and do damage on towards the tanks of Invil anymore. Kylie with less tanks, but slight HP advantage, but I would say arguably the positions are actually favoring Invil at this point. If it goes for a very long time, then Invil is attacking, but that thought is still a mile away.
There's a few things happening here. Monster's taken back the 2-line, but also at the same time, Aphrodite's going around the hill. You could see maybe Clownzik actually commit for Barkis at some point and make the kill while Aphrodite goes from behind, winning the hill altogether. Because they know that at some point Invil will take down 1-2 line. When Invil takes down 1-2 line, the ramp positions become exposed. So they need to hurry up with this move. They need to get into position to actually eliminate some tanks in the middle. Aphrodite is moving forward because the moment they start getting shot from their own base, Monster, once he takes that rocket J2, will create crossfire on towards these tanks, and that will be the undoing.
He sees Trash Panda. He sees Trash Panda, 290 HP. That is a one-shot, and he picks it up. So Trash Panda is going to relay that, hey, the 1-2 line has been lost. This is also a gun that Kylie does not have anymore. As Monster goes above 4,000 damage, seems to have continuous shots on towards the tanks in the middle. Barkis, though, going down. Aphrodite and Depressed with kills to follow it up. So the kill feed all of a sudden filling up with Invil players. Depressed, he needs to make it work with that BZ. He's the playmaker on very high HP, but who does he commit on? Language goes down with the BZ as well. It is 5 Kylie players alive and a Dream Depressed to pick up Marcel without losing HP. Laveliard and Clownzik doubling down on Uzek. All of a sudden, Invil's trailing, and Monster is out of the game.
Aphrodite angling out. Franek, does he get the shot? It's actually Depressed to pick it up. It's 3 times from Invil. And what a save from Kylie in this battle. Extending their life. Making a good play around the hill. And also, big shout out to Clownzik. Did not bounce his shot. If he bounces, he loses the hill. They lose the hill, they lose the game. Most likely.
Well, I mean, it's not over yet. Stranger things have happened, but Kylie, they certainly deserve this second round here. They've worked very hard from it. Monster crazy. How doesn't he get spotted for that? Probably low noise as well on that CS. I would love to see the equipment, but yeah, Laveliard getting spotted as well. But Monster taking a big one to the face. Finally, he goes down to 457. The captain punching way above his weight takes down Clownzik. It's a 3 versus 3, but still, the HP are in Kylie's favor.
He's trying to knock over some trees to get some camo. Needs to be careful not to die to the press. Lavalier is a one-shot 385. It's a close one-shot though, to be honest. A roll here or there. Aphrodite 400. Could die as well to the roll. The press, if he goes for Perfuse, will take one more shot. We'll put him into the... what range? Like 4 shots still though. T6 starting to close the middle. He knows that Aphrodite is somewhere there. He has to know.
I think the problem for Invil is that now all of their tanks are essentially one-shots for the tanks. Ooh, a miss from Aphrodite. He does not manage to retaliate, but T-Sec is kind of caught out here now, in between a rock, literally, and the open, is how you could characterize it. Shots whizzing by Laveliard. Aphrodite, he rolls the dice, and T-Sec does not get a critical success on this one, rolling slightly low on the 400. HP Aphrodite, so it is 2 versus 3, but the HP on Depressed, they're just insurmountable.
Yeah, and he's pushing for Profuse as well. I mean, Profuse probably even shooting HE. He could shoot HE if he wants to. No, seems to be normal ammo. Seems to be aiming for a while just to make sure he pens, but Kylie will hold on, which means Cliff will be split 1-1.
Cliff split 1-1. Monster still not down and out, unwilling to give up, but maybe it's not going to be his choice to make. He does get shut down finally at the end here, and Kylie reward themselves with a hard-fought second round.
It was for a while it was starting to look a little bit dire there again. They got undone by this flank from the hill, and Clownzik then winning the top, and that's the thing, right? they had nobody left to really cover the 5 line because Tisek left that D4 pocket. So he was not 5 line, he was kind of 2 line. They got kind of caught in a timing where, you know, if Tisek is in an actual position, could do a lot of damage for this. But now, you know, they roll over the mid, they clean up. It was pretty good.
Who was the guy on Kylie, by the way, that threw off the CS63? Sunshine? That was, I think that was round winning, to be honest. The way that the situation like played out with him staying alive and the CS crashing, that might have been round winning. Like, it looked very cool, first of all, and second of all, it was actually effective, which, you know, sometimes it's not the same thing.
Yeah, so... yeah, I mean, Kylie stays alive. We're moving on now. They won this one. Good for them. It was a hard fall round. Starting to get more realistic, right? But at the same time, we're moving into Morovanka now. Invil's defending first. Let's put it this way, right? If Invil loses their defense and Kylie hardcamps on the defense and wins it, you know.
Then it would be 3 rounds in a row for Invil. Sorry, for Kylie. And of course, like match point as well, and everything would have turned. Kylie would be on the momentum train, so to speak. But first of all, you know, Kylie actually needs to win both Morovanka rounds. And, you know, we've seen quite a bit of Morovanka, actually, both of us, especially on NA yesterday evening as well. And let's just say some of those camps where Nasty didn't look unbreakable, but didn't get broken either.
Mm-hmm. I know, I was playing a Badger.
Exactly. And I think there even was a situation where one of the Badgers was HEing EBRs and he got like 700.
Yeah, and died for it after. I don't know. Don't praise hockey too much, man. It's too difficult as it is. It's like playing. Right. It's like the enemy's playing with 16. You know, 15 players and hockey on our team being annoying.
Did some people actually switch off voice comms with him?
I wouldn't be surprised. It's not like you're missing anything, anyways.
Oh well. If you want to see more of that, of course, tune in later tonight. I believe it's going to be midnight European time, so 23 UTC. On Ducky's channel that we are going to be rating. You're going to see all the goodness there.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Nonetheless, potentially the last battle. Invil on defense. Do they camp?
If it was me, and of course I know I'm not playing, but if it was me, I'd try it. Like, I would judge the odds of success to be better than failure. But then again, I mean, Invil is a team that likes to play super aggressive. So if they think that, you know, they just want to go up and aggressive, then I wouldn't fault them for it either. And looking at the lineups, yeah, it doesn't look too much like a camp. Of course, you can hang back with the tanks, but it doesn't look like it. You would pick probably a Manticore over an EBR, which is the case currently. Kono with that French wheeled light tank together with an SGRV 2279, an IS-7, and the rest is just all Dravets.
Well. Kylie in return, 6 IS-7s, if I could count right, an SGRV, an EBR, and the rest being Dravets. So you could see Invil in the beginning, splitting a few tanks off, but the main bulk going A-line though. Maybe they camp at this lineup, but I'd be surprised.
Let's see how it goes. Aggressive spotting run by Dopa. He sees an IS-7 coming close. Ooh, good shot into Dopa here. And that EBR HP, that is obviously something that you really want to hold on to. But Dopa not really able to do it right now. 459. This EBR is a big asset. They want to keep it alive. He's ducking and covering behind the house right now. Kono getting spotted in the forest as well, signaling to Kylie that this indeed is not a hard camp.
Padipa down towards 459 is going to cost them, and this is Invil potentially making a decisive move. Look at the rotations, B line, A line. They're pulling back from 1-2. There's still a lot of tanks there from the side of Kylie that are going to be looking at this straight over push on the forest with the entirety of the team. STRV following as well. Ketsai in a little bit early, and there is a rotation from what seems to be 3 or 4 Dravets across into K9. So that is going to be annoying, but I still think that Kylie just doesn't have the number of guns to hold this either way.
And to be honest, I think the problem here for Kylie is that the info simply didn't get, simply wasn't gathered that so many Invil tanks were actually pushing the forest, and this is just a sea of yellow that's now starting to encroach. Yes, Conrad is taking a lot of damage, but Templeton in turn getting blown out of the water by those tanks of Invil. Doesn't get a shield either from Iset. You can see T-Sec just booking it down. The 6-7 line doesn't even care, and now the Dravets is in the back line from Kylie, spotted 2 tanks down already. Invil able to keep everyone alive. Finally, the reinforcements have arrived from the team in white, and you can see the focus fire pretty good actually on towards the players of Invil. The entrenched Kylie tanks are managing to hold on.
The second fire as well, down towards 495. Kylie re-pushing in towards the forest. The SUV forced to evacuate. Barbarian is dead. It's 6,000 lead for Kylie. Does this turn around in their favor? Have they found the magic juju that they're looking for? Crystal, the Press and Aphrodite. It doesn't seem like they're dying. They have the Triangle of Doom. Not enough tanks after all to actually clear this up. They're not going to be able to clean up this pocket. It's 7,000 lead, and I have this feeling, I have this love and feeling that we're in for a hard cam from Kylie. If I'm right here, I feel like they will opt for that.
Time to get comfortable, is what you're saying. And yeah, Invil's blind... I mean, I initially thought that it was going to be met with a lot of success, because Invil just had, well, basically everyone there. Whereas from Kylie, that like one of the tanks, the I-7, immediately just gets blown up. Then the follow-up is also there, so I was actually misjudging it there a little bit. Invil either not aggressive enough or too aggressive. One of the two is true.
I think they just weren't grouped enough to really run over this 9-0 line. Like there was like it was like a train, you know. You want to be like a big group. You want to engulf the I-7s and then just swarm K9 with everything and just sacrifice everything basically to kill it. They weren't really able to do that.
And of course, if you're asking yourself why Kono is running away at this point in time, since the battle is lost from his perspective anyway, that's just for a possible tiebreaker where, you know, the Invil guys don't want to give the fastest attack over to Kylie. I believe that was HE from Kono, but unfortunate low roll, leaving Dopa on 2 HP. And of course, Dopa wanting to pad his stats a little more is going to drive close. HE as well into Ram 700 to just reduce the HP available on Kono and make him die quicker.
Kono just getting some endgame damage. Good shot from Kano. The cap is on as well. He can't really stop much anymore. I think he drew out enough time. Anyways, now we switch sides on Moravanka. It's going to be Kylie defending. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if they're in for the hard camp.
No, I wouldn't be.
I just want to say that
either.
it was Sunshine that said that we should camp yesterday on Moravanka himself. So you know what I mean. Like.
Not true. He's playing NA as well. So, well, did you win?
Yes.
So, was it a good call?
Maybe.
You
cannot just predict that we wouldn't have won if we didn't camp.
Yeah, of course. But what we know for sure is that you camped and you won.
But that doesn't leave out the theoretical hypothetical that we would have won anyways.
Yeah.
With more honor.
You have the safety.
With more honor.
Knowing that you did. What do you mean more honor? Win is a win.
It's not about how you win. It's not about winning. It's about how you win.
You know, 13 Type 5s on Himmelsdorf parking the bus. A win is also a win.
Right.
I don't want to know what advances are going to look like for the coming weeks.
When is the last time you looked at an advance?
I think a couple months ago.
Wow.
I was looking to play, and then I got an invite by Banta, and then I checked, and the team was full already. And then I was like, oh, all right.
You think he would have put you in?
Probably, maybe. You know.
No, just wondering, you know.
We can ask him next tournament.
You're gonna invite him?
I mean, he needs to invite me because the clan on EU is kind of not happening with the advances, if you know what I mean.
I would, you know, I'll make an advance in Fame, just so I can make sure you don't get picked. You know, like could it?
What the? Again, this unforced hostility.
It's not,
I don't know where it's coming from.
It's not hostility if you're laughing. You know, it means you think it's funny.
it's just because I'm so flabbergasted.
Flabbergasted. Yup.
Flabbergasted, yeah.
Yup.
I learned this word yesterday. I love it.
Did you?
No, I learned it longer ago.
What else did you learn?
Not a lot.
What did you learn from watching NA yesterday?
I learned that I like sleep, but I love watching NA.
It wasn't that bad. We were done at like 4. Like, come on.
Yeah, it was okay. Like I was actually I recruited Yogurt yesterday to do the clean feed, and he said yes without thinking like what he was actually gonna do because I hadn't specified. And then like into the second best of 9, he asked like how long are we actually gonna be here? And I'm like, yeah, it's 3 best of 9s. And Yogurt is like, what? Still? And I'm like, no, we're in the second one of the 3. Don't worry, man.
Good. Let's make it a best of 17 today.
Best of 17.
Yeah.
Do we have enough maps in the pool for that? Yeah, we do. Oh no.
I think we do now. What would be the
Yeah,
max?
we have 9 maps. One of them is tiebreaker, so 8 times 2 is 16
Well, we
plus 1.
could make it best of 19, right? If we just allow a map to be recycled as a tiebreaker.
Yeah, or we just put in Karelia, you know.
Okay. Interesting. I would be okay with that.
I'm sure you would be, and I'm pretty sure Kylie would be okay with a victory here to make it into the tiebreaker. But it doesn't really look like a camp either. First of all, in the lineup, EBR, 1 STRV, and E5, we have 6 IS7s, double 60 TP. I would love to see the equipment on those, and quadruple Dravets.
Kylie actually not looking to camp yet. Double I7, 279 EBR, and then 11 Dravets. So, you know.
No, it looks like active gameplay. Of course, you can still park the bus with mobile tanks, but normally that's not what you would do, kind of. Like, the fake that you would be selling here is essentially, look, we have an active lineup, but then you take defensive positions with them anyway. But then you're not really wasting a lot of time for tanks to be worse tanks to be in positions where you could have better tanks.
Yeah, it's a camp after all. So they picked no Badgers. Interesting. I kind of like the Badger myself. I don't know.
Well, it is an extremely potent tank when it's hold down, staring at the enemies and dishing out DPM. But I think the reason why Kylie didn't do that is probably because they want to sell the fake that, hey, we're actually not camping, guys. You need to be very, very careful with all the positions that you take.
The repush threat is higher as well, of course. With Badgers, you can always count the Badgers on not being able to repush, so... But these tanks, you know...
Okay, so Trash Panda and Conrad are going to exchange, I believe. What are the first spots of the game? Also, the EBR from Kylie is taking a very, very defensive positions. Dopa, he is essentially on the cap. So I think Kylie want to make sure that they definitely, at some later stage of the game, don't get capped out. Or if there are tanks from Invil capping it, they have someone very close to definitely make sure that he sees everything. Although it is, of course, a risk as well, going this close, like right in the cap with the EBR. If the enemy one is making a run later on, then you're kind of dead. But, of course, he can still reposition. Like, his engine doesn't just break from staying in the cap.
Intel did waste a lot of time like this, though.
Yeah, so far, 2 minutes, 20 seconds with not really a lot happening, except that so far, a grand total of 3 IS7s. Make that 4 have been spotted as Barbarian gets lit up. Absolutely crazy gameplay.
Wow. Barbarian got spotted. Unbelievable.
Pan's Fury as well. Oh my lord, it's so over.
They're really giving away a lot of info. I mean, Kylie right now is very weak against the 1-2 push. At this moment in time, yes, they could cross over with some tanks from the 6th line, but it's only 4 in total that are really defending this. And they're really hoping Intel pushes a 9-0 line. That's kind of the name of the game here. Hopefully, we sell it, that where there's a lot of tanks behind Manera, because he's so far up, right? and that Kano's playing there too. We saw that we are very much defending 1-2. There's many tanks at A3. Push 9-0 line.
Yeah, and I mean, Manera and Kano getting spotted. That is kind of what they want a little bit in this case. Simply because Invil now saw more tanks on the 1-2 line, or 1-2-3-4 line, than they did in the forest. Still, there is a lot of time for Invil to do something, to try and find out something. They still have Kono that they could use as an active spotting asset, but of course the Kylie tanks in this A6 or A0 position, they are not going to get spotted, but the problem for Invil is they could be in A1, they could be in A3, and we wouldn't see them either.
There's a thing here though, which we shouldn't underestimate. There's no punish on the A-line crossing. The way it is right now. When Invil pushes down 1-2, everything that is A6 could go to A3. Everything. And what would they lose? Maybe a tank. Maybe.
Well, it seems like Invil is starting to group up for a push down the 1 line, which is exactly what you said, that Kylie right now is extremely weak. The double 60 TP is starting to march down the 4 line as well, so there would be a bit of A-line punish. The 60 TP salvo, 1500 between the two of them, it does hurt.
Maybe they're not that weak. Maybe I take it back what I said, because if all of these guys cross and there's 2 more guys from A9 that have gotten pulled back from it, if all of those guys cross to A3, all of a sudden this is not looking that good, to be honest.
Alright, let's see. The push is starting. Franek and Profus are going to get spotted in those 60 TPs, and now the rotation should start happening for the team of Kylie, as all the other tanks from Invil get spotted as well. They're trying to finish it out in regular time, I said, and Manera already starting to evacuate as all the tanks from Kylie start making it over towards the northwest of the map, where surely the decision for this battle is going to get made. Big damage on towards Language already on the cross, but that's kind of all she wrote for now.
Yeah, and the forest will get overrun slowly but surely by Kylie, and they're ready and eager to find this push. And the first one peeking over, it seems to be Monster, dropped to a 700 HP. The rest of them don't really want to go anymore. They're kind of realizing that now they're bogged down in this area. Barkis is on fire as well, and there's a lot of Invil tanks there stuck. Barkis down towards 60 HP, burning a little bit more, will survive. But look at all these tanks stuck, and they will go for the last ditch attempt to peek here with all of the guns on towards Manera. And I said the damage they dealt was pretty good, but they're taking just as much back, and they're already down in HP. And like I said, I take it back, they weren't that weak at all, because they could do the A6 crossing over towards this A3, C3, C4 like they did, and really reinforce that area very quickly. So of course something you cannot do with Badgers. You gotta be careful though, not to lose the forest. The STRV is starting to be annoying as well, starting to repush the 4 line a little bit with Gano, the press, and Templeton. T-Sec on fire as well as the I7 from the forest. They want to clean up this pocket on the 4 line, get those tanks out of the game, and force Invil out of this 1-2 line to make a play. Gano finds T-Sec. Trash Panda is fine against Conrad in this 1v1. Marcel does find Templeton in the STRV, but in return they're going to lose these tanks here for both Kylie and Invil. And Kylie's move, maybe not that great. Now pushing back up on 1-2 line as well. I think they realized they were making some mistakes on this 4 line, and as a result of that, they're trying to clean up 1 line. Not sure what has prompted them into this amount of aggression when they were already winning. Crystal and Trash Panda will win the forest though, but it's not as clean as you would hope from Kylie. There's a lot of tanks here from Invil. There's a lot of no HP tanks from Invil, but so far the kills are not happening. They need to clean this up. Trash Panda finds Conrad. That's exactly what they needed. Franek and the other 60p shooting from behind now, and I don't even know if Kylie's going to clean it up right now.
Well, Manera picks up another tank, and now Ojek and Rexa are actually on the reload here, and this is problematic for them. Ketsa in the meanwhile picking up Clownzik as well as Aphrodite, not with the best trade. Barkis is probably AGable, still alive, and a kick in on 66 HP as Ketsa is trying to shut the coffin here with that very high HP. IS-7 from the backlines, but in the meanwhile, Evil is able to kill Rexa. Now, Ojek on that one shot, Amarak as well. Barkis the only 2 to really be holding it here. The 60 TP is not too healthy either, and still Kylie all over the map. They have scattered tanks. The only thing really going in Invil's favor right now is still Kono in that full HP EBR.
Ketzai finds a shot against Eyesight, drops in towards the one-shot. Sunshine shooting forward, tries to get out check, doesn't get it. Fanek in the 60p, making a kill in the meantime as well. The SRV is arriving, Profuse down towards the one-shot as well. Ketzai finds another. Sunshine dead. He takes a shot in the back from Dopadipa though. No, actually, Dopadipa finds Orchek with somebody else shooting Ketzai in the back. Evilok finds Profuse before he goes down. Eyesight still alive on a one-shot. Evil on a one-shot as well. It is 5 tanks for Kylie, and this 279 has had a horrible game, to be honest, in this one. He's just driving around, and Dopadipa is about to get flanked by Kono. I don't think he expects this either. 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's not over just yet. Kono, like I said, is going to find Dopadipa. Low roll with Ichi. Dopa, can he dodge the ram? He cannot. Kono finds the kill, and I think Invil still has an opportunity to cap, but it's going to be Crystal to hold that off and Trash Panda to run away, normally speaking.
Normally speaking, yes, Kono still spotted, needs to be careful, cannot go into the cap quite yet. I believe Crystal might also be just too close here right now, and Crystal is going to be the bulwark against everything from Invil. 3 tanks are the maximum of what can stay in the cap here right now. Crystal, luckily for him, has a medkit. Without a commander, this would have been absolutely horrible. Starts driving towards the cap as well. Kono is spotted in the cap here. Needs to be careful. Doesn't want to get reset at 45 seconds. No one can go in the cap to support the EBR. The SGRV gets shut down. And yes, it was a very, very scrappy game. But after it all, it seems like Kylie, even with some messy repushes, are able to hold on. Crystal, though, taking a big hit by the 60 TP. Needs to be careful not to take more hits from Franek.
Yeah, Crystal needs to stay safe. If Kono gets... good shot from Kono. 392 needs a roll. This is not over just yet. Crystal finds Ketzai, so that's good, but that actually eliminates the game, though. Ketzai needed to give a shot there, and he didn't. Fanek, bouncing as well. It doesn't have the reload either way in the 60p, nonetheless. You know, that's the problem. He needed Ketzai to give a shot, even if Kono would find Trash Panda, which is apparently not going to happen either. But let's say he did, then the only way was for Franek to kill Crystal if Ketzai delivered the shell. So, yeah, I don't know. Kylie there, I feel very eager to try and finish the game. I don't think the positions they had were really breakable anymore from Invil's side. This 4-line repush, I don't think it was necessary. Little overeager.
A little overeager, but luckily, at least for them, it doesn't come back to hurt or possibly haunt them in the future. Instead, Kylie on their Muravanka defense, which was a camp, but not the one we expected, kind of, by the skin of their teeth, managing to hold on. And that means it's going to end in which other fashion than who could have expected a tiebreaker. First of all, damage dealt by the players here. Once again, no crazy super outliers. Trash Panda having a pretty good game in the IS-7 of his own. But overall, yeah, the repush by Kylie kind of to be honest. Like, if we were being real here, the repush I don't think was needed. They were kind of winning everywhere. But so far, so good. And actually, you know, we were saying it before Muravanka when it was 4-2. Like, if Kylie wins both Muravanka rounds, then all of a sudden we are at 4-4 tiebreaker. And Kylie now has won 3 rounds in a row. The second cliff, both Muros, and we're going into Live Oaks. And actually, the team with the fastest attack so far is still Invil with that first Prokhorovka round. And they have not yet currently picked. Actually, now they have Monster, the team captain himself, deciding they are going... actually, what would you pick on Live Oaks? Just quickly, before we reveal it.
Attack.
Attack? The Monster did the same.
It's the better side overall. Yes, you have time as your enemy, but the advantages you get in return, you know? Control over the map, positions as well, just an easier starting time. I think that's pretty valuable.
Yeah, and I think both teams, but especially Invil, are teams that really thrive off of, you know, being aggressive from the get-go, trying to get map control, trying to sort of force the opponent into chaotic responses, chaotic moves, where then the Invil players, with all of their experience, then all of a sudden just, you know, somehow come out ahead. Like we, for example, saw in between Invil and Rix. I think the Sand River round was an absolute demonstration of the capabilities of the Invil players, right? If we think back to that one, I know it was the first match today, so it was quite some time ago actually, but like Invil does something with absolute conviction on Sand River South, then they notice it's not working out, so they absolutely freeze the game because they're able to do that too, and from there on out, via angles, individual plays, position after position, suddenly they win the round that they should have realistically lost.
Now, tiebreaker, unexpected to be the case. Do we believe that the boys from Kylie can do it?
Boys from Kylie. I mean, yes, Kylie now has 3 rounds in a row, but you know what they say, you know, the last round can be the hardest one to get.
But you can say the same for Invil, you know, because the last one is the hardest one to get for them, you know, in general as well.
Yeah, but them picking attack on Live Oaks now, I think it's kind of the side they really want to start on because it suits their play style. So I think they're experienced enough to mentally like reset and forget what kind of happened on Muro. And I think they should be favored going into this one. But hey, Kylie, they're on a tiebreaker for a reason as well. So I wouldn't put it past them.
For sure. I mean, I could see this happen, Keyhands. I don't know. Like, I really thought Invil would close out in regular time, but then really, really struggled in the last few rounds.
Yep. Of course, both teams didn't know that they would make it this far into the match and that they were going to play tiebreaker. This is why every time something like this happens, we are giving them a little bit of additional time to prepare for what is going to, for both teams, be the most important round of the tournament. Once again, our predictions here, all of those are, as you can see, out of the window already. However, Daki, of course, would make it known that he is the only one that predicted Kylie should they win.
I mean, it is what it is, Kiant, you know? It is what it is. At least somebody here expected a closer match, right?
There was someone else predicting 5-3 as well, just Invil's way, just saying.
Anyways, tiebreaker time. Invil, double wad, 5 I7s, triple 279, SCRV, EBR, and 5 Dravets.
And for Kylie, we have 7 Dravets, that is 5 IS7 as well, together with a 279, an SCRV, and an EBR. So I think a little bit of philosophical differences here between the teams, like do you take more IS7s, do you take less 279s, do you take more Dravets? But overall, the lineups are, in my opinion, comparable.
You can see in the beginning, apparently we cannot see it. It's a real fog of war, huh?
It looks to be like this currently, yeah. Maybe it is just the POV of the team of Kylie? Maybe Kono is spotted here? I'm not entirely sure what's happening. Well, this observer, though, seems to have everything for us at this point in time. So Kono is, in fact, not spotted. He is just chilling in the middle of the swamp.
Dravets there of Laveliard needs to be really careful. He's getting tracked as well on the first shot. Gets out chasing down already. Laveliard taking another one. He's gonna die. I mean, he's gonna take a lot of damage for this, to be honest. Another shot. The SRV will get one more as well, I think. We'll push him down. He's tracked again.
Double tracked, going down below 1000 HP, so even if he makes it out, it's going to be a very, very hurt Dravets, but I don't think at this point in time he's going to make it out anymore. Nope, Pansfury to pick it up, and it is 1-0 in the kill department. Invil opening up with kind of a freebie, to be honest, as Trash Panda driving over the bridge here. He wants to make it over as soon as he can. DJ doesn't get a second shot, Marcel bouncing as well. And now it is up to Invil to react to this south aggression by the defenders of Kylie that are bleeding oh so heavily, actually.
They're fully rotating off of this, by the way, Invil. Like, fully rotating all the way back. Kono is still in the middle of the map, and they haven't seen any A-line pressure, so they should be expecting this at some point. They will lose K1 because the I-7 is crossing over, but when did they spot this push? DJ now taking some damage as well. Still not spotted. Now they are actually spotted on the crossing. Crystal is going to survive though, and this is the whole team from Invil pushing down 1-2, and Kylie really needs to do a lot of damage to make this work. In return, they'll find a tank at A9. Honestly, I think they need to keep going 4-line, cut their losses on the JK line. The Rexer might just die, but cut the losses, go around the 279 and reset into some map split, you know?
That is possibly a good thing that they could do, but the punishment on towards Invil 4 now is pretty good, actually, from the tanks that are in the GH4 positions. Barbarian now getting pushed on by Depressed and Language as well, but on the flip side, this means that 2 tanks from Kylie are completely out of the fight, as Templeton is going to get cleaned up in the southwestern area as well. There's just too much Invil here. Rexa also still alive, and the IS-7s from Kylie, they're not really able to do a whole lot right now because they're also perma-spotted by the EBR of Kono that has been quiet ever since the beginning of the game.
DJ now getting flanked though, and this is the question. Frugo is actually back in the lineup, by the way. Just realized that. Godex, I think, went to a bad position. Is going to get overpushed for this. I don't think that was worth it. Frugo is pushing back in with his IS-7. A little bit early, a little bit premature from Frugo. Gotta be honest, trying to keep DJ alive, but everybody's pushing in now. The STRV, the Dravets, all farming, and Kylie so far might be able to turn this around. Sunshine, Trash Panda, how long can they survive? Godex, like I said, I think he went to a bad spot. Is going to die for this. The crossfire coming in from behind. Sunshine trying to stay alive. Marcus finds one. Conrad finds the other, but look at the Tracers coming in immediately. 2 kills coming back out. DJ dead, Barkus dead as well. Kylie even out the game now. Kono still in the middle though, the unknown factor here in this one, but Kylie is actually able to play.
Kylie able to play, but still the fact remains the EBR in the middle of the map. It remains a threat. Evil at any point in time, if Kono judges it to be a good situation, he can just kill him. That is a more likely one shot than not.
Oh no, Dopa was going for a second. It looked like he was going for a second.
I think he's just continuously moving in the bush, and I think Kylie know that he's there because continuously tracers are raining into it. But now Clownzik, he is very high HP, and that Dravet's still full HP even, and he's starting to make his way, but that'll be a crossfire in between Franek, Rexa, and T-Sec, so he's just going to be a forward spotter. I think the problem for Kylie and Indel both is that Live Oaks is an extremely large map, and Marcel picks up Evil, so a kill out of basically nothing, but that was that Dravets that was continuously spotted by the EBR, and now the STRV was able to remove that one. That's a lot of map control, a lot of information that just disappeared for Kylie with that single STRV shot.
Yeah, but Tisek also takes 2 shots though in his IS-7, and we didn't see Kono for a while, but look at his HP now, 423. Some of the blinds from Evil did connect and drops him to 423 HP. Dopadipa now very healthy, and Kylie resets into the 9-0 line defense. In a way, they're pulling back everything towards this. The only thing that right now is not spotted for Kylie is this rotation on the 1 line, and you could see more times being pulled here from Invil. This will be a very hard push to pull off. Nice shot again. I'm not sure who it is. I think it is the STRV. Finds T-Sec once more, down towards 1.1 KHP now. And with Clownzik, spots Ketsai as well, crossing over. That's a little bit of information. He's going to be happy with that one. Unbelievably enough, I mean, Kylie's about to be fully set up for this.
Well, the rotation is not yet complete by other side. Good shot by Ketsai in towards in towards Clownzik. Not sure where he actually hit. Was it the cupola? Was it the lower plate? But damage is damage, as they say. And now Invil trailing by around 1,000, and they are on the attacking side. That, mind you, they themselves chose. So they brought themselves into this predicament. 4 minutes is what they have remaining at this point in time to do it all. Aphrodite taking another shot of damage, but so far Orzek doesn't get spotted here for this full rotation. The players of Invil not choosing to go to T-Sex's position, instead driving through the water, and that actually might be a very smart move.
Doesn't really
because they are not going to be spotted for this.
I don't think that they... Orzek taking 2. I don't think they can peek Clownzik from there though. I think that's the problem. Like, they're not going to be able to really peek him, I think, effectively. Ketsai will try, will turn the turret, will actually get a shot delayed onto the back of this, but in return, the press already coming to re-aggress Monster. Clownzik is probably just going to watch towards Ketsai if he can. The press needs to be careful, though. He can get owned by Franek, who can shoot under the rails there as well. Aphrodite now arriving towards the lower side, and they're just going to be holding this, and the HP is dwindling for Invil. In the meantime, the 279 pushing under on the northern side, but Dopadipa there in his EBR very healthy. Language speaking, gives a shot to Monster. Again, Franek is the one there that is denying this. They cannot do this too often, to be honest, and they don't need to right now. They're actually in a very good spot.
And I mean, even if Clownzik dies, that's just the first layer of defense that will then have been peeled from Kylie. And I think Invil are now trying to take stock of the situation one last time, because they don't really have a lot to take stock of anymore, especially regarding the HP around 1500 trailing Ketsai. A singular IS-7, that is not a lot of DPM that's currently making its way closer towards the lineup of Kylie. He does get spotted. He immediately takes a shot of damage, but so does Kano, going down to a one-shot in that STRV is indeed very vulnerable in that in that Swedish tank destroyer, as Ketsai now trying to peek, but Language actually with a kill on Tisek.
Kono coming closer as well. They're playing the outside, but the outside is just losing them HP as well. Lose so many one-shots on the Invil side. Dopadipa is behind these tanks. Oof, Ketsai misses Kano. Would have been a nice kill to have on the STRV. Kono spotted out as well, and Dopadipa is now going to be the factor. Clownzik dies, but like we said, it was the first layer. There's two more dive at some very good HP. Monster, actually Ketsai is the one to find the kill on Manera. Monster taking some damage in return, but this is also very costly for Invil. It's not like they're winning these trades, and Dopadipa is hunting on towards Kono. If he gets the kill here, that's really the most important part. Can he get it? Swinging around once more, needs to hit the shot. Will he do it? He does. 1 minute 20 seconds, just needs to escape at this point, but in the return also 4 more tanks that are pretty low, with Monster being the highest HP. Language will peek him, give him a shot as well. I set with the finish, and unbelievably enough, Kylie, who were on the ropes, a 4-1 deficit against them. Invil in this finals, letting it all fall between their fingers, slipping and sliding, and it's not going to be Invil to pick up another gold fist. It's actually going to be Kylie with their very first clan showdown win, as Language rams Urchek to death. It's just Franek standing in the way of Kylie, and I think Language might be the one to pick this up as well in the face. How can he get it? He can! 5 kills. Kylie is your AMD clan showdown's winner.
AMD Clan Showdown champion even of Europe, and it's not going to be the long-standing, the serious champions of Invil. Instead, it is kind of a new kid on the block. Kylie, I think it's their 4th playoff appearance, and they so far had a bronze. They had a silver fist, if memory serves me right, and now they're going to crown all of that with the golden one as well. So I guess collection complete for now.
Yeah, they had 1 bronze, 1 silver, and now they have a gold as well. The team formerly known as Rick's, right? Yeah, I guess, you know, if you're Rick, you bet on the wrong team. Betting on the wrong horse.
Well, some horses in some races just go faster than others. But yeah, congratulations to Kylie and Invil on their self-chosen predicament of attacking on Live Oaks. Do not manage to break Kylie. Instead, it is an almost full-on remontada. Remember, it was 4-1 at one point, and now Kylie crown themselves the victors here in spectacular fashion. It was a nail-bitingly close, both on Murabanka at times, on Cliff at times, and now in this last round as well. But yeah, I think Kylie deservedly so. They had a horrendous start, mind you, into these grand finals as well, but victor mentality, clawing themselves back into it, locking in, and just getting the victory. I guess what we were saying early on in the match, you know, sometimes you just have to stop playing bad and start playing well and playing better than your opponent. That's just what Kylie did.
Yeah, they really had a good run. A surprising run even, to be honest, when they were down 4-1, but they made it happen. So congratulations to them. Big win. Very happy. You know, now they can go back to collecting their drops.
Exactly. Collecting the drops is also what you will be able to do on Daki's stream, which we are going to be, of course, as always, after tournaments, rating. Yeah, we'll enable the drops there, and if those haven't been enough for you yet, then when the EU drops end, then later tonight there will also be more Clan Showdown goodness this time around from the North American server, and as I was alluding to already, my man Daki already is in the grand finals with his team there, waiting for his opponents, but those have yet to be found. So there's going to be some commenting action, but also some POV gameplay. We hope you enjoyed the EU show. I think we had some pretty crazy matches today. Thank you to everyone behind the camera. Thank you to everyone that was in front of the camera that isn't here right now. Thank you to you, Daki. And with that, the last words, as always, go to you.
Well, Kylie did it all. 15v15 is over for a while. It was fun. I hope we're all very excited to see OLS coming back up. I think no much left to say beyond that. Some really tight matches. I hope to see you guys all for OLS. And with that said, have a wonderful weekend. And we'll see you guys for the Onslaught Legends series starting very soon.
Most advanced processors. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.